Weber, we have been laser focused on the double murder trial of rapper YNW Melly this week, and today is going to be no different. As you know, defendant Jamell stands trial in the shooting death of his two friends and fellow aspiring rappers, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas Jr. The pair, who also went by the stage names YNW Sack Chaser and YNW Juvie.
We about to get into it. Y'all know the deal, man. One love and no love. How y'all doing? How's y'all's doing? It was a great day yesterday. I had a lot of fun. Learning about this court system of ours. Y'all ready though? Y'all ready? Jump in the comments. Like it up.
Rhodes. And it's my understanding through his testimony, we learned that the defendant's DNA initially came back negative, but then maybe came back positive. Walk us through that.
Oh my goodness, Jesse, that was a pivotal moment in the trial. I saw the jury. They were saying on their faces, what? Because after the cross-examination, this is when we found out that Melly's DNA did not show up on any of the tested items, not the Gatorade bottles, not the car, not the seat, not the T-shirt, nothing except the back rear driver side handle. So as it turns out, the first time that was tested, it came back negative. Then it was tested again 2 weeks ago after the start of trial. That is when the first positive DNA test came back. That was a real big moment as far as this trial is concerned, because what it's saying is, or what you can imply from that, or certainly what the defense was trying to imply from that is, look, we told you in the beginning this was a botched investigation. And frankly, it was Detective Moretti who was the one who ordered that second DNA analysis. So I think it was a cliffhanger. They went and they had a sidebar. There was no determination as to any of the evidence at that point, but it was really a surprise, Jesse, that that DNA did not come back until just 2 weeks ago. How
significant is that for the case? Other than the idea of maybe it's sloppy police work, his DNA on that handle and the significance of is that so much of a shock? We saw him getting into the car. I mean, does that really show that he's the shooter? And by the way, do you think the jury is going to care that much? I mean, maybe they think a botched investigation, but that this was only found after the fact. It was only found relatively recently.
Well, I think the jury is going to wonder, why didn't you do this in the beginning? Not just that it was botched, but that he was targeted, that none of his DNA came back until this second go-round. In fact, I think people might even be thinking that it's sort of staged or planted. Now, frankly, all the prosecution has is circumstantial evidence. And of course, you can win a case on circumstantial evidence. But this was a big piece of the prosecution's case, showing that Melly's DNA was in the car all around, that he was there when the shooting occurred, and they don't have that. Other than that, they don't have a gun. So I think this DNA was very important as far as the prosecution was concerned. And I think the jury considers the fact that his DNA was nowhere to be found. Of course, he was in the car at some point. We saw the video of him getting into the car. But that's it, Jesse. And I do think it's enough for this jury to say, you have not proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt.
And let's just be clear, the presence of that DNA, does it tell us whether or not the defendant, YNW Melly, was the driver or passenger?
Well, it doesn't tell us anything. I do think it tells us he might have gotten into the car in the back seat, and we know already that he was, at least based on that video, in the back seat behind the driver. And we know that Henry, at least according to the prosecution, was in the front seat and he was the driver. And we know that Anthony Williams was in the front passenger and Christopher Thomas was in the back passenger. So it really just puts Melly in the car. It doesn't make him the shooter. We don't have a gun. And right now, I am waiting, Jesse, to see what the ballistics say says, and I mentioned this before, I'm waiting to see what the medical examiner says. If it says that they were shot from inside the car and the bullets that killed them were done at a certain time and they could only be done from inside the car, then I think the prosecution has a little bit more evidence. Right now, I don't see Melly in that car shooting the two best friends that he has. I don't see a motive, and I think the jury is thinking the same thing.
Yeah, you might be right. I mean, I'm kind of piecing together the evidence myself, and I am still confronted with the idea of that message, that social media message, where he seemed to suggest, Mr. YNW Melly, that he was a part of what happened and said, shh. So I think that was a significant piece of evidence. But going back to yesterday, we heard so much about cell phones and cell phone towers. I am giving you the very tough task, Terry Austin, of explaining to us what the relevance of all that was. What's the conclusion about that cell phone evidence at the end of the day?
So here's the conclusion I came to, and I think the conclusion that the jury came to. We can put the cell phones, all of the cell phones, including Melly's cell phone, in the area of the site where the event occurred. But that's it. We don't really know, was he holding the phone? We don't know if the phone was in the car. We don't know if the phones was in the bush somewhere. And this is what came out on cross-examination, that you really don't have a definitive area for where the phones were. And there's some, give or take, 78 meters where it could be in a band of an area. So we don't even have a specific location. And the expert did have to say, look, I'm not really sure. This is the FBI agent, and I got to say, I do think that his background was very impressive. But at the end of the day, he could not put that phone at a specific spot. So I think the jury is thinking, okay, so there were a bunch of phones in a particular spot. It doesn't tell us anything really as far as who had the phones. And they did have some shared data plans, and they did apparently share phones. So Melly could have gotten out of the car to go back home, or who knows. You have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, and they haven't done that quite yet.
Talk to me about what it's been like in the courtroom. You know, we've seen a little bit of YNW Melly's behavior, and also I'm curious how he was behaving yesterday, and also who have you been seeing in that courtroom, maybe supporting him or supporting the victims in this case?
Well, I have to say he has a huge fan base and a huge family base, and they have all been in that courtroom. His mother is there every single day. His grandmother is there every single day. And they look at each other. They communicate with each other. They're making sure that each other is supported. His brother is there every day. So I would say that Melly's side of the room, and you know, with courthouses, they often have seats reserved. And they have seats reserved for the victims' families and for Melly's family. And so that side, Melly's side, is always filled to capacity. I've seen people coming in as far as the family of the victims also, but that side is not generally filled up. I don't know why that is the case, but I mean, every now and then people are coming in. I haven't seen anyone famous coming in. I will say that there is a ton of security. There are sheriff officers in that courtroom every single day. I counted about 8 the other day. They are checking under the benches to see whether or not there are any bombs or explosions. So it's a very tight and securely, you know, fastened and buttoned down courtroom. The judge is amazing, Jesse. He is just sitting there very cool, calm, and collected. He runs a tight courtroom. When the jury is out and when the cameras are off, he's a little bit more relaxed. He told us the other day, you think it's cold here, it's even colder in the other courtrooms. So I think the judge really knows the case. He's making good decisions. He's running a tight ship. And so far,
everybody.
you know, basically, I think the tension in the courtroom is relaxed a little bit, certainly when we go on breaks, but it's a tight ship running in that courtroom.
All right, Terry Austin, I know you have to get back into that courtroom. Thank you so much for your great reporting.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, we're going to check back in with Terry a little bit later on. So this is a good time for us to hit a quick break here at the network. But before we do, I want you to check out this special report from our very own Sierra Gillespie.
Stop right there! Stop! Drop the gun!
Unless there have been threats on his life. Because of that, he has always previously testified in wearing things to conceal his identity would allow his eyes to be seen. So the state is requesting for him to be able to wear that, to be able to hide things of his identity that aren't easily changeable, so as to protect his safety
And that's the purpose that you gave me this case. It says something to that in here. I haven't read it.
No, that is on a different issue. That was provided to defense counsel as well yesterday. There's been a discussion as to if they were going to stipulate to a portion of what the state would have to prove, or if the state was going to have to be able to get into all of the other areas regarding the gang affiliations and the other crimes committed by other gang members, which is what the case I provided to Your Honor states. That the state does have to prove multiple members and that they are also committed and engaging in criminal acts.
And what authority would I have? Is there some case law that was happened before?
For Detective Polo to testify as such?
Yes.
He has testified twice in Judge Uson's courtroom wearing this same headgear in the case of the state of Florida versus,
No, I was asking if there was any appellate cases.
I have not seen any, Your Honor, on this specific issue. He's testified before Judge Fine just last week wearing the same headgear in state of Florida versus Scott Peterson. The other one is state of Florida versus Trayvon Newsom. There's 3 other co-defendants as well on that case.
Well, Judge, first of all, regarding that, I would like to see the outfit that he is supposedly going to wear to disguise himself. It's a violation of the Confrontation Clause of the U.S. Constitution. And the state should have, with all due respect, filed a motion giving us notice of that prior to bringing it up. Concerning that, there are several issues concerning that. And the Confrontation Clause deals with the demeanor of the witness.
Can I stop you for a second?
Huh?
Can I stop you for a second?
Yes.
Regarding this particular witness, did you take his deposition?
We did take this step.
And was he wearing a mask then or not?
Yes, sir.
He was, but
So let me stop. I'm just trying to figure out, is this the same type of mask that he's wore then he's going to wear now?
Yes, sir.
I think the court needs to see it because it covers his entire face other than his eyes. So the jury cannot see and observe his demeanor at all. At all.
I understand the court only wants to hear argument.
No, I was trying to figure, counsel said he wants to see what it was.
I really want the court to see it.
That's why I want to know if he took his deposition, if he was wearing a mask during the deposition.
I just wanted to clarify 2 things. Mr. Edelstein is making the argument. One is that the record is clear that none of the threats that this witness, that were referred to by the state concerning this witness, have anything to do with this defendant or this case. The other is to clarify that the state did not file a motion, but the state did give me notice yesterday evening. They raised the fact that this issue would be raised.
If I may approach, Your Honor, this is a photograph from...
I'd ask that you print that out and mark it as an exhibit.
I can't print it in color in the courtroom, but I'm happy that's a June 12th photo from the Broward County Courthouse where Detective Polo was testifying in a different case.
All right, anything else?
Yeah, can we approach the bench for a moment?
Sure. ask you a second?
Yes, Judge.
Where is it? Where is it?
Mm-hmm. Let me see. How much time we got left on the submarine? Anybody know? So, our great friend, Mr. Sidebar, trying to, maybe while they do that, we could try to see what's up with the submarine.
Did the terror of this and the anxiety that it caused have caused somebody to have an aneurysm? So, did two people die of, I guess, semi-natural causes? Then that would extend the life support, because now you have, let's say two people died. Now you have three people living off of a life support system meant to support five people.
Right.
So
we
now
were talking
it
about
lasts longer than 96 hours.
we were talking about some claims that were being made on Twitter, and again, claims. Please, claims and Twitter. Let's please keep everything in context here. People who were claiming that that a decomposing body still would affect the oxygen CO2 balance in there negatively, and not in essence, contribute to the enhanced chance of survival.
I can almost guarantee that whoever asked that has never been in a confined, compressed, very cold space. As I said earlier, the temperature very quickly in that vessel was in the high 30s to low 40s. And I say that because I understand that the Titan had heaters on the hull to keep the inside of the vessel warmer than what I'm typically used to when I go down in a vehicle. That would have bought them an extra hour or two, but once they lost power, then that system's no longer workable. And it doesn't take very long for the inside of that vessel to reach the ambient temperature of the water outside. And at that depth, you're looking at high 30s, low 40s.
That's crazy.
If you're lucky. Could be closer to the mid 30s.
That's
Mark,
so think about being locked in a walk-in cooler for the last 4 days.
Right.
Shout out to my viewers on Twitch. I see y'all. Thank y'all jumping on. I appreciate it.
Cold, to point of this question, that cold would slow the decaying process of a deceased body.
That's also an interesting point.
We are just waiting for them
It's
to
not going
come
to
back
stop it, but it's
from
going
and really,
sidebar.
It's why we put people in refrigerators in the morgue.
Court is in sidebar right now, so we catching up on what's going on with this sub.
cold water. We're talking about a tiny object being surrounded by just brutal cold. So there's no, if I'm understanding correctly, there would be no escape from that cold. You're surrounded by it other than the warmth of the bodies around you.
Correct.
Okay.
And how warm the clothes that you brought with you are. And again, at some point, the cold permeates that.
Right. Right. Mark, as far as a programming note, we would like to have you on for about another 20 to 25 minutes. We have other guests coming up. Is that okay? Till about 9:45, 9:50
Sure.
Eastern. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Great, because we are going to take, later on this hour, folks, we are going to take a 5 to 10 minute break. We've been on stream uninterrupted now since 5 o'clock or 5:15 or so this morning. I really enjoy my job in this respect, Mark, because when we do interactive journalism, when we do interactive reporting, and we have a very vibrant community asking questions, we get questions that sometimes I haven't thought of. And CL brings up a really great question here on screen. You have contacts, you're talking to sources, you're very connected in the underwater exploration community. People are asking, as far as the banging sounds in this audio file that has been distributed, have you, CL wants to know, hashtag hey Mark, have you heard the banging personally?
Well, in this particular incident, no, I have not. I'm in South Florida.
Yeah, but I mean, somebody with your expertise, right? I mean, I know that you're not.
Have I been in a situation where somebody was banging on something underwater in order to aid us in locating them? The answer is yes.
Right. And again, to the point I was
And I've
making,
done it myself.
you have banged for help.
Yes. I was not in a vehicle. I was actually in dive gear.
Oh, wow. You were in dive gear, and what were you banging exactly? Your tank?
Yeah. I had my dive knife out, and I was banging my
with the
tank.
butt of your knife. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, well, couple things. Obviously, there's underwater acoustic experts that really do in-depth, again, pun not intended, analysis.
Like, this is really crazy.
As we understand it, these audio recordings.
Like, you could really be lost in the abyss, like at the bottom of the what?
As far as like getting an email with a WAV file, somebody saying, "Hey, Mark, can you listen to this and give us your expertise?" You have not received that. Okay.
Court is still in the sidebar. We're going to take you back over there. I don't know what they're going to do about that situation. Please make sure you guys subscribe. Hit that subscription button. Thank you guys. Thank you for the love on Super Live. Big stepper. Thank you. Thank you for the love on Super Live. Oh, let me cut this back up, man. Slow motion. They must feel like me when they started. Slow motion. We're going to see how this day turn out. I'm sitting back thinking about all the evidence that's been presented so far, the conversations we had with people yesterday in regards to the evidence. Oh, y'all, I hope today brings some clarity, but they saying that the DNA, or lack thereof, as it pertains to Jamell Demons, is really right now the highlight of the trial so far. That moment when defense counsel asked the DNA expert, is it true that only one item, I think, was attributed to Mr. Demons, and that item originally came back negative and had to, 5 months later, was retested, and they're saying they're kind of alluding to some funny business happening. That's what they kind of alluding to, some funny business going on. You know, old school OJ, this old school Barry Sheck and Peter Neufeld. This old school moves they did in the OJ trial where, you know, oh, this was retested. I'm having total flashbacks of OJ right now with this. She said railroad. That's crazy though. Like, real talk. It gave me complete OJ. Like, that's how his defense came at it. Like, what you mean? They had this evidence. They tested it. It came back negative, and now you retest it. And now it has him as a contributor to the... I don't know. That lost me right there. I think they trying to bring up what was, remember what the leaked interrogation from 2015. I don't know if they bringing that up. I don't know what they talking about. They were talking about something else though. Hopefully when we get back in session. Well, we're in session. They're just in a sidebar. I swear these sidebars take up most of our day. Oh, they said something about a RICO law. Make sure you guys please hit that subscription, as well as the notifications bell for your boys, so we can keep this thing growing. Everybody coming in, hit a thumbs up. Oh, that's what you think? Okay. Yeah. I don't know. This a long sidebar though. I ain't gonna hold you. They got me ready to go back over here to the submarine. They got me ready to go back over here to the submarine situation. Boo said boo. Let's see what's going on real quick while they doing that. Let's see what the shade room. Plies always got something to say. Let me see. Dear America, after y'all get done looking for the submarine, can y'all spend the same money and time looking for some of these missing kids around America? That would be great. Thanks, fan. Ooh, that boy don't be playing. He don't be playing.
Day. And this was on his direct examination. He testified about DNA contributors that were found in the inside rear driver's side door handle. Here are his conclusions.
When you were looking at it as two contributors, how did you exclude the defendant in this case, Mr. Devins?
How did I exclude him?
Yes.
So again, after doing the visual comparison and then running it through to generate the likelihood ratio, it resulted in an exclusionary likelihood ratio.
When you looked at it again as a three-person mixture, were you able to make a determination as to whether or not Christopher Thomas was included as a source of that mixture?
Yeah, he was included as a three-person as well.
And what were the statistics on the three-person mixture for Christopher Thomas?
The results are at least 8.15 times 10 to the 24th, or 8.15 septillion times more likely if they originated from Christopher Thomas and two unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from three unrelated unknown individuals.
In terms of as to Cortland Henry, were you able to do the statistical calculations as to whether or not he was excluded on a three-person mixture on item number 43, swab of rear driver's side door handle interior?
Yes, the results are at most 46, and this is an inverse LR calculation because the number was less than 1. So the DNA results are at most 46 times more likely if it originated from three unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from Cortland Henry and two unrelated unknown individuals.
So is your conclusion that Mr. Henry is excluded from that sample?
Yes.
Okay. Going on to Anthony Williams, were you able to make a conclusion as to whether or not he was included or excluded?
I did. He was included. The LR calculation, the DNA results are at least 41.2 times more likely if they originated from Anthony Williams and two unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from three unrelated unknown individuals.
And in terms of the verbal qualifier that you would give for Mr. Williams being included in that sample, what verbal qualifier would you give?
Limited support for inclusion.
Is that the lowest for inclusion?
Yes.
Okay. I believe I forgot to ask you with Christopher Thomas, what verbal qualifier would you give if he is included on that?
It is the highest at very strong support.
And at last but not least, were you able to analyze the profile of the defendant, Jamell Demons, in this case?
I did, yes.
And what was your conclusion in a three-person mixture as to the results of Mr. Demons being included or excluded?
He was included. The likelihood calculation, the DNA results are at least 2.12 times 10 to the 8th, or 212 million times more likely if they originated from Jamell Demons and two unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from three.
So a lot of what y'all hearing right now is obviously from yesterday, so this is kind of catch up, but this was a big point so far in the trial.
There is very strong support for the inclusion.
So if I'm understanding it correctly, Matt, the defendant, Jamell Demons' DNA, was not on a lot of this evidence. It was not on a spent casing, a water bottle, sandals, blood stains on a T-shirt, the blood stains on this pair of Air Jordans, but it was on the door handle. It first wasn't found on there, but when they did a second test this month, they were able to determine it could be him. What's the significance of that, in your opinion, for the prosecution's case?
Well, I'm not sure what the significance of it is. It's not like it's, hey, we've now found that Melly was near this car or, was at the scene. I mean, we know that. We already know that by looking at video that he was in the vehicle. So finding his DNA on the door handle, is not earth-shattering evidence that's going to change the dynamics of this case. we have other supporting evidence that puts them there. This just, further, shows that, hey, they've examined this vehicle. They've found DNA in this vehicle. They found Melly's DNA in this vehicle. It's not, the smoking gun, so to speak, in terms of this case.
Well, let's talk again about what happened on cross, because we learned that the certain swabs weren't tested until after this trial started. Let's listen in now and see how that unfolded.
Sir, did you know that when you received the blood stain on the headliner, that was after this trial started?
I did not know.
But you started that in April 25th of 23, just 2 months ago?
The headliner was, that was prior.
Oh, I'm sorry. The item that you received on April of 23 was what?
Those were the contact swab, non-blood area of rear driver's seats, the blood swab of smear from rear of driver's seats, and the contact swab of front of driver side door handle interior.
Okay. And you did not know that was after this trial started, correct?
I did not know.
None of that came back to the DNA of this young man, Jamell, correct?
Correct. It was deemed uninterpretable, as well as one of the items I did not attempt to generate a DNA profile because there was insufficient amount of DNA.
Do you know what the delay was in sending that evidence to you?
Objection, outside the scope, speculation.
And did you receive any other items in 2023?
Yes, one last item, item 43.
And that was the door handle of the rear door? Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And did I hear you correctly that you first ran a test and it did not come back matching or belonging to our contributor to Jamell?
That's correct.
And did I also hear you correctly then you discussed something about your software with your supervisor?
With the technical leader, yes.
And then ran another test and had a 3-person contributor?
That's correct.
And all of a sudden it matched or was labeled as Jamell may have been a contributor?
That's correct.
What date was that, sir?
That was on June 1st, 2023.
Approximately 3 weeks ago?
That's right.
Okay, so Matthew, we heard Terry before saying the reason this could be significant is, does it not show what the defense amplified in their opening statement, that this was sloppy police work? Remember, their theory was they targeted YNW Melly because he's famous, and maybe they rushed to judgment, and not all the avenues were checked, and not all the I's were dotted or T's were crossed. I always get that mixed up. Sometimes I mess that up, but I got that right there. But you know what I'm saying? Maybe is that what this is a sign of?
Well, yeah, I'm not sure what this does for the prosecution's case, other than, make the water a little murky here. I mean, why even bring it up? You have video of Melly getting into the vehicle. What do you need to have DNA or some test done while the trial is going on to show that his DNA is there on the door handle? All that does is muddy the water. It gives jurors some pause. Why wasn't this done earlier? Why take this up so late in this process? And it does point to shoddy police work, which is something that if I were a defense attorney, that I would pound away at. And this gives me fodder to do that and the prosecution brought it up itself. It doesn't add anything significant to the prosecution's case, but it opens the door to the defense to pound away at this shoddy police work.
Yeah, I think there's something to that in a way, you know, and I think that's what's a little bit concerning. And we know the defense has honed in on this. They brought up an argument, I think it was yesterday, where they said that you couldn't, and the judge, I think, agreed, you know, there was an issue. First, there was a discovery violation that the prosecution engaged in, and the judge was not too happy about that. But then there was also a question of, and that's what it was, right? It was the question of you can't do a surprise ambush on the defense by bringing in evidence that they didn't see, that you retested current evidence for a new result. And the judge said at one point there was a discovery violation. What did you think of that?
Well, yeah, that the judge, ruled that you can't surprise the other side by evidence that you've just unearthed. He said clearly, you can continue to investigate a case, and if you find exculpatory evidence, you have to turn that over to the defense, and it could change, your view of prosecuting this case. But if you find inculpatory evidence that, you discovered after the trial, after the discovery has been completed and the trial has begun, you can't use that. Even if it impacts the case, you can't use it because you can't surprise the other side. You can't surprise the defense. You can't ambush them by bringing up evidence that they've never had any chance to look into themselves. And the judge was adamant about that.
Yep, that's a good point. Let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to see what is happening in court. And if we're not back live, we still have so much more to talk about in the YNW Melly murder trial. We'll be back.
But people are asking a lot in our comment section that it's coming in too fast. I can't even grab the comment. But about the moment in which the oxygen runs out. People are asking
tap into the
how long
submarine
you would have beyond that. That
while
is
they
the body
do that.
Reacting to a complete loss of oxygen or a gradual loss of oxygen is a violent.
No, it's not violent.
It's not a violent effect on the body.
Not a violent event because once the oxygen content falls below.
So it's gradual is what you're saying.
Right. We breathe, normal oxygen content is 19% of the air that you breathe is oxygen. Once the oxygen content of that air drops below 15%, you get headaches, you become lethargic. The lower it drops, the more lethargic you become. So you're actually unconscious by the time the oxygen level gets to the point that it no longer sustains life.
Because
you're asleep.
And do you know why I asked you if it was going to if
I'll see you, Spliff. How can if you watch the court? Yeah, I don't know. That's the big question right now. How they just found this DNA after all this time.
But in reality, as the oxygen, because the oxygen level is going to drop gradually, and as it drops gradually, your breathing becomes more labored, you become more fatigued and lethargic, you get headaches, you fall asleep, and by the time, and you're asleep, you're unconscious by the time the oxygen level is low enough that your brain stops functioning.
And Cheek, #AJB, do they still hear the banging noises? We the last that we have heard is Wednesday morning, right?
Yes.
No, not to say that they haven't continued up until Thursday morning, but we just don't know. We don't know.
I don't have any reports of any banging heard since sometime yesterday afternoon. And again, there's 1,000 things that banging could be. Are we hanging on to the hope that banging is them? Of course we are.
That's good.
But again,
We
it's
live on
now,
YouTube. Make sure you come tap in on YouTube. Dopest TV.
the data point for their life support expired almost 2 hours ago. And it's a 7-hour recovery if they find them right now.
I was going to ask you this question pretty much last, but while we're talking about it, while you bring it up, are we past that point? People have been asking, are we past that point?
As far as the agencies that are conducting the rescue, I have not, and I have the TV on mute, but I haven't seen.
Are we past the point that they could survive?
I think that we're past the point that they could survive. I think if we hadn't, I actually made this comment yesterday. I think that if we hadn't found them by 0200 this morning, that their chances were almost zero. We still haven't found him, and as I said, we're 2 hours, basically 2 hours past. Even if they could squeak out another 4 or 5 hours, if we find them right now, it's a 7-hour recovery. They're still not going to make it. They might be alive part of the way up on the recovery, which would really suck. But if they are still alive, more than likely they're unconscious at this point.
Jeez.
So to Beth the Great here, hashtag hey Mark, hashtag hey JB, is there any hope?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I tried to remain as optimistic as possible.
About forensic cell phone data yesterday. I'm not going to lie to you. It was a little tough to follow, so I want to make sense of what the jury might have taken away from this. But let's hear what he had to say.
Was other physical evidence provided for you to review?
I don't think I saw physical evidence.
So going on to the next slide, the 772-713-9807 and 954-248-9081. If you can explain what we're looking at on this particular slide.
So this is a series of data points on 3 different hours to both of their blue phone between 417 and 423. We're starting back on the left side of the slide, where 417:43 the blue phone is 1.21 miles from this tower. Shortly after that, at 4:18:02 a.m., the red phone is 187 miles from the tower.
Thank you for the subscription.
The blue phone is 1.02 miles from this tower. Then after that, at 4:23:22, 4:23:55 a.m., the red phone is 0.29 miles, and then 0.68 miles from this tower.
Okay, and in terms of what can you tell about how the phones are related in distance from one another based on this slide?
Distance from one another. Well, both phones move north and then east. We know that the blue phone and the red phone are both over here, and now they're over here in the analytic period.
Can you have an opinion as to whether or not they separated during this time frame?
During this time frame?
Yes, 417 to 423.
I don't know. To me, I don't think there's enough data here to form.
Now, Matthew, I don't want to take away from the significance of this. I think it's really important. Cell phones are sometimes a great way to track somebody, but we're presuming that Demmons was using one of these phones, right? And that, it places him in the location of maybe his co-defendant and the victims at these key times. I just don't know what the jury might have taken away from this, because it was very dense and very complicated.
Well, yes, Jesse, this kind of evidence can be, very tedious for a jury because it's hard to understand. So they're trying to follow, they're trying to make sense of it. But here, I think, the point that's trying to be made, again, by connecting the dots, is that we know that Melly went to the vehicle with a phone in his hand. He's looking at it. We know that on a surveillance tape. So, we can assume that he got into that vehicle with that phone, and now we're tracking that phone, and presumably he's with that phone, and that phone is with the victims and the co-defendant or the other assailant. So, it's this is what circumstantial evidence is about. Connect these dots. He had his phone. We know, and jurors know, that people normally don't leave their phone. Their phone is almost an appendage. So we can assume he's in that vehicle because he had the phone in his hand, and now we're tracing where this vehicle went with this phone and with the other phones as well. So this is all part of a process of building a case for the prosecution.
Well, a little bit later in his testimony, he got into the phone records from the day of the murders. Let's take a look at that and we'll break it down.
Now going on to the 772-713-9807 between 12:01 and 12:12 p.m. on October 26, 2018. What are you illustrating with this particular image?
So at 12:01, first there's an incoming call from the turquoise phone 9158, and then at 12:01, the red phone is in this span, 0.92 miles from the tower. At 12:03, it's 0.68 miles from the tower. At 12:05, it's 0.92 miles from the tower. And then 12:07 to 12:12, it's 1.55 miles from the tower.
Okay, and just to flip back again to the 12:01 to 12:12 for the 954-376-9158. In terms of, can you make any opinions as to where these two phones were located in relation to one another during these time frames?
So they're in the same general geographic area for sure. Right? They're both on the same tower, at the same time, near Pines and US 27. There's areas where there's times when their bands are approximately the same, and there's times where they're different as well.
Okay. Can you make any sort of opinion that they were in the same vehicle?
By the way, Matt, how accurate is this data? Because we know that the defense on cross, they tried to suggest that this is, a rather large radius. We also don't know who was operating the phone. We don't know who was holding it. How accurate is this, and how important is it in these kinds of trials?
Well, it's not precise. It's not exact. It's not going to tell us within, a few inches or feet even where, the phone is and where the phone is in proximity to other phones. But what it's going to give us is a general idea, that these phones were in the same area. So I think, logic sort of dictates if 4 people leave in the car and they all have phones, and this vehicle moves into a general area where we now know that these phones are within, even a mile of each other. I mean, I think we can conclude from that the likelihood that these phones would all be a mile apart after driving away a few miles, their connection to the tower, just wouldn't sort of make sense. So general.
It's part of the building blocks. It's part of this case. It's not going to be the smoking gun, but it is going to help tell part of the story. We will take another break. We're keeping a very careful eye on the courtroom feed. Hopefully we can jump live right after this. Stay with us. We'll be back.
So we still in sidebar. I guess, we pretty much like an hour behind schedule. So I don't know when they gonna get started. It's a lot of breaks today. I know, right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of breaks today. We building over here. Dopest. Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Waiting for everybody to get up, moving around and situated, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think it's gonna get real. I think that's why it's so long. This sidebar. Let me see.
Stream. So we're taking about a 5 to 10 minute break, and we'll be back here on stream, on Facebook Live, on YouTube Live, on WFLA.com, the WFLA app, as we all just kind of take a little bit of a breather. It's
The
been
expert
4
said even if they
hours
found
now
the sub
of
right now,
uninterrupted
it's no hope.
coverage. So we're going to take a break. Or is it 5 hours? Almost 5 hours of an uninterrupted coverage. We're going to come back here in just a little bit on WFLA now with our next guest, Dr. Christopher Roman, professor of oceanography with the University of Rhode Island's Graduate School of Oceanography. We look forward to having him next on stream.
Yeah,
we
he
appreciate
does
you
have
watching wherever you're watching from.
I believe he's got a great defense team. It's so unfortunate. They said that if they have about 5 hours if their calculations are correct. The submarine has about 5 hours left, and it's a 7-hour trip. If they found it right now, it'll take about 7 hours to recover. Damn. I think pay. Oh, that's all bad. Look, he like, I gotta get out of here, man. Same type of thing. Movie called Underwater. It's the conspiracy theories for me. I've been so focused on this trial. I haven't really took time to look at too much else. Maybe besides Boosie. We gonna
Yes, sir. Please state your full legal name for the record. Danny Polo. Please spell your first and last name for the record. DANNY-POLO. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and please have a seat.
Thank you.
Detective Polo, what's happened is you're wearing a mask now. Defendants have objected to that.
Yes, sir.
And the state indicated that it's been done in other courtrooms, and there's a predicate for it, I guess because of safety and security is the way I understand it, specifically your safety and security.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct, madam?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I want you to come in here. I want to take some testimony from you outside the presence of the jury just to verify all of this. So, Ms. Bradley, I want to inquire.
Detective Polo, how are you so employed?
With the Broward County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Broward County Sheriff's Office?
Since 2015.
How long have you been assigned to the Strategic Investigations Division?
Since March of 2018.
In your time in the Strategic Investigations Division, or SAD, have you worked undercover operations?
Since that time and before.
And the undercover operations that you work, what type are they?
Majority of them are narcotics, firearms, violent crimes, gang-related investigations.
How many years did you spend specifically in the gang and organized crime section of the Strategic Investigations Division?
From March of 2018 till 3 weeks ago.
Have there been credible threats on your life?
Yes.
Is there currently a credible threat on your life?
Yes.
In terms of is there an amount of money assigned to the death of you that has been offered up?
Approximately $50,000.
In terms of your safety and security, Why do you wear the mask for those reasons?
To protect my family. So I'm not walking around Broward County, Palm Beach County, Dade County, anywhere, and get ambushed by someone that might be looking for me.
Wait a minute, y'all. So it done got real quick. So this man is he in court with a mask on. So now they got like a real agent in here or something.
We've done cell phone warrants on multiple people in Broward County involved in the investigation work after threat. And outside of that investigation, there's photographs of deputies being sent around, people trying to figure out who I am and what I look like. And that's a kind of a concern for me. If it was just one person, I'd probably just write it off. But yeah, after 5 or 6 cell phones got downloaded, and there was pictures of many deputies being sent around saying, "Is this Danny Polo?" I'm like, okay, these guys are actually looking for me.
And so, Detective Polo, with regards to the prior times you testified in court, did you testify earlier this month before the Honorable Judge Martin Fine?
Yes.
How were you attired?
I believe I was wearing this suit, probably.
And in terms of your face, how was that done?
Same mask.
Have you testified before the Honorable Judge Michael Usam in this courthouse?
Yes.
Was that in or around February and March of this year, 2023?
Yes.
And what case was that on?
That was the XXX Tentacion case.
And that was the death of that individual?
Yes.
How many times did you testify in that case?
It was twice.
How were you attired when you testified then?
Different suit, same mask.
And in terms of during that particular testimony, were individuals trying to call your cell phone and get in contact with you during the actual testimony?
Yeah, that happened.
And was this testimony live streamed as well?
It was live streamed.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
You have any questions
Yes.
on this issue? Go ahead.
Yes. What time did you get to the courthouse today and sit outside?
Just after 9 o'clock.
And were you wearing that mask?
No, sir.
In fact, you've been sitting out there for at least an hour unmasked as people were walking in and out, correct?
Correct.
Are you the only expert in dealing with gangs in DSO?
I believe I'm the only one that's testified as an expert at the Broward Sheriff's Office currently.
How about in the state of Florida? You know?
I'm sure there's other experts in the state of Florida.
And for the last hour, you've been right outside this courtroom where the doors are, correct?
Yes.
Unmasked,
Yes.
as people in this group, including myself, were walking in and out, correct?
Yes, sir.
You weren't concerned about your safety then?
No one knows who I was out there. And I was under the impression I wasn't going to be allowed to wear the mask. So I took that one on the chin.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. So, detective or deputy, I'm sorry, which is it?
Detective Deputy.
Regarding, you're telling me that you have fear for your safety.
For my safety, but more for the safety of my family.
And that's if your face was broadcast.
Yes, sir.
And you're indicating now that there is intelligence from BSO that there is some type of bounty or price on your life.
I intercepted it on a court-authorized wiretap through the state of through Broward County. It was a wire authorized by Judge Siegel for a gang investigation. During that investigation, there was conversations about placing a bounty on my head, upwards of $50,000. And since then, we've, as I stated before, recovered several cell phones in that investigation, other narcotics investigations, firearms investigations, an investigation in South Carolina that was tied to Broward, where photographs of deputies were sent with my name attached to it. People trying to figure out who I am, what I look like.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Can you step down just way outside? We're in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you know if this case is filed in the motion?
Alright, this is wild. I really have no idea.
Issue, but in terms of him having a legitimate threat against his life and the safety of his family, just keep the mask on and don't have his face be broadcast. Do you think that there were unfair arguments being made by defense counsel? Matt, I think you might be muted here. Just want to make sure that we got you. You might be muted, so let me see if we can get you back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can
there
hear
we go.
you.
Yeah, great. Okay, so again, throw it over to you about what you think of the comments regarding the mask.
Yes, so I think what's interesting about this is a state witness. This is a police officer. This is someone who is not necessarily a fact witness. Someone that you have to judge their believability, their credibility, as you would, an eyewitness or someone who has other specific evidence. So I don't know that the argument that you need to be able to see his face, to judge his credibility and believability is so important as it would be with an eyewitness or some other witness, lay witness for the prosecution. So I agree, that this is not so important as it would be if you were talking about a different type of witness in this case.
Yeah, do you think it's going to affect the jury at all in seeing him like that? I mean, it's kind of, I wonder this sometimes if when we have witnesses who don't appear in court, but they appear via Zoom or they appear in a video deposition because their appearance couldn't be made live in court, it makes me wonder if the jury somehow views that testimony a bit differently.
Well, my own opinion is, sometimes, we're so used to watching television, we're so used to watching, streaming video, it almost gives somebody, a witness, a sort of, idea that they're more important because they're on video, because, this is something we're used to watching. We put more emphasis on somebody we see on a video maybe than we see in person. The other argument that I would have made if I was the defense in this case is that this mask, in a way, in a sense, could almost inflame the jury a bit. Hey, this is so serious, this is so dangerous that this guy has to be disguised to testify in this case. To me, it almost makes the defendant look like he's more dangerous because of the potential that this person's identity be revealed in this trial.
Well, I think if I heard it correctly, he wears that mask in any trial he testifies in it. So it might not be something with this case or this defendant specifically, but more the idea of his safety overall. There was a question of, he wasn't wearing it in the hallway. So, but again, he said he didn't know that he would be allowed to wear the mask. We're going to take another break. Hopefully we can jump back live into court and see what happens next in the YNW Melly murder trial.
That's where we at a standstill. We're going to keep watching this, though.
Well, I guess I'd say a few things. So one is, I don't know the specific design of this submarine, but in general, I guess I can answer.
Sure.
So the 96-hour calculation, I think people have treated that a little bit too much like a New Year's countdown.
Right. Yeah.
It's not a perfect number, right? It's based on an average consumption, right? And there's nothing much, average about being trapped in a submarine. So you have to sort of ask, if the people are, inside, are they consuming oxygen at a reasonable rate? People are capable of amazing things. And so one side of the coin, you could have panic and consume oxygen very rapidly. The other side, you could have people settle down and go into very, very conservative breathing and eke this thing out as long as possible, right? And so you'd like to hope that, that's a possibility. But beyond oxygen, there's a couple other things to consider.
Yep.
First is sort of the rise of CO2. Like you breathe in oxygen, you expel CO2, and you have to remove that from the local atmosphere. CO2 is actually what gives you your urge to breathe. As CO2 levels go up, you get a headache, you don't feel great, and at some point you can start hyperventilating and sort of gasping for breath, and that's not great, because then you're going to also consume more oxygen. So you'd hope that the CO2 scrubbing system in the sub is functioning, if possible. And the third thing to think is it's cold in deep ocean. So it's 3 or 4 degrees Celsius down there. That's 38, 39 degrees Fahrenheit. Water is incredibly efficient at removing heat from things. And so hypothermia is a major concern. We don't necessarily know exactly what they went into the sub with. So all these things sort of have to be calculated in this timeline. So, I think the number is a little more variable than, people are sort of focusing on right now. It could be a lot less, it could be more. It's hard to say. It's not a New Year's countdown.
Right. So people have been to that point with the potential for, hypothermia and just how cold it is down there. People have been asking this question. I think it's a very rudimentary question, but it's a question I want to pose to you because I've seen it so often in our comment section. People want to know, is it possible? Are they freezing to death down there?
Well, it's
if alive.
If alive, they're not warm. It is cold. So if you do a dive in a submersible, you start off on the surface. It's nice and warm. You could start off in a t-shirt, and by the end of the dive, if you're in the deep ocean, you're coming up in sweatshirts and a wool hat. I mean, our ocean's very good at removing heat from things, and so it is not going to be warm in there no matter what.
I'm reading here some notes about your experience, saying that you've assisted the Ballard Group with ocean mapping, archaeology, geological exploration. The Ballard Group, organization that supports the efforts of Dr. Robert Ballard. He's credited with the discovery of the RMS Titanic back in 1985. With your connection to Dr. Ballard, the organization, and the RMS Titanic, the wreckage down there in the North Atlantic, can you put into perspective, put into words, how dangerous it is, in your opinion, in your expert opinion, how dangerous it is to go down 2.5 miles into the ocean and to examine historic wreckage like the RMS Titanic?
I don't know if I use danger as the right word. So there's a long-standing history in the U.S., especially of deep diving submersibles that have been operated very successfully.
Welcome back, everybody. So we're waiting for day 7 of the double murder trial for rapper YNW Melly to resume. They're on a recess right now after proffering an undercover officer with the Broward County Sheriff's Office. Remember, the 24-year-old defendant, Jamell faces the death penalty for the 2018 shooting deaths of his 2 friends and fellow rappers, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas Jr. So as we wait to see what is going to happen with that witness, and it all regards him wearing a mask, and because he's concerned for his safety and the safety of his family, and whether or not he'll be permitted to wear it during the course of his testimony, I do want to go back to something yesterday, and that is when DNA expert Kurt Rhodes was on the stand. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Rhodes. How are you today?
I'm well. How are you?
Very well. Thank you for asking. Could you please introduce yourselves, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and tell them where you work?
My name is Kurt Rhodes. I am a DNA analyst. I work in the BSO Crime Laboratory as a DNA analyst.
And what are the qualifications to be an analyst in the BSO Crime Lab for DNA?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic Science from the University of Central Florida. I have completed the Sheriff's Office training program for DNA analysts. I hold certification from the ABC for American Board of Criminalistics and Molecular Biology. and I am required to complete at least 8 hours of continuing education per year.
And so how long have you been employed for the Sheriff's Office?
I began in 2004 as a DNA technician. I went into DNA training in 2005 and began DNA casework in 2007.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between a DNA technician, like you were in 2005, and when you transitioned to 2004, and transitioned to 2005 to be the DNA training?
As a technician, I would do instrument maintenance, quality control checks on the chemicals and reagents, do ordering, record keeping, things of that nature.
So you briefly mentioned a little bit of your educational background. What types of coursework and classes did you take when you were getting your initial degree from in the sciences?
The program that I did through the UCF was the DNA-based program for forensic science. So there was genetics, molecular biology, biochemistry. There was a statistics course, mainly the coursework towards the end of the degree requirements were mainly geared towards genetics and biochemistry and molecular biology.
So do you have specialized training using statistics to interpret DNA?
I have completed the statistics in my college coursework, and I have attended courses throughout my career in the Sheriff's Office dealing with statistics and how they relate to DNA cases.
You mentioned that you're required to do 8 hours of continuing education. Is that on a yearly basis?
Yes, perfect.
And approximately how many hours of continuing education have you completed since 2005 when you started your DNA training?
Again, it's at least 8 hours. Some of the courses, use the term loosely, range from 8 hours to 40 hours. So 1 year maybe 8 hours, another year maybe 48 or even 60. It just depends on the year.
So in terms of the DNA section that you work for, what does it do on a day-to-day basis?
As a DNA analyst, I examine evidence that's submitted by investigators in attempts to develop DNA profiles from question samples and ultimately compare them to known standards to see if the individual that is being investigated or even the alleged victim.
Alright, so this is we still in the realm of yesterday. So we just gonna watch this. So for the people that haven't been following, you can catch up on what's been going on, as this guy probably was the most vital witness so far in the case.
Quantifications, there was written tests, as well as a mock court. Then there was it ended with a competency test to ensure that I was able to process samples appropriately, and then I was allowed to do supervised casework, and then finally independent casework.
So let's explain to ladies and gentlemen, what is a competency test?
A competency test is given to an analyst after they have completed a training program for whatever subject. It could be as simple as an extraction method or maybe a quantitation method. So the laboratory will then provide a test that the analyst would conduct. They would process this test and return the results to the agency to see if the results that they've gotten were appropriate for what was given.
And do you have to pass these competency tests or examinations before moving on to the next steps?
The competency tests are done to ensure that you are competent in the technology that is going to be employed in the casework.
So once you pass that initial testing, is there additional yearly or biannual proficiency testing done?
As a DNA analyst, I am required to do 2 proficiency tests per year. In our laboratory, the agency will purchase proficiency tests from a provider. I process them, generate my results, my answers, and those are then sent back to the provider to ensure that I'm getting the correct answers.
Are those done in-house in terms of the scoring and completion of that proficiency testing twice a year?
I process it in-house, it's reviewed, and then it's sent back to the test provider.
Does the proficiency test require and include statistical interpretations?
They do.
And has the statistical interpretations changed as the way they've been doing in the field of DNA over the last couple of years? Ruling from the court on how we're going to do with this witness?
Defense ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, so a couple things. Number one is there's 3 different events, I guess, took place this morning. We started off with the complaint about the TV crew and monitoring in-trial conversations between attorney and client. Mr. Jason came up initially and indicated that the microphone was sensitive and picks up everything, and so I had told him to remove it. Then afterwards, they came back with his producer, whose name escapes me, indicated that there is a meter on the microphone that will adjust its sensitivity, and they will adjust its sensitivity so as not to pick up any discussions between counsel and the client. They also indicated that they would not show the screen or take during the session have the camera pointed at defense counsel and or the defendant. It would only be as the jury is entering and leaving the courtroom. And I thought that was a acceptable compromise with the understanding that they cannot capture any of the conversations, confidential, privileged communication between the attorney and client. They indicated they would make sure that didn't happen. And they're also going to adjust the location of the microphone the way it's pointed. The second issue that came up was the mask, and the detective, although it indicates he's a police officer detective, operates undercover. There's a bounty on his life, was picked up in wiretap communication, was feared for his safety of him and his family, and with the understanding this trial is being live streamed, I understand his fear for safety, and I understand the defendant's objection overruled. He'll be allowed to testify. This is something that I think, again, is trying to balance it, what we're doing. And my thought is that based upon the testimony of the detective, that this would be an acceptable way to proceed. And I understand it's over the defense objection. The last thing has to do with the juror who's ill. Is Ms. Claudia Mena. And again, as I indicated, she was admitted to the hospital. I know defense counsel asked that we just wait for her and just adjourn, not be in session today, but I have no idea. This is the second hospitalization for her. She was not admitted the last time she was in the emergency room, and it was something that was, the way I understood it, dehydrated, something minor, food poisoning or something like that. But now she's admitted to the hospital because so it's a different situation. We have witnesses here. Juries already asked us questions about how long the trial's taking and when we anticipate it's going to be resolved. So my thought is we're moving on. Ms. Claudia Mena is going to be replaced by the alternate, whoever the first alternate is. All right? So you got your witness here?
Yes, I just need to give a drive back from the defense the next lesson in order to make sure they reviewed the evidence before the witness begins testifying. I also sent copies of all of the text messages and what she's relying upon as well. And so if there are any specific instances or any other changes in terms of the testimony from defense, if they wanted to say it provided the AK v. State case with regards to the
So that's pretty big. Okay, we down a juror now. So we have our first alternate. one of the jurors, obviously it's the second time the juror's been sick. So I think that too has been part of this delay and that we've been seeing so far, is them, you know, waiting on this juror to see the outcome of you know, what's going on with her hospitalization. So I think they decided to just go forward with this alternate, but that's pretty big news.
The fact that the state, as a requirement under this proceeding, has to prove that there are other individuals that are associated with a criminal street gang that are committing other such crimes. So the defense had mentioned stipulating at certain points. So before I call the witness, I want to make sure we have a final discussion before the state proceeds forward as planned.
Now, Judge, with respect to the series, I think it takes the form of 3 separate sets of exchanges. I actually think it's 4, but 2 are subsumed within one exhibit. With respect to those, we maintain our objection that it lacks the foundation to be introduced. We have presented the court with cases that for social media and text exchanges to be admitted, one party to that conversation needs to be brought in, or which is the preferable method, or there's some other method of establishing the receiver and sender, authenticating those communications to be what the state represents them to be, or the offering party, whoever it is. So we object on those grounds: lack of foundation and hearsay.
Thank you. Well, this is a different hearsay objection. You're trying to offer them for the truth of the matter asserted?
Yes, Your Honor. In terms of that, there is case law and approach on the copy to the defense. State v. Torres 304 7 781. This was a case in which the Honorable Marina Garcia-Wood, Broward County bench excluded text messages and was found to be an error.
And what's the theory? What's the exception to the hearsay rule?
It is a statement by a party opponent. They are statements of the defendant. The other statements from the other parties involved give context to those responses from the defendant.
And concerning it being a statement of a party opponent, that's where it requires some authentication to establish that it is a statement of a party opponent. And I think the phone handle for each one of these texts is Sack Chaser Howard. Sack Chaser being the nickname, as we have indicated before, of one of the decedents. The phone is not registered in the name of our client, Mr. Devins. The phone was not retrieved.
Are these all from the download? The extraction that was done?
Yes, sir.
So you're maintaining, again, you're maintaining that it's not his phone. So, and that's why previously, you said it was hearsay objection. I overruled that because it goes to who's using and controlling the phone, circumstantial evidence of that. And that's why I let it in previously. If you're saying that you want to demonstrate or document that it's his phone and you're going to show some of these texts or emails, we'll see where it goes. You make your objection, we'll see where it goes.
Okay. So that was with respect to the admissibility of it. Also, I think the state is just made a comment of trying to shift to the defense the burden of establishing the relevance of that which it proposes to introduce in evidence. Instead, we have here about 200 plus pages of documents. The defense can go through and tell me what they don't want me to include. That's not how it works. They have to establish the relevance of each one of those communications in order to introduce them. So again, we take exception and object to this reversal of roles. The proponent of testimony has to establish its relevance to introduce it. The state is saying, let the defense tell us what they don't like and we'll consider taking it out. That's not how it should work. That is an ominous and unreasonable burden on the court and on the defense to go through and ferret out that which is not relevant. They have to establish its relevance. So we would respectfully request that. I think the state indicated earlier that each one of these communications has to be gone through, and that's why this witness is going to take as long as they said it's going to take. And so when they do it piecemeal, we'll be in a position to make our objections as the evidence is being adduced.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Free the jury. Get your witness, please.
One more thing, Your Honor. I think the state yesterday had proposed to us the alternative of clearing the courtroom and letting this witness testify unmasked, and we think that would be much preferable to the masked situation.
Thank you. Then again, the news media has a right to be here as well. That's my concern, is you're trying to do just a balancing thing. I understand that was, I thought Mr. Adelstein indicated that was something that was preferable to him. I ruled, all right? We'll move it forward.
Is the court going to give any type of curative instruction?
Excuse me 1 second. Hold on. You have some instruction on the read?
Yes, Your Honor. I think we would have to include that the court has made a determination that balancing the interests of this defendant's constitutional right to confrontation is superseded by the media's right to be in the courtroom, and therefore he's being allowed to testify in a mask, because those are the two interests that are being balanced. This defendant's constitutional right to confrontation and have the jury have an opportunity to discern the credibility of the witness versus the right of the media to have a camera in the courtroom. And so we would want that to be a component of any instruction that's given to the jury, and we'd like time to craft one because the court just ruled, and we'd like to come up with one proposal.
Go ahead.
Okay. Can we have some time?
Nah, counsel, do you have something short and sweet? You know, you make a recommendation. I don't want this to go on for an hour. It's already 10:30.
I understand, sir, but this is extremely important. And we would ask for a 5-minute recess so we can fashion something.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell the jury 5 minutes. Yeah.
So we are back in another 5-minute recess. The judge, in response to some of my comments, the judge is definitely fed up. Definitely fed up. I think, as are most viewers. It's like, let's get to the testimony. But as an attorney, you have to go through and explore every opportunity to give your client the best defense and or the state to put up your best case. So I guess that's where we at right now. I don't know as to what this masked. I mean, now we got a masked witness. Like, this is getting wild. And the defense wants him unmasked, but the cameras, like, this is a mess. I like the defense attorney when he said he been sitting in the hallway for the last 2 hours with no mask on while people been walking by him all day. And now he come in here and put a mask on like we ain't remember what he looked like in the hall. Oh, man. I'm like, what?
Oh my God! Wow!
So, all of y'all that's watching on Twitch or Super Live, make sure y'all come tap into the YouTube, Dopest TV. Hit that subscription and notifications bell. I appreciate y'all. Thank you, Funky, for the blessings. As y'all know, I'm multi-streaming. I'm on all kind of stuff right now. So if you see me muted and my mouth still talking, sometimes I'm talking to people on other platforms. But it's getting real. I think at some point though the trial is gonna like pick up in speed. Let's do a little quick check on this submarine, y'all.
You know, actually have a voice communication with the surface ship. And then even beyond that, you know, it's relatively standard to have yet another sort of acoustic pinger or tracker. And ideally, these tracking systems are sort of independently powered and not on the same power bus as the submarine, such that if any single point power failure doesn't take everything out. I don't know exactly how this submarine was designed, so I can't answer the sort of, you know, potential cascade of questions or events that would get you into this scenario. But
including this next one from Beautiful Spirit, hashtag Hey Chris, wanting to know, well, you know, Beautiful Spirit is asking here, why is it sealed from the outside? Why, in essence, it's been described to us that the Titan sub, if it were to be, you know, if it were to appear on the surface, that it cannot be opened from the inside. Is that common with submersibles like the Titan, or is that a bit of an unorthodox feature of this particular vessel?
I mean, I guess I would say some subs are designed so you can open the hatches completely internally. Others require external assistance. That's not, I would say, wildly different. This particular sub, because the hatches, you know, basically the whole front of it, even if you could undo the bolts from the inside, which you can't, you'd never be able to push it open due to water pressure, even at the surface. So all of these systems are generally designed since you need help to get in and out of them. That's just part of the game. Even subs that have a hatch on the top, so to speak, that you could open from the inside, you're not going to do that by yourself floating on the water, because that hatch is going to be at water level and it's going to instantaneously flood the sub as soon as you opened it, and it's going to sink anyway. So any of these vehicles, there is no quote easy way out. So just pop the hatch and go while the thing's floating in the water. That's just not how these vehicles are built.
This is crazy. Aww. So basically, with the submersible Ocean's Gate, they're saying even if it's found at this point, some experts say that the recovery of the submersible would be about 7 hours, with them only having about, I think, less than 5 hours worth of oxygen left. So they said even if they were bringing it up, the likelihood of them surviving that is pretty bad. I don't want to say nil, but pretty bad. Then you had another expert say that this hour countdown that we're doing in regards to how much they have left as far as oxygen or whatnot. What?
All outside of the hearing of the jury. And this kind of stuff frustrates juries because they're sitting there not knowing what's going on while all this stuff is being done, outside of their viewing. They're interesting issues, though. One is...
We have not agreed on one, no.
I didn't see counsels. I have some proposed instructions that I provided, and I'll read out loud for the court. Based on the court's ruling, the next witness will testify wearing a mask. You are to listen and read evidence as you would any other witness.
Thank you. Can I see that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. And you have one?
We'd just like to say that would be impossible to do. Our proposed instruction is the court has ruled that the next witness will be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. Your jury instructions advise you to observe the demeanor and facial expressions of witnesses in determining their credibility. And obviously, you will not be able to do so in this case. You are permitted to take the compromise of your ability to view the witness's facial expressions into account in deciding how much weight to attribute to his testimony. He is being allowed to testify in this fashion because the court has determined that the interests of the media in being present outweighs the defendant's constitutional right to face-to-face confrontation of witnesses against him.
Thank you.
That would be it.
All right, counsel, respectfully, I'm not, wouldn't be giving that instruction to the jury. All right, let's bring the jury in. Jury entering. Thank you. Seated. Let the record reflect the defendant, the defendants, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. First of all, sorry for the delay. That's my fault. No one else is, and I apologize for that. Based on the court's ruling, the next witness will be testifying wearing a mask. You are to listen and to view and weigh this evidence as you would any other witness. All right, is this your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State Report Detective Danny Polo.
Sir, you want to stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn?
Yes, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm my testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Danny Polo.
Please spell your first and last name for the full report.
First name's D-A-N-N-Y. Last name P-O-L-O.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that microphone in front of you, just up or down, but not back and forth, all right?
Yes, sir.
Ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
You may.
Good morning, Detective Polo. How are you today?
Good morning. Well,
Can you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I'm a detective with the Broward County Sheriff's Office. My name is Danny Polo.
Prior to working with the Broward County Sheriff's Office, do you have any other law enforcement background?
I worked for the City of Hollywood Police Department
And how long did you work for the City of Hollywood?
approximately 2 years.
How long have you worked for the Sheriff's Office now?
Since 2015, so approximately 8 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what division or unit you were assigned to currently?
I'm assigned to the Strategic Investigations Division.
What does Strategic Investigations Division, or SID for short, cover for the Sheriff's Office?
Within the Strategic Investigations Division, within SID, we have multiple county-wide units, such as Major Narcotics Unit, Organized Crime Unit, Gang Investigations Unit, Money Laundering Unit, Internet Crimes Against Children, Joint Terrorism Task Force, Bomb Squad.
So with regards to the SID, you do undercover investigations.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that why you're wearing a mask today?
In part, yes.
So going to the Gangs and Organized Crime Unit, what years were you assigned to that specific unit?
I was transferred to the Organized Crime Unit in March of 2018, and I was there up until about January of 2021.
Just pause just a moment.
Can we approach very briefly?
Okay, Detective Polisar, we left off, you were talking about you've been in the Gang and Organized Crime Unit since 2018?
Yes, March 2018, I was transferred to the Organized Crime Unit.
Prior to going to the Organized Crime Unit, did you have a background in gang investigations?
Yes, I've been gang liaison for the city of Deerfield Beach since approximately, I'd say, the end of 2015.
And were you ever part of the Multi-Agency Gang Task Force, or MAGTAF?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's a countywide task force with multiple agencies, not just Broward County. The way the Broward County Sheriff's Office is divided up is different districts. So the city of Deerfield Beach is its own district. Pompano Beach is its own district. All those districts have assigned liaisons that are to communicate with the Gang Investigations Unit, as well as liaisons for other jurisdictions such as Sunrise PD or Hollywood PD, the non-Broward Sheriff's Office districts.
And what are the investigational goals or aims of the Multi-Agency Gang Task Force?
Gang reduction, reducing gang violence, reaching out to the youth and trying to stop it before it starts, and just gang investigations.
So for the last approximately 3 weeks, where have you been assigned?
I was just transferred locally to the Money Laundering Task Force.
And as part of the Money Laundering Task Force, do you still have an aspect of organized crime and gang violence that you focus on?
Yes, it all overlaps. The only difference is I'm now working the money laundering aspect of these criminal enterprises and gangs.
In terms of during your time from 2018 to 2023 in the organized crime and gang unit, how many times did you have a chance to work as an undercover agent?
I lost count. Many times I've done everything from street level narcotics deals all the way up to international narcotics trafficking cases, firearms cases, stolen property cases.
More than 10?
Yeah,
More than 50?
yeah.
Are you also credentialed by any other law enforcement agencies?
I am a task force officer with the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, and I'm also a task force agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Explosives, that's ATF.
And in terms of your responsibilities for those two agencies, what are they?
As part of being a task force officer for the DEA, I can conduct federal investigations related to narcotics. I can, instead of just charging and investigating cases on the state side and going through the state attorney's office or statewide prosecutor's office, I can file cases with the United States Attorney's Office like any other federal agent would. We have the same powers. And with the ATF, it's the same thing. The powers of the ATF would be the firearms violations. So I can work firearms investigations on the federal level.
Okay, so you talked about doing gang investigations. What does a gang investigation entail?
You initially start, a lot of times you start by, you get complaints from the neighborhood, or whatever neighborhood is being affected by gang violence, or just you observe shootings that are happening in a certain area, and you start looking into it to see if it's random or if there's something more organized going on. A lot of times we find that these violent crimes are being committed by members of criminal gangs, and once we've identified the criminal gang, the main goal is to identify which criminal gang it is, that way we know how to approach it. Some gangs are more structured than others. Some are very informal and don't have much structure at all.
So Detective Full, if we could just go on a little bit on that, as the types of criminal gangs.
Sure.
Can you define for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what would be a national organized criminal gang?
So the national, they're called national gangs because they're found in multiple states. Doesn't mean every single state will have every single one of these gangs. So that most people see on TV, Bloods, Crips, Gangster Disciples, the Mafia, biker gangs, motorcycle gangs. These are national gangs. They have chapters, sets, they call them sets, or lineups, in multiple states, multiple jurisdictions, all over the country.
So Detective Foley, you also mentioned that sometimes they're a little less organized. Could you explain what a neighborhood street gang or hybrid gang is?
Neighborhood street gang is just that. When you have a neighborhood that hasn't, you have a group of 3 or more individuals involved in criminal activity, ongoing criminal activity, and they decide to take on common hand signs, colors, symbols, clothing, anything to unify them and show that they are a group. And they operate sometimes within a city, or they can operate within multiple jurisdictions, but they're working together and they've adopted these common identifiers. These gangs sometimes eventually will report to or turn into national gangs, but for the most part, there's many neighborhood street gangs. You can have one neighborhood, one 10 by 10, 10 by 10 blocks of a neighborhood where you have 5 different gangs operating within that neighborhood. They might get along, they might not get along.
Okay, so in terms of the amount of time or resources that you put into a gang investigation, how long does it take?
We work every case differently because some of these cases require years of investigation because the gang might be very, very structured, or just have a lot of financial support due to whatever crime they're committing, and those gangs are a little harder to tackle. So you have to invest a lot more time, a lot more money, a lot more resources into dismantling this type of organization. some of the more disorganized gangs, it's a little easier. You can go out there and find out, first of all, what crime they're committing, whether it's robberies, burglaries, narcotics trafficking, or just low-level narcotic sales, firearms trafficking, or firearms sales. And then if they're very disorganized, it's easy. You just work individuals instead of the entire organization. You just start picking off different individuals, get criminal charges on the people you can, identify who within these less organized gangs has the most, the stronger presence, because there's always someone who's, they're not necessarily in charge, but the person that has the most respect. And you start trying to dwindle it down so that the violence stops. That's the main concern, is violence.
So Detective Polo, what training and education do you have in the area of gang and gang organization?
At this point, I think I'm probably upwards of 500 hours of just specialized training in gangs, organized crime, and money laundering. Like I said, it all kind of intersects. These are trainings I've done all over the state.
Do you have any certifications in the area of gang investigations and specialists?
So I have a advanced gang specialist certification from the Florida Gang Investigators Association, and I have a gang specialist certification from the National Gang Academy.
Can you explain how you are certified and what requirements you have to pass before you can be certified by the Florida Gang Investigators Association?
Every year, the Florida Gang Investigators Association holds conferences. During this week-long conference, they put on a multitude of classes. They bring in either reformed gang members or gang members that are currently in custody. We can do interviews with them. They'll teach you about what it was like for them to join these different types of gangs, why they join these different types of gangs, the risk factors for the youth, how they think, the gang mentality, so that way we can better understand how to approach gang members when we're working with them. Because a lot of times we're not just arresting them, we're also trying to, in a way, befriend them so that they maybe understand they need to stop doing what they're doing, because they're either going to end up dead or in jail, and neither one is good for anyone.
So you mentioned that you've done the training. What about in terms of hands-on investigative experience? Can you list for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the different specific gang organizations you have investigated?
So, for most people in the general public wouldn't realize it, but Broward County and many cities and counties have huge gang problems. They just operate under the radar. Broward County has almost every gang you can think of, from the Bloods, Crips, Gangster Disciples, Sir 13, which is a Hispanic gang that originated in the West Coast, Norteños, another Hispanic gang, outlaw motorcycle gangs, different gangs within the outlaw motorcycle gangs, not just one specific group.
Have you investigated, for example, white supremacy groups as a gang or organized crime?
White supremacy groups, yes. I mean, they operate way under the radar. They try to. they're strange groups.
So you mentioned Bloods, and that's what I want to focus on.
Sure.
Approximately how many Blood gang-related investigations have you done?
Specific investigations or suspects?
Suspects, sorry.
This last year, probably over 30.
430?
No, over 30.
Over 30. Okay.
Just maybe this last year.
And that's just in 2022?
Yes.
Oh. Have you ever testified in court on the subject of gangs and gang violence?
Yes, I testified in both the state and federal court.
Approximately how many times?
Maybe 6 times.
Okay. In terms of the sources of knowledge on gangs, you mentioned a couple at the conference, and interviews with documented gang members. Could you tell us a little bit more about those type of interviews and the different types that are out there?
So, as gang investigators, we gain this knowledge not just through doing search warrants and finding documents that these gang members or these gangs generate. They create documents with their creeds, their codes, their oaths, the rules, bylaws, all that. So there's a lot to learn from that because it's written documents that they pass on from member to member. Because like every organization has rules, right? The sheriff's office has rules. You work for Publix has rules. They have a code of conduct. They have the way you have to dress. They have appearance guidelines. It's the same thing with gangs. It's no different. The national gangs have that a lot more structured. Some of these, we call them Bibles, gang Bibles. They're very lengthy. Some can be over 100 pages. So we learn a lot from those. The other side is interviewing and speaking with gang members. Sometimes it's gang members that we interview because they decide to cooperate with law enforcement to avoid either being prosecuted or to get a lesser sentence. So they're working on charges. Sometimes we interview gang members upon an arrest. They don't want to cooperate with law enforcement. They don't want to reduce their charges. They don't care. They're okay with going to jail or seeing how the legal system works out. And if you build a good enough rapport with them, which is the main goal, speak kindly to everyone, just be polite, treat everyone like a human being. I've had great success in interviewing many, I wouldn't even be able to tell you how many gang members.
Can you explain what is a field interview or FI card?
Field interview is it's done commonly in the field. You approach someone on the street, maybe they committed a traffic infraction, some kind of infraction, and you make contact with them, or it could be consensual. You just see someone you want to talk to, approach them, talk to them. If they don't want to talk to you, you can walk away, that's fine. But like I said, if you treat people with respect, most of the time they'll talk to you.
When you're doing a field interview, what types of data are you collecting or aggregating at that point?
The first thing I do if I'm talking to someone is, as I'm gathering their information, if they decide to give me their information. There's times people will decide to talk to you, but they won't give you their name, and that's fine. But I'll be looking at their person, at their body, to see if they have any tattoos, if they're wearing any specific colors, especially if I know that they belong to a specific gang. So if I see a member of a neighborhood street gang that wears military colors, right, camouflage, and I see the person walking in this neighborhood where primarily this is what they wear, and I decide to make contact with them, and they decide to talk to me, then I'll start noting those things. Okay, he's wearing a bandana with camouflage colors, or he's wearing a belt with camouflage colors, or he's got this type of tattoo that's indicative of this gang. So even if they don't talk too much, sometimes their body tells you a lot. The way they're dressed, the way they stand, all those things are things you take into account.
You mentioned sometimes people would testify. Do you review testimony of various criminal cases across the country for gang information?
Yeah, we review testimony of gang members that are testifying in court. We review testimony, not even just testimony, we review indictments, indictments on the federal side and the state side, and read about these gangs and how they were investigated, and then we learn about the different types of ways that the gangs operate in different parts of the county, or different parts of the state, because just because you're a member of the Bloods doesn't mean that the Bloods operate the same in every city, or in every county, or in every state. The rules are the written rules, but the rules are bent.
So with regard to, you also mentioned intercepted communications, like wiretaps. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a wiretap and how we use it in a gang investigation?
Wiretap is a lengthy process where you first identify someone who's committing criminal acts. So in the case of a gang member who's committing criminal acts, they're involved in criminal activity. And once you've developed enough probable cause to believe that they are using the phone to conduct this criminal activity, you start drafting a wire intercept application. It's a very lengthy document. It's not an overnight thing. How you see on TV where you just ask a judge for a signature and they give it to you. You have to show that you have exhausted every means of investigating this person or this scheme. You can't just go up on this person's phone and start listening to their communications. You have to say, you have to be able to explain that you weren't able to conduct an investigation because surveillance wasn't possible. Because let's say on a gang case, the neighborhood is controlled by the gang. You can't do surveillance in these neighborhoods sometimes. As soon as you walk in or drive in, they'll know your car doesn't belong, and you'll get approached. Many times that's happened to me.
So Detective Polo, specifically on wiretaps, once a wiretap is authorized, what do you have to do for the communications that are intercepted?
You pick a schedule based on the person's activity. So if the person is on the phone 24 hours a day, then we try to cover 24 hours a day of communications, where someone is sitting inside a room on a computer just monitoring live phone calls. As the person makes a phone call or gets a phone call, you are getting that phone call too, you're listening to it, you're identifying whether it's criminal in nature. If it is criminal in nature, you continue to listen. If at any point in the conversation it becomes non-criminal in nature and they start talking about, the basketball game or what they're doing over the weekend, then you stop listening. It's called minimizing. You turn off the call and you follow the rules of minimization. So you spot check the call at that point. Then you check the call. The rules are different for every case, so I can't say it's this many minutes here, this many minutes there. But you would stop listening for a certain amount of time, the rules that were determined by the prosecutors, and then you begin listening again. If when you start listening again, you hear evidence of criminal communications, then you continue to listen for the amount of time that they're...
So Detective Polo, for wiretaps, how many hours do you think, can you tell the jury, you've spent listening to criminal conversations on wiretaps?
Hundreds, if not 1,000, maybe more.
Is there a special vocabulary that you learned during the course of listening to wiretaps?
So every gang has every culture has their own way of speaking. So a lot of gangs come up with codes, code words. Some organizations that aren't gangs have the same thing, and you have to decipher them basically. And with gangs, in these Bibles, they sometimes put their codes, and it's easier to identify certain what certain things mean. So they might be speaking in slang, but we know what they're saying because we either have basically a dictionary that they've created that we already have in our possession. Context, you start understanding what they're talking about.
Okay, so then a good segue to go into, you mentioned the Bibles and things. Have you had the opportunity as a gang member to conduct search warrants and seize some of these printed materials?
Yes.
Could you explain some of the things that you've gotten out of, like, for example, email accounts?
Yeah, so a lot of gangs that are sending these Bibles around, they don't want these Bibles, these books of knowledge. They call them knowledge. They don't want these things in the hands of law enforcement. They don't want law enforcement to understand their inner workings. And sometimes every couple of years they'll revamp their books of knowledge and they'll change their codes. They'll change a lot of the rules. The original history within books of knowledge is going to remain the same, right? You can't change the date the organization of the game was established. It was established in 1996. It was established in 1996. You can't change that in your Bible, but you can change your codes. You can change the language you're using. You can change some of your rules depending on what's been going on in the world. It's a lot of gangs. Most national gangs were started a long time ago in the 60s and 70s, and they were racially divided. Now, they're not. Now you have white people, black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, all working together in the same gang. That used to just be a black-only gang or a white-only gang, not including white supremacy gangs and stuff like that. Those are
Okay, so you mentioned sometimes it's seized through email accounts and surveillance on that. What about the interception of cell phones or extractions of cell phones from known or suspected gang members?
So if we have enough probable cause to seize a cell phone during an investigation, and it's let's say a gang member's cell phone, we'll do a download of that cell phone, make a copy of it basically, and then we can go through the content of that cell phone. Sometimes we can go through the entire phone, sometimes just specific things that you're looking for. And in those phones, it contains, a lot of times it'll contain photographs of these books of knowledge, because that's how they're also sending it to each other. You need to learn this oath, here's a picture of my knowledge. Or it's just communication back and forth, and just texting each other and explaining to each other, this is what you need to know when you talk to this next person who's going to quiz you.
As soon as they brought him in here, now all the audio's messed up, and it's like they got the microphone in their pocket. What the?
Early on in the game, when you're brand new, they take it a little easier on you. But as time progresses, more time spent in games, you're expected to know these things off the top of your head, and you can't mess up.
So when you say things you're supposed to know off the top of your head, are there questions and required responses?
Yeah, so that's something that a lot of games do. It almost feels like they all kind of copy each other. There will be greetings, and the greeting has a specific response. And the purpose of that is to know if someone is really a member of this gang. So a lot of times gangs have national gatherings where they'll host a large event for all the gang members in the country. Whoever wants to come, to just come, meet, socialize, and network with other members of this organization. So as an example, there's a Bloods gang, Bloods set called 5-9 Brims. They host their national day on May 9th, because May is the 5th month. They're the 5-9 Brims. So May 9th, 5-9, it's all symbolic, right? So they'll meet up, and they'll usually go on videos, on live streams, and post up these events, and just everyone's wearing their colors, and you'll hear a lot of the language, you'll hear a lot of the slang, and that's another way that we pick up on how these gangs operate.
So Detective Hull, you're telling this juror that people go and put criminal gang activity online?
Well, the criminal gang activity would be the crimes. They're not, maybe sometimes they post up the crimes on YouTube to show that they're strong, or to instill fear in neighborhoods. But sometimes they're just showing their presence. Hey, we're here, this is who we are, this is what we wear, and don't forget that we're here. They're not necessarily doing anything illegal in those videos, they're just, it's a gathering.
Is it illegal to be a member of a gang?
No.
How would you differentiate a criminal street gang versus the sheriff's office? Y'all wear the same uniform, you have a hierarchy at the sheriff's office. How would you differentiate that from a criminal street gang?
So the definition per the statute, Florida state statute, and most of the statutes across the country read the same. It's a group of 3 or more persons with common signs, symbols, colors, identifiers, who are, as the primary activity, are engaged in criminal activity. So the key word is as part of their primary activities, they are conducting criminal activities. Doesn't mean all their activities are criminal activities, but a good portion of them are.
Okay. So going back to a little bit more of your training and experience, you mentioned about the conferences and trainings that you've done. Approximately how many of those have you attended?
I'm gonna just keep it a buck. At this point, it looked like he gonna go home. If this is how they gonna approach their case, Jamell Demons will be going home.
In Chicago, I'll be teaching courses at that conference.
Can anyone sign up for that conference?
People in the field, prosecutors, attorneys, law enforcement, corrections officers, victim advocates, youth counselors.
So how many times have you taught at those types of conferences in the past?
This will be my first time teaching at the conference. I teach at the Broward County Sheriff's Office. We teach the new recruits, the new deputies that are coming in. We teach them about the gangs that we have in Broward County so that they're not oblivious to what's going on around them. We'll show them a map of which gangs operate in which areas, what to look out for, hand signs, identifiers, tattoos. So that's something we teach to our recruits. We teach, I've taught at the Broward College at the Police Academy, where we taught the school resource officers, because gang involvement begins at a very young age for the most part. Most gang members join their gangs at early ages, 11, 12, 13, are recruited very young. So school resource officers need to know what to look for so they can stop juvenile gangs from forming, because a lot of times these juvenile gangs that are starting in a school will then expand and join the larger neighborhood gangs or national gangs, and then that's when we start having problems, because the juvenile gang members have something to prove, and they usually get a little more violent.
So you also mentioned some of the social media content before. Are there individuals who put out videos or commentary about gang activities?
Yeah, we're in the era of social media, so everything's on social media right now. Gang members across the country are posting stuff that probably would have never been posted years ago. Their knowledge, history, things they did when they were incarcerated, how the gangs were formed, the leaders and the founders of these gangs that are now no longer in prison do podcasts and talk about how the gangs were formed, when they were formed, who did what kind of violence they had to commit, why they were created, whether they were created because they needed to form to protect themselves against another gang, or whether it was just they unified based on race or based on location, geographical gangs. We have that here in South Florida. So this is all publicly available, and it's national leaders and national founders of these gangs that are putting out these videos, as well as just regular gang members on the street that are not of any special rank. They post up videos. If they find out someone is claiming to be a blood or a crip and they're not, they'll confront them on social media to get views. And some of these confrontations turn into physical assaults. People get called out for being for false flagging. That's what we call it, false flagging, or just pretending to be, or claiming to be part of a gang but they're not.
Okay, and so I think the last aspect of gang knowledge that we haven't yet discussed would be undercover investigation.
Yes.
Could you explain briefly how those are conducted and what types of information is brought back?
So we do undercover investigations on most gangs that we can do them in pretty much almost any gangs. So some gangs are a little trickier than others based off what the requirements are. Obviously, very organized gangs do background checks sometimes, stuff like that. That makes it a little more difficult. But we've infiltrated gangs. We have detectives within the Broward Sheriff's Office and within the other agencies that we work with. We've actually infiltrated gangs, been blessed into these gangs, become gang members, been put on the national books, and no one knows. I mean, that's we can't say those names, but.
Understood. Is this something that's done for like the Bloods, the Crips, as well as like the Mafia and things that's been done for many years in this particular area of investigation?
Yeah, the Mafia is a great example. That was done a long time ago with the Mafia. It's been done with Bloods, Crips, outlaw motorcycle gangs have been infiltrated multiple times. Most recently, we infiltrated several blood gang sets. We have several detectives that are blood gang members. And their undercover lives.
Do they bring back and share the knowledge with the other members of the Organized Crime and Gang Task Force?
That's the best part of Alpo's investigation, is that it's not just that we gain this intelligence, but we corroborate everything that we're getting from either informants or from people that just want to talk to us on the street. We're not just taking their word for it. They're telling us exactly what to do. Hey, you need to learn X, Y, Z. By the next time we meet again, you need to learn this oath. You need to know this handshake. You need to know what to wear. You need to know what to say when you meet this guy. You're going to meet the next boss up, because everything is it's organizational. So you're going to meet the next person up, and they're going to keep quizzing you. They're going to find out where you are in your process with the game. So if you're a very young gang member, not in age, but young in the game, you might have some leeway. But we've had those instances where we're meeting other gang members and our undercover might have messed up the handshake, and everyone just kind of freezes. So looking at that person like, who is he? Because that's the first thing he should have known. How did he mess that one up? And that we kind of have to recover from that. Little things. So these are things that have corroborated all this information that we gain from phones, emails, social media, interviews. That's the icing on the cake for us.
We're just going to tender for defense to go out there in the area of expertise and gang knowledge. And
thank you, counsel. Before we do, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. All I know is discuss the case. Certainly, no research should be no depends on it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Y'all. They should have. I don't. I swear, yo. That's what it sound like. It sound like the state is getting whooped on. It seemed like the state is getting whooped on. That's what it seemed like to me, because all this drawn out explanation of gangs and this, that, and the third. Yeah, click where it says join, and we got different levels of memberships. I appreciate that too. Shout out to Dopest Melanin with the super chat. You know what I'm saying? Drop the link. Let me see how that works. Link. I don't know if it's a link for it. You see the join button? It should be a button right there. It say join. Let me see if I can show you on my page. do 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 do. You see the join button? See right here? It should be a button that say join. Oh, you don't see it? Sparkly! What's up, Sparkly? I'm live on YouTube doing my podcast. Make sure y'all tap in. I'll have to find out how to send a link to you because I don't see a link. All I see is this button right here. Maybe because I'm watching from my phone. I do it when I get home from my... Okay, love. Yeah, I appreciate it. We gonna tap in with this.
Good at submarine hunting. They were really the only ones that ever had a chance at finding us.
Wow.
You know, and their success rate was not incredibly high because submarines are hard to find. That's the whole point.
Yep.
But they were better at it than anybody else.
Very interesting. I want to go back to. I want to put this here on the bottom of our screens here, folks. We're going to change the banner just because I want to let people know we are awaiting any announcement of when the Coast Guard is going to be speaking today. Again, it's expected that they are going to speak. It's not a certainty by any means, but we're hoping to get news of some kind of a update or press conference or anything that we can share, an opportunity for the media to ask questions, an opportunity for them to do a debrief with us, the world, watching about what is going on right now and if there's been any significant updates. But, Mark, I want to go back to the conversation about carrying an iPhone with you on an expedition like this.
Hell no.
I was talking earlier about how your iPhone, your Android, your smartphone in your pocket, it is the ultimate device for documenting the experiences that you find yourself in.
I don't think they found it.
You can take pictures. You can take videos.
What
look,
I do know
I don't know. It's probably dark. A small LED camera flashlight on your.
What I do know is that this court trial is wild. I don't know if they're in recess right now or they just had this gang specialist. They just had this gang specialist up here. And really, it just seemed like another waste of time. Couple developments today were one of the jurors was the same juror that was at the hospital. I think it was yesterday or the day before. She's been admitted back to the hospital, so they went ahead and removed her and went with an alternate. So you have an alternate juror. What else took place? They finished a ruling on the witness that you see now. He is a gang specialist of some sorts, and he needed to wear a mask to ensure his safety. And I found that to be like one of the funnier parts of the day was when defense counsel came up there and said the man has been sitting in the lobby all morning with no mask on, with people walking by him all day, and then comes into court and wants to put a mask on for his testimony. So I thought that was kind of odd. Let me see.
Of these gangs, but we'll see how it ties more into the trial and this case. Stay with us. We'll be right back right after this.
What's up, Ethiopian? Hagare. How you doing? How you doing? Make sure y'all go subscribe to the YouTube for me. Dopest TV on YouTube is the place to be. Seems like I got more people watching on Twitch than YouTube right now. You can't never tell. You can't never tell. So I don't know how long this recess is gonna go, but
45 feet down. 45 feet
It
down.
had been 15 feet down in the water for 45 minutes, and when it came back up, it worked like a freaking champ.
No way.
So, I think, if there was no intrusion of water into the hull, then those phones are going to be workable when the vessel's recovered.
Right.
And if there was intrusion, you still might be able to get something off the SIM cards. So, they could be a really valuable tool in investigating what happened.
That's what we were talking a little bit about earlier, about how that, look, as far as finding out what happened, a documentation device, if phones are in the vessel and the vessel hasn't imploded, it could be a precious device to obtain if and when the Titan sub is recovered.
Right.
Yeah.
It could tell us exactly what happened.
Yep. It could show us what happened.
Yeah, it could show us what happened. Exactly. You would have video evidence of the exact sequence of events that happened that caused this.
Wow.
If in fact the vessel is intact when we bring it up.
Would there be any reason, any logistical reason why let's say that there are phones down there. Let's say, obviously, an emergency happens, and all of a sudden now you've lost contact with the surface. Is there any reason why you would want to preserve your phone battery for an extended period of time? Is there any capability that the phone has that helps you over an extended period of time? I mean, look, it's likely going to help you pass time if you're documenting things. It's a long, terrifying several days down there. So there's definitely the time passing component.
Right.
There's also the light component too, right?
Right.
You can use it as a
Which eats
flashlight.
battery. That eats battery very quickly. But if it's pitch black, I've got no
Y'all
power.
see why I don't
Pitch
play with
black
the
down
ocean.
here.
I do not play.
I need to see
Look at
something.
that,
Yeah,
man.
you turn the
It's so
flashlight
vast,
on for
so
5,
deep.
6, 7 minutes.
Like,
You turn it
what?
off. Maybe they all got together and said, "All right, we're going to use your phone for an hour, hour and a half, and then you're going to shut yours off, and we're going to use this one."
Right.
There could have been
Rotating.
some sort of a plan that way, so that everybody's battery doesn't get eaten up all at once. You can put your phone on battery saving mode. You can turn it all the way off. There's a number of different ways. And that would probably be a thought that was very near the front of PH's mind, that okay, we're in trouble. We need to document as much of this as we can. I wouldn't be surprised if PH came up with a plan for that.
You know PH, right?
I do.
Yeah, just help a reporter out, will you? The correct pronunciation of his last name.
Oh geez, Nargino.
One more time. I'm sorry.
Nargino.
Okay.
Yeah,
You just call him PH. You just got to feel right.
His last name.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Everybody just calls him PH.
One of a reporter's most challenging obstacles is correct pronunciations, and you really hate to mispronounce names. I strive to get pronunciations right. You never want to offend anyone, especially in a life or death situation. So I ask these questions, and if I can get clarity. But look, if he's PH, he's PH.
Yeah, that's everybody knows him by PH.
Okay.
And
Mark Martin retired U.S. Navy submariner, joining us here on WFLA Now, answering questions, participating in our conversation. One more, we're going to start to take your questions again with hashtag
The juries in the jury room regarding the two messages I received from one of the jurors. I don't know how you want me to proceed. The second message, we just took a break right away. She just said she needed a moment. So I don't know what you want me to do.
Okay. We have a list of proposals in order.
You talk to the state about anything?
No, not yet.
No, I know the state's okay with the first one, which is allow this for the court to reconsider its position with respect to this witness testifying with a mask. The state had indicated to me yesterday that they would agree to him testifying without a mask. And as a matter of fact, I think the witness said that he anticipated that's what he would have to do. And the only proviso would be that the courtroom would have to be cleared and the phones of all people present during the testimony would have to be confiscated. We would suggest that that would be remedy number one that should be employed.
So I think the problem with that logic is it's assuming that it's the witness's mask that is making her uncomfortable, not the testimony about gangs. Because if she is uncomfortable and upset because she was robbed by a gang member when she was young, and that's the concern, we need to know that. So I think that's the first problem that we have, because we have to get the actual reason as to why she's concerned.
Well, within context, the first note indicated that was a question. Why does he get to see us and we don't get to see him? So I think that lets us know that it's the mask that's of concern, and that the presumption of being robbed was being robbed with a mask. If it's gangs, we did a thorough voir dire during which the issue of gangs was addressed, and she's passed that hurdle, so it's not a gang issue, it's a mask issue. So that would be our first proposal. And if the court's willing to do that, I guess we don't need to get to a second proposal.
My concern is the second message that the juror sent over, where she asked for a moment. But so the record's clear, it says, I need a moment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I've seen someone get robbed, and I am having an anxiety attack. So my question is, if she's able to proceed with it, or if this is going to somehow color her thinking. That's what I'm mostly concerned with respect to counsel.
Sure.
And that's a sword that can cut either way.
Oh, I understand. But
that's what I'm more concerned, and I'm also concerned about trying to interfere somehow with the jury's process. And if she just needs a moment, maybe we just send them to lunch now and not worry about it. But I'd still like to find out as to if she's going to be able to follow law and whatever happened. I mean, I don't know. She's already on the jury. She's already been accepted. You asked all your questions. I think we've crossed that bridge already.
We have.
So I don't know. I'm concerned, and I don't know how to.
And I understand and appreciate the court's concern, but the question is, what is precipitating her anxiety? And it's the mask. And yes, we can clarify that with her. I have no problem doing that. But it can't be gangs, because we discussed that at length during voir dire, and she cleared that hurdle and was put on the jury. Yes. But that would be our first proposition. If the court would consider that, that would be great. The second proposition would be, the first of her two notes was a question. And it was, why can he see me and we can't see him? Which goes to the heart of the confrontation clause. And also lets us know that her concern is the mask. And the jury instruction that was proposed by the state and accepted by the court doesn't address the question at all. It says, consider him like everybody else. Well, how are they going to do that? They're going to be instructed the way that they consider him as judging facial expressions, which they can now not do. We made we proposed a jury instruction, which the court rejected, and we would ask that the court at least consider whether or not it would offer some variation of that, such that the answer to the juror's question can be met, which is why. That's why. And I think they need to know that the why does not concern any issue with respect to this particular defendant. The third is the problem that we had before, which is, as brought out during Mr. Adelsein's questioning earlier, the state could have chosen any expert in gangs. They elected to choose one who has threats against his life that don't concern this case and is undercover. And therefore that they have precipitated this problem. I think Mr. Mr. Melly, I think our client has a right to a jury of his peers, one which has been selected and is seated, and his right to both confrontation and to a juror that has been seated supersedes all of the rights of the media, of the state to have an expert or a witness who could have been, and where they could have chosen any other expert. But our third proposition would be that we take the break and address this after lunch, after the jurors had an hour or so, and we then bring her in and see what her problem is. If it's not the mask, I'd be highly surprised, but maybe that's the first step. But we'd ask the court first to reconsider, and second, to reconsider letting him testify in this fashion, and second, to reconsider reading an instruction that gives the jury a little bit more than he's testifying in a mask. Let's continue.
If you have an instruction that's agreed to, I don't really have an issue with it. My issue was the way you drafted and crafted this instruction is that I'm telling the jury that I'm looking at the media's right to be here over his right to confront his accuser, and that's not the way the way it was crafted and worded to me was not the right way to handle it, and I wasn't going to do it.
Okay.
All right. So the second issue that you had is having the witness, and it was a testify without a mask. I don't have any issue with discussing that further with the witness. I did this because he told me he was in fear for his safety and his family's safety, and this is what he does for a living. And I made my decision based on that because this is being live streamed. I don't know whether or not he would how he feels about it, and I guess that's subject to further discussion. As far as taking a break, I think that's the best way to handle it. We'll take a break, give the juror an opportunity to go have lunch, and when she comes back, the first order of business that we can do is to talk to that juror about how she feels and whether she's able to continue. If everybody's okay with that, that's the way we do it. We proceed, just see how she feels. If she's not suffering from anxiety anymore, if it's strictly an issue of the mask, then we'll know where that stands and we'll address it. And I can ask the witness then how he feels. So we'll take it one at a time. All right. So let's do this. We're going to take our lunch and recess now. Any objection, Gary? I told the jurors not to discuss the case. Just tell the juror to come back at let's say 1:15. All right, or 1:30. Say 1:30. All right. Give her a chance to relax, and jurors back at 1:30. Okay? So,
Quiet.
Attorneys to be back at 1 or 1:15.
I want some further discussion with you because counsel raised an issue about these text messages that are on the phone, and I'd like to see about getting some clarification with that. All right? So, Gary, you tell the jury to proceed back at 1:30. All right?
Okay. And there's one other thing, maybe, and I figured the last part of the jury instruction would be that with which the court took exception. And that's why I put it at the end, so it could be easily excised. We do propose that as the proper instruction, but we'd like maybe to copy the rest of what we have proposed so that the court can look at it over the break and the state can look at it over the break. I have excised that last portion, and maybe we'd be better informed to discuss it upon return.
That's fine. So regarding this witness, let's just, I don't know what the documents are, but I'd like to proffer basically how this is getting in. I understand there's an extraction, and I understand that was done, but I haven't seen what your proposal or the summary from the extraction was.
And here I have this. If you want to look at them over lunch, I'd be happy to provide them.
Sure. You gave a copy of this to counsel?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we do.
These would be the ones I'd be trying to introduce as the color copies. They're the easiest to read.
So these are for what you intend to introduce at the time of trial?
Yes, sir.
All right.
There's
About
also
to go to recess.
And so counsel's objection basically was, and again, to reiterate, I let the extraction in because it was taken from the phone. Defense's position is that there's no indication that it's the defendant, Jamell Demons' phone, and your position was that what's on the phone is evidence of who's had care, custody, control of who was using the phone. Am I understanding the argument correctly?
correct, Your Honor. And so those messages go to show that as well. So there are some, for example, some pictures and things where pictures of the defendant and the other person involved in the chat are talked about, that they're acknowledging that that is who is communicating with one another. One of those photos has already been introduced. That was the photo that was authenticated by Felicia Holmes. That was the photo of the defendant and Frederick Gibbons, which is also known as Frito Bang. That is the approximately 50-page statement that you have in front of you. Other ones include, there's photos of the defendant with other individuals that are identified.
Frito Bang.
And they're also cross-referenced with the emails that are sent to the defendant's email and retrieved on that same phone, as well as hundreds of photos, selfies, screenshots of the defendant using that phone.
With respect to the authentication, Your Honor, I think there's a little bit more nuance to our argument, which is it's not sufficient to say that the defendant used that phone at some point. I think there's ample evidence that that phone was used by more than one person. And the most poignant and striking evidence of that is that the phone comes back to the name Sack Chaser Howard. What that means, I know that my phone doesn't come back with the name Christine Bradley because I wouldn't do that. And I think that is a clear indicator that that phone was being used by others. And so the issue is not whether or not, if we can show that it was used by Mr. Demons at some time, everything comes in. The issue is if you want to get in conversation A, prove that conversation A, lay the foundation for conversation A. Prove that conversation A was being had between Mr. Demons and somebody else, and that would be at least some measure of authentication. The case law does indicate that one of the two parties to the conversation is the way to go, and that's the way to authenticate it, but it's not exclusive. But each single conversation as it's coming in should be authenticated, because the fact that the phone was passed around and used by several others, we have presented the court with evidence that that phone was being used while Mr. Demons was in custody. We know it's being used by several other people. It's not in his name and it wasn't recovered from him. And so the issue isn't whether or not he's ever used it. The issue is each conversation that you're trying to put in, authenticate it, lay the proper foundation so that we're not risking misleading this jury.
Thank you. And counsel, this is on these
This extraction report is all on the phone with the 9807 phone number, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. And just so.
And that's the subscriber of that was Jamie King?
Yes, the defendant's
the information that's from T-Mobile, I forget the exhibit number, but which had the subscriber showed that this 9807 line was assigned or used by Mr. Dennis, the defendant.
There's other information that the state has introduced, including the pawn receipt in which Mr. Demons is identifying that as his personal phone number.
I realize that, but I'm trying to go back to the subscriber information. I thought that was and I don't have it in front of me, but the plan was a family plan or something, and Ms. Jamie King had one phone, is that correct? And Mr. Demons had a different phone?
There are multiple phones on that plan, including one of the victim's phones that was used by the victim. Mr. Anthony Williams was on that same phone plan that Ms. King was paying for, but the defendant was using. And so in terms of any evidence that anyone else was using that phone, Your Honor, there's been proffers of things that will supposedly be said by the defense. However, there is no evidence before Your Honor that anyone else other than the defendant used that phone. And I'd be happy to put together over lunch a compilation of every single one of the screenshots that the defendant took on almost every FaceTime call that includes him in this small box, which would be indicative of who is using that phone, and the other individuals that he is calling as the larger picture.
Your Honor, some of the evidence is before you now, which is Mr. Williams, who was also on that plan, was also using that phone. His nickname was Sack Chaser. Right before you, you will notice that all of those messages are coming from Sack Chaser. I'm not claiming that that means that all of those messages are from him. I am saying it's proof dispositive that the phone was being used by him at times, or that would never have materialized in that way. And this notion that you go to a pawnbroker, yes, maybe the day that Mr. Demons was at the pawnbroker, he gave that phone number because he knew it was one he could reach. Just like last night when I went to go buy face cream for my wife, they asked, do you have a number with us? And I gave them her number because that's the number that is associated with our Walgreens account to get credit. And when I go to Total Wine and they ask me, I give my number. And that's how that works. And so the fact that he may have identified that as a phone that he could be contacted at when he did a certain pawn transaction is not dispositive proof that he's the exclusive user of that phone. The fact that Sack Chaser's name is associated with that phone is dispositive proof that he was using that phone. And the fact that the phone was being used after Mr. Demons was incarcerated is also dispositive proof that the phone was being used by others. And the way that we can solve this is that the state can lay the foundation for each conversation they want to get in. And if they can't, it means they don't have the proof that it is him. If they can, then they do have the proof, and it should be admitted. But that's all we have.
Thank you. And the phone itself, when was the extraction done?
The extraction was done February of 2019. I believe February 23rd or 28th. I don't remember exactly. It's on the analysis. The report that is generated, which is what's been put in evidence, is generated in June of 2019. This was the phone that the defendant's manager brought to the state attorney's office and was identified during that conversation by the defendant's manager as being the defendant's phone that he was given after the defendant went into custody. There are multiple messages and things that I'm happy to show the court because that item is in evidence, and I can put together a composite over lunch to show exactly the number of times the defendant is pictured on that phone, including the various accounts that have already been introduced, such as the Snapchat account, the email accounts, of which we have the Apple records and the certification on that. For those phones, that it comes back to YNW Melly booking at gmail.com. And that email address, in the terms of when that was created, all of that is also subject to the search warrant, specifically which this witness looked at, which we can talk about the creation date of the account, which predates any of the activities in this case and all of the names that are associated with it of Jamell Demons.
But you're telling me the phone was turned over to the state attorney's office or the police on or about the date when Mr. Demons was arrested?
No, Mr. Demons turned himself in on February 13th of 2019. About 2 weeks later, his manager came to the state attorney's office to give a sworn statement and brought the phone with him.
That's Mr. Francois?
Mr. Francois. The passcode to access that phone was given by this defendant in a jail call that I have, like I mentioned previously, to his mother, where he's telling her how to and what code is associated with the phone. That is how the state attorney's office, with the help of law enforcement, was able to get the full extraction that we have, because this defendant, on a recorded jail call, gave the passcode to his mother.
A couple of things, Your Honor, in retort. One is if YNW Melly is like any other artist, the person who does their bookings is their manager, the person who had phone in hand. So if it's coming back to YNW Melly booking, that would suggest that it's the manager who has possession of that phone. The other thing that suggests he had possession of the phone is he had possession of the phone and he turned it over. Now, the fact that Mr. Demons knows the passcode is, again, not proof dispositive. That phone was being used by others while he was incarcerated. So other people clearly knew the password to the phone or they could not have used it. And third, I'm not sure that Mr. Francois coming in here and saying it's Mr. DeMons' phone would be sufficient. I don't know that that would not be some form of hearsay, but at least that might start to approach some sort of foundation. All the foundation that's required by law to be adduced and elicited and put into the record is coming from the state attorney's mouth at that desk, and it's not in evidence. So all the things that she's saying establishes it as his phone are the very things that the case law and rules require be adduced before that jury. And so the fact that she understands that is evident from the fact that she is presenting it as the foundation for why she's trying to introduce this information. But this is not the forum to do it outside the presence of the jury. Do it in front of the jury if you have the witnesses, because otherwise it's hearsay. Her saying that Joe Blow told her that somebody else owns a phone is not legal foundation sufficient to satisfy the rules of evidence.
All right, so counsel, I'd like to see what you have and show me, we talk about how you, what evidence you're going to have introduced to authenticate it and how to commit. All right? So we'll see everybody back at, let's say, 1:15. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so there you have it. Wow.
And Chris Thomas Jr. They went by YNW Sack Chaser and YNW Juvie. We've been covering this case for a little more than a week now, and it's a pretty interesting one. YNW Melly, whose legal name is Jamell Demons, says that he did not commit these homicides, but the state says otherwise. So keep your questions coming to us on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, and we will get to as many of them as we can. For now, though, I want to start with Terry Austin, who is in the courtroom in the courthouse there in Broward County, Florida, to bring us up to speed on what it's been like in court so far this morning. So, Terry, what's the mood like in there today? And did you notice any anxiety with this juror as the detective was testifying?
Well, there was a lot of anxiety in that courtroom. There was a voir dire of the witness. He was, wearing a mask, and they wanted to talk to him about why he had that mask on before the jury came in. He testified that he had the mask because there was a bounty on his head for...
Hold on, y'all. Before I let her get to her spiel, it's just, first of all, the jury, you got one juror, she's gone now, hospitalized. So we have an alternate juror. Now we got another juror having panic attacks because somebody got a mask on in the courtroom. I swear we've only had about a half an hour of straight testimony, if that. I think we've only had about a half hour of straight testimony without any sidebars, recesses. Like, this has literally been one of the worst days as far as like getting testimony in. Now, when they did finally get some testimony in, you have this gang specialist up there, and I Googled him because there was people in the in comments on Long Crime that were like, Google him. I did Google him, and if it's the same detective that I Googled, he has a lot of accusations levied against him for misconduct. They have a whole thing on change.org. Look up Danny Polo, type in Detective Danny Polo, and a bunch of stuff comes up. I didn't want to put on here because I'm not 100% positive it's the same man, because again, he's wearing a mask in court. We don't know what he looks like, but for all intents and purposes, it does look like it's the same, based on his job title and so forth. So we had that going on. He didn't really give us any solid evidence today. For the most part, it's been a lot of legal battles as far as what can be introduced, the way it's going to be introduced. So right now, it's finding out if this man can testify without a mask on. That's one of the things up. And the other is to make sure the well-being of the juror that suffered the anxiety attack. Other than that today, besides seeing the judge clearly for the second straight day, he looks highly irritated. He didn't look like that the first couple days. And what else? I really think that's about it. Like, nothing transformative has happened today other than the conclusion. We did have the conclusion of the DNA expert, which seems to benefit the defense, even though it was a prosecution witness. It seems like the DNA expert ended up helping the defense, because as it was reported yesterday, when it was said that they hadn't found any of Mr. Demons' DNA on any articles except for the door handle of the car, which they didn't find in initial testing. They later found when it was retested recently. So again, the defense is making some great arguments. I know it's kind of tiring and it's dragging on, but it's a job. They trying to save Mr. Demons' life. YNW Melly, they trying to save him. And on the other side, you got the state, who are convinced that he is the perpetrator of the crimes in question. So, what else we been doing? We've been checking on the submersible, what you call it? Let me see. Oh, they stepped away. So, I don't know what's going on with that. For all that I've heard, it seems like it's a dire situation. I think they have about 4 hours left of oxygen according to the countdown. Yeah, they have about 4 hours, but they said recovery would take at least 7 hours to even get the submarine up, even if and when they do find it. So the likelihood of there being survivors, unfortunately, is not good. So pray for their families and pray for them. And also pray for the people that are out there doing the searching, because they are in the ocean and there's a lot going on. So, yeah, that's where we at today, man. I mean, you know, we got another hour and 7 minutes before they get back into court, and then we still got to hear the rulings on the testimony of this gang specialist wearing a mask. They're gonna have to rule on that, amongst other things.
And then, so I had another question. So they can bring in another juror who hasn't heard previous evidence. They got to get them up to speed.
No, the alternate jurors, they're in the courtroom.
Oh, they're already okay.
Yeah. They sit in the courtroom and they take notes and yeah. So that's why, like, as soon as he was like, "Oh, we gonna get her out of here, get her in here," they were like, "There's a witness here, bring them in," because they already ready. They TTG. Okay. They trying to go out here, man. You know what I'm saying? We got dopest melanin in the Discord. I'm gonna do that now. Matter of fact.
Now, but you're right though. Like, it's just been like a hard time even to get the evidence presented. Like, it's just so much drama and messiness. Like, just trying to present it.
Yeah, that's why I said, it's like we haven't really got to any evidence. If you can get a little bit closer to the thing, I think.
Okay, let me see. Let me turn it up. Let's see.
Yeah, it's just been a mess. I think yesterday, y'all, I did put the Discord link under yesterday's video. Let me go double check. I'm trying to get it up under all the videos. So y'all, trying to make sure I put this Discord link under all the videos so y'all could come on. Oh, I sure did. Yeah, the link is in the description to the Discord. If any of y'all want to jump in, have this conversation with us, y'all welcome, as long as it's civil. We don't mind difference of opinion, but we are about being respectful. Yeah, I had to switch things up, move my camera up there and put that down there. It's a work in progress. Okay, something just popped up on my phone. Debris field discovered close to site of shipwreck. A possible break in the search for the missing Titanic submersible, as rescuers have discovered a debris field near the site of the famous ship's wreckage. What? but we don't know if this is okay. So there's been some people that have said that the submersible may have imploded. So the fact that they're saying they're finding debris, but they've also said they found other debris not related to Ocean Gate submersible. So we're not sure that this debris they just found near the Titanic has anything to do with Ocean's Gate, but it is developing story. Okay? So let's get back to this lady and what she got to say. I like this lady right here, Terry Austin. She's pretty fair. She's pretty fair.
$50,000 and he was in fear of his life. For those reasons, Judge Murphy said, okay, you can wear your mask. Now we have a juror who has some concern about the witness wearing the mask. There were a couple of questions. One was, I'm very uncomfortable. The other issue was, why is he wearing a mask? We're not wearing masks. So they are trying to determine what to do with that issue. The judge said, we'll take that lunch break. We'll determine over the lunch break what we're going to do. There were a couple of options that were proposed. One option is to clear the courtroom and have the witness take that mask off so he would not be intimidating any of the jurors with the mask on. And another proposal was simply have a jury instruction that is more detailed. The first jury instruction that the judge gave basically was, look, this witness will be wearing a mask and you are not to infer anything with that. This second jury instruction, if that's the way the judge decides to go, will be much more detailed. So he's thinking about that over the lunch break, and we'll have some sort of resolution when the break concludes.
I want to bring Brian Buckmeyer into this conversation really quickly. Brian, you were a public defender doing homicide cases. This is pretty unique. We are getting a really good look into the gang life, the concerns that come with policing and working on gang cases and stuff like that. So I have seen personally officers wearing these types of masks when they're out executing warrants, doing things like that when it's related to big drug cases and gangs and things like that. I've not seen it in the courtroom, but I understand the concern of this guy. He says he's got a bounty on his head, but also we do have that confrontation clause issue where the defendant has a right to confront his accuser, and also it does impact possibly how the jurors are able to evaluate this person's credibility.
Yeah, so let me pull a lot of that apart. First of all, the confrontation clause doesn't say you have the right to confront your accuser. You have the right to confront the witnesses against you. And the way that the constitutional law looks at that is you're allowed to be in court with them, you're allowed to have them present, you're allowed to cross-examine them. It's not like what we've had sovereign citizens in the past saying, well, the state is accusing me, so why isn't the state coming in? It's not really accuser, it's more witnesses. Also, it's not literal in the sense that you have to see their face. While this is rare to hide someone's face during testimony, and especially during the pandemic, many defense attorneys, including myself, made the argument that we cannot test the credibility of this witness if they're wearing a mask on their face, because that's the way that people perceive truthfulness, honesty, dishonesty, whatever it may be. It's a balancing act. And I mean no disrespect to this witness, but the life of a person and potentially the life of their loved ones, whether it be husband, wife, children, parents, whomever it may be, because we know that gangs don't just go after one person, they could potentially go after a family. That risk, at least in my mind, far outweighs any discomfort you may have from seeing someone testify with a mask. I think the witness explained it very well. I think everyone is a reasonable person in that room. Also, most of us have lived through the last 3 years of seeing people with masks. I don't think this witness testifying with a mask should be that big of an issue. Give a curative instruction or some kind of instruction come time for deliberation, but I side on the side of safety for this person's life over another person's discomfort.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, I don't think any of us can imagine what having a bounty on our heads is like. This guy, people want to kill him, and people will be paid to kill him. So a lot of us are not able to actually put ourselves in that position. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. The concern really is what's going on with this juror as well. Is this going to impact her ability to be fair and impartial. Let's get to some of your questions. Offie Patterson is with us as well out in California. Our first question, I'll throw this one to you, Offie. It's from EJ2882 from YouTube. Will they have enough evidence and prove him guilty? Me, I think no. So, you know, we got to be careful with that because the case is not yet over. But Offie, what are your thoughts so far on how the case is going?
First of all, thank you, EJ, for your question. If I can tackle really, really quickly what you guys just addressed with respect to the witness, I would like to say, find me an expert witness that can testify without a mask. I think it's highly prejudicial and inflammatory, and that would be my first objection as a defense attorney, because as a juror, I would start thinking, what in the world have I gotten myself into? What is the defendant involved in? Is anybody going to come after my family? Now, with respect to EJ's question, has there been enough evidence, or is there enough evidence to convict Melly? Maybe there is. I don't think that enough has been presented yet. I think the prosecution is definitely, circling with the helicopter, and they haven't landed yet, but it looks like they are trying to land, and they're just trying to piecemeal a lot of the evidence that they can put together as best they can to bring about a conviction.
Well, let's keep in mind, though, this officer, this detective, he's on the stand testifying about wiretaps and stuff like that. So, he has involvement in the case. So we need to keep that in mind as well. And there is a gang aspect of this case. So it'll be interesting to see how this all unfolds after lunch. The judge may do what Brian just suggested as curative instruction. All right, Kirsty Walden from YouTube. What does this have to do with the case? Asking about undercover detective Danny Polo. So Terry, what does this have to do with the case? Clear that up for Kirsty, if you don't mind.
Okay, so good question. The prosecution is bringing on undercover agent Danny Polo because they have alleged that Melly is involved with a gang, and so they are trying to make that connection with the gang, the Bloods basically. And so this witness is testifying about his undercover operations, what happens generally, and right now we've only heard about general undercover operations. We have not heard anything specific about this operation. So I think what the prosecution is going to try to do is to say, what did you do in connection with this case? What did you do in connection with Melly? What did you do in connection with any sort of wiretapping? And if in fact they learned any information, this would be the witness to get that in. They've alleged that he's involved in the gang. They've stated as an aggravating factor that he's involved with the gang activity. And so that's why they're bringing this witness on the stand at this point in time.
Sure, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, so gang life, like any other type of close-knit communities, is a subculture that many people aren't open to. You don't see it. I'm not going to throw up gang signs, but handshakes, hand movements, verbiage, different types of way that people articulate themselves in a gang or in that environment is very different than what people may know in their everyday life. It's like lawyers and non-lawyers. We have our own language that you may not know about. So you put on a witness like this to educate the jury to say, hey, what you saw there in that video isn't just a handshake. That's something gang related. What you saw here, or what we're trying to present here, isn't just some kind of awkward happenstance. It's gang related. And so they're trying to associate what might go over some people's head because they're not knowledgeable in gang life and try to educate them. Even the tattoos on YNW Melly's face and his body, that can be an educational way for the jury to learn about why there's a gang connection based on the prosecution's perception.
And let's keep in mind, just so the viewers are aware, and we thank everybody again for joining us, and keep the questions coming to us on social. You're right, Brian. A lot of people, regular people watching this unfold, average, everyday people, are not familiar with gang stuff. And Christine Bradley talked about this in her opening statement. She said that they were going to see things called stacking, and this is a way to show that you're in a gang and making symbols and stuff like that. So she discussed this and said this was coming up. We're going to take a quick commercial break, so we hope you stay with us. As I mentioned, keep those questions coming on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime.
Okay, Anjanette. Okay, Anjanette Levy. Oh, man. I ain't gonna lie, this trial just seemed like a mess so far. From the prosecution standpoint, from the delays, to the jury. At this point, I'm more interested in what's going on. They still at break too. Damn it.
I was over here,
Oh, no, they
looking
not.
at
No, they
what's
not.
his name? Danny Polo.
What'd you say? Hold on.
I was over here researching, the Danny Polo guy, his background. He ain't lying.
Yeah, he got some stuff on his record, huh?
Yeah, it's some stuff out there. I ain't gonna repeat it, but I just had to go see for myself. He definitely got some stuff on his head.
And you know, that was a good point that one of the long crime commentators brought up was like, and I also I believe the Mr. Demons, his attorneys brought it up too. It was like, why wouldn't there's other gang experts out there? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you didn't have to bring one that has to wear a mask. Like,
yeah, it's questionable.
so I don't know why they did that. But so it says
He got a lot of
here,
affiliation with a lot of big names. That's all I'm gonna say.
yeah,
Leave it at that.
yeah. And again, if you the defense, why would you introduce a witness that is gonna cause you some kind of problems down the line?
Mhm.
Fried chicken and facts, messy but worth it.
Yeah, I don't think his credibility is that great.
Yeah, they like wait till cross examination. Well, because they haven't even got to ask him what they really want to ask him yet. They still been going through like what are gangs, and it's like a quick tutorial, some cliff notes on gangs, if you will. But when they get to the meat of what they're gonna ask them, and then cross examination is really gonna be where the fireworks start.
But I like this other attorney guy. Like, he's more assertive in his words. Like, in the previous, the past couple of days, like, it's just been kind of hit. They not wording the questions right, but he's come in today with a different level of assertiveness that I think is needed in the courtroom, because on both sides, the questions from both sides is like crazy. It's like no one really has a direct, like direction as to where they're going with it. It's just like messy.
If they show their hand too fast, they risk not sealing the sentence.
I agree with that. But your attorney has a job, has an image to portray. Being a lawyer is not just about what you can prove; it's your image as well. Because you not only have evidence to present, but you have a jury and a group of people judging you based on that. So if you sitting here, portraying or the image that someone may get that you're not serious or you're laughing or it's a joking manner, you kind of discredit your own stuff before you can even present anything. This guy, I like him. He's straight to the point.
So
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. And what he do? And it's gonna react to all the self-snitching.
So I ain't gonna lie to you.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminally Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, board-certified criminal defense lawyer.
So I ain't gonna hold you. My mom put me on to him. She been telling me about him well before the trial started.
Okay.
So basically, oops, what did I just do? I didn't mean to do that. So basically, he's like the hip hop lawyer. I think that's low key like his nickname. But she was, the reason why I'm bringing this up now is because if you see the title of this is Ron DeSantis made it easier for YNW Melly to get the death penalty. So pretty much what this is
today we're going to give you a little bit of Melly update. YNW Melly, as you know, is in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, in the process of trying his murder one charge that he was indicted on.
Wait a minute. Look at this cap right here. Look right here. What does that say?
What did it say? Stop self-snitching?
Yeah.
I'm dead. Oh, well.
Stop. That is wild. Nah, but man, he it's a good channel. Check out Ron DeSantis, CLR Bruce Rivers. That's the name of it. I mean, not Ron DeSantis, but CLR Bruce Rivers. That's the name of the channel. But this Ron DeSantis, he is the governor of Florida, and he introduced a law, and in that law, it added particular circumstances into which you could get the death penalty attached to your case. And so
He did this because they were staging this whole thing. He and Melly, the defense. We don't know what they say about that part of it. Roddy Drecko from Facebook, Terry Austin asks, why does the prosecutor think Melly was the only shooter when YNW Bortland was also inside the car?
Because at this rate, this
I
trial
think the
will be
reason the
going on till
prosecution is
Christmas.
focusing on YNW Melly is because he was sitting in the back seat, and according to their forensic experts, the bullets that were the kill shots came from the back seat. So Anthony Williams was in the front passenger. The bullet that killed him came from the back, and Christopher.
See, this is the second time where they've said something that makes me think that there was more than one weapon. Because of the way she worded it. And these are attorneys. So the way they word stuff means a lot. So she just said the kill shots came from the back seat. To me, that low-key implies that there were other shots. She didn't say all the shots came from the back seat. She said the kill shots came from the back seat. That's the second time in 2 days where I've heard something that intimates to me that they believe it was like, I don't know. To me,
I think that when they staged after the fact, after the first initial shot, after they staged it, that it was a drive-by. They shot shots into the car, so those shots could have still struck the victim. You see what I'm saying? They just had to make it look like it was a drive-by instead of coming from inside the car. So they probably did shoot shots in there that could have possibly shots inside the car from the outside to make it look like it was a drive-by.
Yeah.
Because remember, he.
Oh yeah, that part.
You see what I'm saying? So
true.
It wears two different angles of shots. That's not disputed.
Right.
We know that part. It's just a matter of which ones he actually did, because that part came later.
Right. So no, yeah, that makes sense.
It was a drive-by.
Yeah.
Because remember, he.
Oh yeah, that part.
You see what I'm saying? So
true.
it wears two.
I done brought up my own thing. How do I do that? All right.
Thomas was in the back seat, and they're saying it came from the side. Now, of course, their bodies were riddled with bullets because it was, according to the defense, a drive-by shooting, and there were lots of bullets in the bodies, in the car, and so the kill shots. And that's exactly why I say I want to hear what the medical examiner has to say. They are going to testify according to the prosecution. What she said in her opening was that you're going to see that these bullets came from inside the car, and they're not saying that Henry was the one who shot that gun because of the angle of the bullets. They're saying that he was the driver. And if you remember, they are charging Melly with not only, 2 counts of first-degree murder, but they are asking for the death penalty. They are not asking for the death penalty in connection with Henry because he is not the shooter, or at least I'm assuming that that is the rationale why they're asking for the 2 different punishments.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. Also interesting to point out that the medical examiner, according to Christine Bradley, is going to testify that those shots fired from outside the car hit the victims when they were already dead. So I think that that will be very interesting testimony to hear once we get to that point. Another question now, Brian, I'll send this one over to you. It's from DiorMe_me, who we had on yesterday as well, asks, what is allegedly the key evidence connecting him to these murders for a conviction? I'm only hearing strong possibilities like a flipped coin.
Well, Dior, thanks for coming twice. Enjoy people coming back to watch the trial continuously. I think you're right. What you're hearing is what they've got. The strongest bit of evidence would probably be the video from the recording studio where they go into the car, because without that, there is not really an argument as to who is sitting where, and then they attach then the trajectory of the bullets. But that's all they've got. I mean, I could go up there and say, all right, we had the cell phone video that was played, and when you see that these 2 cell phones were traveling together, and then all of a sudden they're separate, what's to say that Cortland didn't stop the car after Melly got out, went to the back seat like he was pretending to look for something, and then shot them from there? Because it'd be easy for them to be distracted for him looking for something in the back car than to sit in the front seat, turn around, and shoot. There's no evidence to say that he didn't do that. There's no evidence to say that he did. But it's reasonable. It could create a doubt. I think they're just going with little bits and pieces of an argument and trying to piece it together as best as they can, and as best as they can is probably the title of their trial at this point.
Afi, I'll send this next question to you. NNQ family from YouTube asks, him and friends were in the same gang. So what is she trying to prove? Why would he kill his friends that's in the same gang as him? This is the question from NNQ, Afi.
Thank you, NNQ. So I think that's what we all want to know, right? So the prosecution is saying that the drive-by was staged. So explain to me, if the drive-by was staged, what was the motive for staging the drive-by? What was the motive for killing these 2 gentlemen who they were in the maybe same gang, had the same affiliation, they were friends? What was the motive? When did you stage the drive-by? Why? At what point, when they left the studio, everybody seemed friendly, everybody seemed to have a good attitude, no hostility. So I don't really know where they're going with it, but they need to show me why. When was this staged? Had you been planning it? Did you plan it when you left the studio? I don't think that they've done the job yet, but I think it's coming, hopefully.
Well, let's keep in mind, too, we've heard from the father of YNW Juvie that apparently there had been something physical that happened in the days before this between Melly and Anthony Williams. Whether or not we will hear about that in testimony is a totally different thing. So I'm waiting to see if we hear anything about that type of thing as well. Let's see, at KnicksFan821 from Twitter, Terry Austin, what happens next if the jury convicts Melly for murder? And what does happen next if that happens?
Well, we will then have the sentencing phase where that jury is going to determine whether or not he will get the death penalty, and that's going to depend upon the aggravating factors that the prosecution has already listed. They think that it's, cruel and unusual. They think that it is premeditated. They think that it is gang-related. Those are just some of the aggravating factors that the prosecution has said they think should apply here, and that jury is going to apply those aggravating factors. And don't forget, we've mentioned this before, it used to be in Florida that you had to have, and in most states, a unanimous decision as far as the death penalty is concerned. Governor DeSantis has written a new law just recently that you have a 8-4 instead of 12-0. And so with 8 members of that jury, they could say, yes, we would like to impose the death penalty. But we're still far from that. We have to see the rest of the prosecution's case, obviously the deliberation, then we'll have the decision of that jury. And of course, even if the jury does decide on the death penalty as far as Melly is concerned, there will be appeals. There's no doubt about that. And the process would take a very long time. So we have some ways to go before that.
Yeah, most certainly. And that law, Governor DeSantis just signed it in April. So this is very new. It came in response to the Parkland shooter, school shooter, getting life in prison rather than the death penalty, which many people believed he deserved. Our next question from TikTok comes from Sunglass Kid. And Brian, Sunglass Kid asks, why did Melly stay in jail when Bortland had gun residue on him?
Yeah, well, thank you, Sunglass Kid, for the question. I think it comes down to the allegations. So it's a number of reasons why someone has bond or bail. It's a number of reasons as to why it might be higher than your co-defendant. I think the major reason here is that the evidence, at least at the point in which bond or bail was being decided, appeared to be stronger towards Melly being the shooter, and therefore there being greater aggravating circumstances there than that of Henry, who's the driver, and merely, according to their theory, was a co-conspirator or helped after the fact. And so with those two distinctions, they would have asked for more bond or more bail or even remand, meaning that there's no amount of money that can get this person released, than as opposed to his co-defendant. And that's based on their participation in the crime, the evidence that they have, the likelihood of success based on the evidence, as well as the punishment, one facing the potential death penalty, the other facing life in prison. I think that's why one is still in jail and one was able to bond or bail out.
Afi, this next question is going to you. All-American Allison _ from Instagram asks, can they use Melly's song against him as a confession? I think she's referring to Murder on My Mind.
I think that was already brought up. And first of all, thank you, All-American. I think that was already brought up maybe pre-trial or maybe even after the trial started. And the prosecution is precluded from introducing that. And I believe it was released or it was created before the murders. So I don't believe that that's going to be introduced.
Yeah, most certainly. It was written while he was doing time on another case and released before the homicides. That is certainly true. All right, we are going to keep taking your questions, so keep them coming to us, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook.
So that's a good point that I think a lot of people overlook, because I hear a lot of people say that, yeah, that song has to do with this incident, and I'm glad that they put that out there, that song was written prior to and released prior to this incident happening. So that kind of closes the book on people saying, oh, we're going to use that song as evidence. No, that's not going to happen. It's definitely not going to happen. So again, I appreciate everybody, man, tapping in with us. Make sure y'all hit that subscription and the notifications bell so we can keep this channel growing. Thank you guys that have subscribed. Thank you guys for the super chats and donations, as well on Super Live where I stream as well. I'm going to start putting the link to that in my description if you want to be a paid host and get paid to stream. I'll put that information in there because that's another platform on which I stream on. Let me see where we at with this. So I think they got some more stuff going on, so we'll just
Question, Afi, for you comes from Nevaeh Johnson from YouTube, and it's also going to be combined with a question from Taurus from YouTube. Basically, couldn't have Henry turned around in his seat and possibly shot them? And then Taurus says, is it possible that Juvie and Sack Chaser shot each other?
Okay, Nevaeh and Taurus, thank you for those questions. I would answer with anything is possible. And I think that's why the prosecution has such a heavy, heavy burden to, number one, put Melly there, number two, put a gun in his hands, and then number three, make him the trigger man, because anything is possible. And that is what the defense is going to bring out. You have not narrowed down the trigger man. You have not put the gun in Melly's hand. You have not shown me that he is the person who pulled the trigger. So anything is possible. And I think that's going to be the defense's argument. And again, the prosecution has a heavy, heavy burden, and they need to bring it a little bit more because they're not doing it at this point.
Terry, our next question comes from Latasha Gaffney from YouTube. She asks, so is the motive gang related?
Well, I think the prosecution is trying to say that the motive is gang-related. That is the only motive that they have presented thus far. And without the witness who's currently on the stand, Danny Polo, who was an undercover agent, he is trying to establish that this was gang-related, that it could have been, and we haven't heard all the testimony yet, but it could have been a motive for these killings, that perhaps he was trying to prove himself as far as this gang was concerned. He talked about national gangs, he talked about local gangs, and so I think that that is the only motive that we've seen thus far. We could see other motives, you know, often crimes like this, it could be financial. And Jeanette, you actually interviewed Christopher Thomas's dad, who thought perhaps it could be something related to their brand and selling the brand and splitting the money, or perhaps it could be that there was an argument. So, you know, right now, we haven't seen any of that evidence in trial. The only evidence we've seen so far as motive, as far as the prosecution is concerned, is this gang. Now, by the way, they don't have to prove motive, but it does make it much easier for that jury to understand why the prosecution thinks this crime occurred.
Most definitely. And you know, Terry, there, as you said, there could be a couple of things going on here. Maybe it is a gang thing. Maybe there is money involved. I mean, who knows? We are waiting to see that. And, you know, the prosecution, as you said, too, does not have to present a motive, but it sure helps when the jury's trying to wrap their heads around this stuff. Red drop, exclamation point from YouTube. Brian Buckmeyer, what's the main reason why YNW Melly would get the death penalty, even though there are artists that have worse issues but don't get the death penalty?
I would have to know what artists we're talking about. Just kind of throwing a dart out there, I would guess either it depends on jurisdiction. If an artist committed a crime in New York, for example, we don't have the death penalty. It would depend on the aggravating circumstances. So the reason why they're looking for the death penalty here is because they're saying that YNW Melly's crime was so heinous or so callous, and also that there was a gang affiliation. And then kind of touch on that gang affiliation aspect as well. They have to prove it is to some extent, because not only as it helps in their trial in terms of answering the question of guilt or innocence, it's also going to help in terms of sentencing or the penalty phase when they ask for those aggravating charges to reach the death penalty. And I think the circumstances of what the prosecution has in their head as to what YNW Melly did is why they're saying this should be a death penalty case. The other artists that you're referring to, if they were murders, I think it would depend on the circumstances in those murders.
Definitely. All right, Big Dog 59 from YouTube. Afi, how important is it to put Demons in the car at the time of the shooting?
Thanks, Big Dog. I don't know that it's important to put him in the car at the time of the shooting. I think the focus isn't Portland, the focus is Melly. And we already know that, Demons. It's very important to put him in the car at the time of the shooting because we're trying to say that he is the person who pulled the trigger. And I think that's what the prosecution has been doing with the phone situation. And that's why yesterday's testimony was so important by the testimony made by the custodian of the records, because we are trying to say that Melly had this phone and he is the person who was in the car because we know the phone was in the car at the time of the shooting. So it's critical to put him there at the time of the shooting.
Yeah, most certainly, because they're saying it occurred, that these shots were fired from the back seat. So it's critical. It doesn't get any more critical than that. Doriha from YouTube asks, isn't the witness's identity already compromised since he's being live streamed and viewers know his name and location? And this, of course, Terry, is about the undercover detective Danny Polo.
Well, so far, we have not seen Danny Polo on the stand without his mask. And I will say it is a full face coverage other than the eyes. You can see the eyes. And I think the issue really is here that it is being live streamed. He does walk around, and when defense counsel asked their questions prior to the jury entering, defense counsel did say, look, you're walking around without a face mask. I saw you sitting outside without a face mask. What's the difference coming in here? The judge then said, it sounds as though you're concerned. You have this bounty. This is live streamed. More people would see him as far as his facial features are concerned without that mask. So I do think that at the end of the day, I don't know how the judge is going to resolve this issue. We had a juror who said she was uncomfortable with the mask. We might see a jury instruction that is more detailed, saying you should not feel uncomfortable. This is for his protection. You all are not at risk. I think right now the attorneys are trying to draft an instruction that will ease the uncomfortable, how uncomfortable this particular witness is at this point in time. So the mask is a big issue, and I think Danny Polo will be able to wear it, but it's a guess at this point, and if he is, it'll be a serious instruction.
I'm very interested, for one, to see how the judge rules on this issue. We're going to take a quick break, so keep those questions coming to us on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can in this hour. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
So that's where we at. So I just got a clip. Shout out to Big Stepper. Just sent me some video on Michael Rice, a writer from The Simpsons, who also took the submersible to the Titanic. And he said that there were issues when he went. So it's not and then he also said he's done three other ones in New York, and he said there's always been communication issues in all the submarines that he's been in. So look, this is what's crazy. The crazy thing is too, is they flagged my stream again, but I disputed it, and it seems like they lifted it. So that's a good thing. So I was wondering, like, man, the views are low. So like, what the heck? Things happen. Things happen, you know how it go. So we got a couple minutes. We still have about, 25 minutes until court is back in session. Let's check back in with the submersible till we hear something. Why is it on? Let me, I don't know. We'll just start it over.
We've added, I believe, we're live now on TikTok because
Yes,
we have
we
people
are.
on. Yeah, we're definitely live on TikTok. So if you use hashtag HeyJB, at least on the WFLA JB TikTok page, we can bring in your comments on screen. I see Carrie Womber, Carrie V. Lee, others joining us on TikTok Live. Facebook, we're trying to answer as many questions, clear the air, trying to provide as much reliable, good information on stream to as many platforms as possible. That's part of what we do here in the WFLA Now Stream Center. So Mark, myself, we're going to spend some time now looking for those, or I'll be looking for the hashtag HeyJB questions and comments, hashtag HeyMark questions and comments, and we'll start to bring them up on screen. In fact, let's start to filter for those hashtags now and hit enter.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we're taking your questions.
All right. Shout out to Melanin, just sent me this over. Quando Rondo, indicted on gang and drug charges. Rapper accused of being Rolling 60s gang member. Wow. Well, I don't want to get to snitching, but I think he's already admitted to being a Rolling 60s. That like
Questions this hour in the double murder trial of YNW Melly. So we're going to get to as many of them as we can in the short time we have left. Brian, I'll send this one over to you right now. VSOP_VVS from Instagram. What has literally been the strongest evidence against him thus far? Because just to throw out there that the car surveillance shows him getting into the car, and as we all see, both cars pulled out in the same direction, one following after the other. We don't know what happened once the car got down the road, so that's weak evidence to me. So that's a long question and statement from VSOP, but VSOP wants to know what's the strongest piece of evidence.
I think you hit the nail on the head. Like your question is phenomenal in that it also has the answer. It is the strongest piece of evidence they have, but it in of itself is not strong. Because if you don't have this video, and this is the way I think about it, if you don't have this video of YNW Melly going into the very seat that the prosecution is accusing the bullets from coming from, then what do they have? It's the only piece of evidence that I can see so far that unravels the entire case. Now, if you don't have the trajectory of the bullets, that's one issue. If you don't have the bodies, that's another issue. But in terms of what they have and what would make the case crumble, in my eyes, almost completely, it would be the video of them getting in. Because if that's all you had, all you would have is maybe Henry being the only one that goes to the hospital and says my two friends are dying, and Melly is not in the car or not there to report it. So maybe you can say, hey, we believe because of his absence he must have been in the shooting, but that doesn't help. So to me, the strongest, even though it is pretty weak, is the video of him getting into that very seat that they say the shots came from.
Our next question, I'll take this one. It's from Catherine Vargas from Facebook. How long is the case supposed to last? Will there be any breaks for July 4th? Well, Catherine, the answer is they're off the week of July 4th. Obviously, there's a holiday in there, and then they don't go have court on Fridays, so that would be a very short week. So they're off that week. And we think that this case could wrap up by the end of July. So that's what they're forecasting right now. Our next question, Offie, is from Becky S. from YouTube. If YNW Melly is found not guilty, will it be easier to convict Bortland? And what charges is Bortland being charged with?
I think that it would be equally difficult to convict Bortland, but I do think the prosecution, I don't know if it's going to be the same prosecutor, but they will have learned a lot from this trial with Melly. They will know what their pitfalls are. They'll know how to be prepared with their evidence and with the information that they're trying to introduce into court. For example, Melly's girlfriend's mom and her testimony, they'll know how to treat that. It's just, this will essentially be a test run for them with Bortland, excuse me.
It kind of is a test run for them with Bortland. Our next question, Terry, Zach P. Productions from YouTube. In terms of the overall legal system, what type of ramifications, changes, might arise from this court case?
Well, I think the biggest ramification would be this death penalty issue, because if in fact the death penalty is something that the jury comes to the conclusion, I think that 8-4 new law that Governor DeSantis put into place will be something that not only the courts in Florida will be looking at, but an issue that could go back up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has looked at this issue several times, and ultimately, Florida was able now to put it back to 8-4, but I do think that that's going to be challenged. So obviously it has other ramifications as to whether or not you can use music, whether or not, you can include certain evidence in the trial. But I think the biggest issue here is the fact that they are asking for the death penalty on a case where most people are saying, even if he's found guilty, why would this be a death penalty case? We saw with the Parkland shooter that case was a case that was a death penalty case, and even in that case, they did not elect to have him convicted and have him put to death. He obviously pled guilty, and the sentencing phase, the jury decided, look, we're not going to put him to death, even though all those aggravating factors existed. So I think the death penalty is probably the biggest issue in this case.
I think so too, and with that new law, it'll be interesting to see how that holds up when it's challenged. TikTok question for you, Brian Buckmeyer. Official 20.
So that was the law that we were just talking about, like literally right before they got to this, the Ron DeSantis thing. Make sure you guys please hit that subscription and notifications bell. I appreciate y'all for tuning in to Dopest TV, where we just trying to, like the rest of the country, figure out what's going on and in hopes that this is a fair trial. And, we're going to watch it unfold. Make sure y'all hit that subscription, though. We growing, man. One love.
23 Melly fan asks, why is he not allowed to talk to his family? And I think that Melly fan means inside the courtroom.
Yeah, it's an issue that a lot of us defense attorneys have with both the courts and their court staff, in the sense of they would argue is just the mechanics of it all doesn't work. They don't want to have anyone passing information, contraband, touching each other. There are very strict rules about what you can and cannot do in a courtroom, and oftentimes those rules are limiting the access that a defendant, especially when the person is incarcerated, may have with family. Now, are there exceptions? Of course. Have I had the opportunity to have a client say goodbye to a loved one, a child of theirs, or family members, whatever it is, before they're sentenced and go off to upstate? We call it upstate in New York because they literally go from one of the 5 boroughs to upstate New York for serious jail time. Yes. But during a trial, I don't know of any judge that will bend court rules to allow for any interaction. So that's why you'll see Melly kind of looking off to the side and voicing to family or friends, because there's not that ability to interact with them more personally.
Yeah, most courts have very strict rules about that, and they don't want this to be social hour. But it just depends on which court you're in, how strictly they enforce these rules. Anna _Aaron Trout from Instagram, Offie, is he going to take the stand at some time? What do you think?
Thanks, Anna. I doubt it very much. Defense attorneys usually they do everything they can so that their client does not have to take the stand, because of course the client has the right not to testify. But also, I've said this thousands of times, defendants are under so much scrutiny. Anything they do is going to be picked apart from how they breathe, how they speak, whether they sound remorseful, if they sound remorseful, why, whether they're talking or speaking assertively, whether they're speaking gently. Anything they do is going to be highly scrutinized, and depending on how you lean, you are going to interpret it positively or negatively. And it doesn't matter what they say. It's all about behavior, mannerisms, and what you expect a guilty man or an innocent person to say on the stand. So it's just troublesome. And not only that, when a defendant takes the stand, you don't know what you're going to get all of the time. They can open the door to admitting evidence or admitting a line of questioning that previously would not have been admitted. So you don't want to do that. There are also prior bad acts that may be able to come into play that they may be questioned on. So it's just a minefield, and a lot of times it's just not worth it.
Yeah, certainly. And defendants open themselves up to a lot of cross-examination when they take the stand. Let's get to our next question. Terry, we have less than a minute, so it has to be quick. Kick It's Mackle from YouTube. Does the court know that the undercover detective is known for making false accusations? This seems like this person's making a statement here. We don't know anything about that.
Well, certainly the court may know, but I don't think anyone else in that courtroom knows. For instance, the jury or anyone in the audience that I'm aware of, that has not been introduced. They did the voir dire of the undercover agent, and none of that came up during that voir dire. The only issue that came up and the only issue that mattered to that judge was whether or not he was in fear of his life and whether he could wear that mask.
Yeah. Well, Terry, thanks so much for being with us. Thanks, everybody, for being with us as well. Brian, Offie, thank you. I'm signing off. And Michelle, you will be taking over. We'll be right back. You're watching Law and Crime.
Alrighty. So that's where we at with that. Okay. Okay. Let's see what they talking about. Hold on, y'all.
on that pressure washer.
My bad, y'all.
Building pressure. The
So
hose
look.
that it comes out of is much smaller. Now, instead of 12 pounds, you're
So
looking at 150 pounds.
this gentleman just said,
And that's just for, a $50 pressure washer you can buy at Home Depot. So a 50 is that the
is happening behind the scenes with Coast Guard. Hashtag Hey Mark, hashtag Hey JB, questions, comments, and hit enter, and okay. Some of them go, but some questions that are dated, clearly. Let's go to Stormproof. Hashtag Hey Mark, we don't know the answer to this, but asking, again, to the conversation we were just having, is any of the debris identifiable?
I'm sure that somebody who's looking at it will be able to
Of the sensitivity of this, but could field debris, would that term be used, and would field this remains?
Yep. Before that comes out on the press conference.
Ah,
That's
man.
not the way you want
Anyway,
to find out
the
that
man
your family member
said that
died
if
is
this
by watching a podcast.
submersible
Had
a breach in
learning
it,
even on
the
social
size
media.
of a
Right,
toothpick,
or seeing it on
the
you know,
water
on a
coming
banner
in
on the
that
television
little
screen.
hole,
That's
the
not
size
the
of
way
a
that you want to
toothpick,
find that out.
would
There
be
is a
strong
next
enough
of
to just
kin
sever
notification
somebody's
process.
limbs
Right.
off.
So if remains are
So it'd
found,
be like
they have to go through that process. They're not going to tell the public
like a
before
water
they tell
cutter.
the families. So let's
Nah,
all
they use
be
water
very, very
sometimes to
cognizant
cut things.
of that. I apologies. I have to
Jeez,
repeat this
that's how
every
much
so
the
often. We
pressure
are
is down there,
going to
like-
be live streaming
I don't
the
know,
press
man. That's wild.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Yu, and welcome back to Law and Crime. Our coverage continues in Broward County, Florida, for the trial of Jamell Demmons, better known as YNW Melly. The South Florida rapper is charged
Make
with
sure you
2
guys hitting
counts
that
of first-degree
subscription
murder
button
for the
for me.
shooting deaths of Anthony Williams, also
As we
known
get
as
back into the
YNW
trial.
Sackchaser, and Christopher
Appreciate
Thomas
y'all
Jr., also known
hanging
as
out with me, man.
YNW
This
Juvie.
is-
All were a part
got
of
me
the
committed for this.
YNW Collaborative, along with Cortland Henry, the co-defendant in this case, who will be tried separately. It is day 7
you
in
gotta
this
be
trial,
committed.
and court is still on their lunch
It's
break.
5
But
o'clock
before they went to
a.m.
lunch,
on the east-
Detective
I mean, on
Danny
the West
Polo,
Coast
an
when I get up
undercover
to
detective with the
get ready
Broward
to
County
jump
Sheriff's
on
Office,
here.
was on the
6
stand.
a.m.
The
the
debate
court
between whether the witness
starts,
should or
so
should not wear his mask that
gotta be
protects his
committed.
identity
I
was a
appreciate y'all
subject
coming
of
through and
debate.
hanging out with your
And now
boy,
a
you
juror
know.
is also taking issue with the mask. Let's listen as to why this is so.
No, I know the state's okay with the first one, which is allow this for the court to reconsider its position with respect to this witness testifying with a mask. The state had indicated to me yesterday that they would agree to him testifying without a mask. And as a matter of fact, I think the witness said that he anticipated that's what he would have to do. And the only proviso would be that the courtroom would have to be cleared and the phones of all people present during the testimony would have to be confiscated. We would suggest that that would be remedy number 1 that should be employed.
So I think the problem with that logic is it's assuming that it's the witness's mask that is making her uncomfortable, not the testimony about gangs. Because if she is uncomfortable and upset because she was robbed by a gang member when she was young, and that's the concern, we need to know that. So I think that's the first problem that we have, because we have to get the actual reason as to why she's concerned.
Well, within context, the first note indicated that was a question. Why does he get to see us and we don't get to see him? So I think that lets us know that it's the mask that's of concern and that the presumption of being robbed was being robbed with a mask. If it's gangs, we did a thorough voir dire during which the issue of gangs was addressed, and she's passed that hurdle, so it's not a gang issue, it's a mask issue. So that would be our first proposal. And if the court's willing to do that, I guess we don't need to get to a second proposal.
My concern is the second message that the juror sent over, where she asked for a enrollment. but so the record's clear. It says, I need a moment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I've seen someone get robbed, and I am having an anxiety attack. So my question is, if she's able to proceed with it, or if this is going to somehow color her thinking. That's what I'm mostly concerned with respect to counsel. Sure. And that's a sword that can cut either way.
Oh, I understand.
But that's what I'm more concerned, and I'm also concerned about trying to interfere somehow with the jury's process. And if she just needs a moment, maybe we just send them to lunch now and not worry about it. But I'd still like to find out as to if she's going to be able to follow law and whatever happened. I mean, I don't know if she's already on the jury. She's already been accepted. You asked all your questions. I think we've crossed that bridge already.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm concerned, and I don't know how to.
And I understand and appreciate the court's concern, but the question is, what is precipitating her anxiety? And it's the mask. And yes, we can clarify that with her. I have no problem doing that. But it can't be gangs, because we discussed that at length during voir dire, and she cleared that hurdle and was put on the jury. Yes. But that would be our first proposition. If the court would consider that, that would be great. The second proposition would be, the first of her two notes was a question. And it was, why can he see me and we can't see him? Also lets us know that her concern is the mask. And the jury instruction that was proposed by the state and accepted by the court doesn't address the question at all. It says, consider him like everybody else. Well, how are they going to do that? They're going to be instructed the way that they consider him as judging facial expressions, which they can now not do. We made we proposed a jury instruction, which the court rejected, and we would ask that the court at least consider whether or not it would offer some variation of that, such that the answer to the juror's question can be met, which is why. That's why. And I think they need to know that the why does not concern any issue with respect to this particular defendant. The third is the problem that we had before, which is, as brought out during Mr. Adelsein's questioning earlier, the state could have chosen any expert in gangs. They elected to choose one who has threats against his life that don't concern this case and is undercover. And therefore that they have precipitated this problem. I think Mr. Mr. Melly, I think our client has a right to a jury of his peers, one which has been selected and is seated, and his right to both confrontation and to a juror that has been seated supersedes all of the rights of the media, of the state to have an expert who, or a witness who could have been, and when they could have chosen any other expert. But our third proposition would be that we take the break and address this after lunch, after the jurors had an hour or so, and we then bring her in and see what her problem is. If it's not the mask, I'd be highly surprised, but maybe that's the first step. But we'd ask the court first to reconsider, and second, to reconsider letting him testify in this fashion, and second, to reconsider reading an instruction that gives the jury a little bit more than he's testifying in a mask. Let's continue.
If you have an instruction that's agreed to, I don't really have an issue with it. My issue was the way you drafted and crafted this instruction is that I'm telling the jury that I'm looking at the media's right to be here over his right to confront his accuser, and that's not the way the way it was crafted and worded to me was not the right way to handle it, and I wasn't going to do it.
Okay.
All right, so the second issue that you had is having the witness, and it was a testify without a mask. I don't have any issue with discussing that further with the witness. I did this because he told me he was in fear for his safety and his family's safety, and this is what he does for a living, and I made my decision based upon that because this is being live streamed. I don't know whether or not he would how he feels about it, and I guess that's subject to further discussion. As far as taking a break, I think that's the best way to handle it. We'll take a break, give the juror an opportunity to go have lunch, and when she comes back, the first order of business that we can do is to talk to that juror about how she feels and whether she's able to continue. If everybody's okay with that, that's the way we do it. Proceed, just see how she feels. If she's not suffering from anxiety anymore, if it's strictly an issue of the mask, then we'll know where that stands and we'll address it. And I can ask the witness then how he feels. So we'll take it one at a time.
So yeah, that was quite the hot topic before the lunch break in Florida, to mask or not to mask. And with that as the backdrop, I'm joined by Law and Crime Network's Brian Buckmeyer, as well as criminal defense attorney Natalie Whittingham-Burrell. Natalie, I'm going to start with you here. What do you make of the defense's argument? Do you think the mask should have been allowed in the first place? I mean, this witness has testified in other cases in the same county with the same mask on.
I absolutely agree with the defense attorney. I don't think any witnesses should be allowed to testify with masks on, because one of the ways in which a jury is able to interpret the veracity of a witness's testimony is the manner in which the witness testifies. And that way you can see their facial expressions and kind of gauge whether or not you believe that they're telling the truth. By covering up someone's face,
she made the best argument so far in regarding this mass situation. And
you're obfuscating.
I didn't want to pause it on her face like that, but that was the best argument. It's like just plain and simple. Like, they said all this other stuff. Like, if the defense would have made that argument like short and sweet, and I think the judge probably is going to rule in their favor. I still think he's going to rule in their favor when they come back.
Or obscuring some of that. And so I don't think that that is the appropriate thing to do. And I think it violates Mr. Demmons' right to confront his accusers, to see that person testify on the stand. There were less intrusive means to be able to let that witness testify while protecting his identity from the media. They could have just turned the camera away from his face while the jury could see him. It prejudiced demons in so many ways. I don't know why that was allowed. And I don't care how many counties allow it and how many states. I don't think it's ever appropriate to let a witness completely obscure their faces.
Brian, what do you make of the jurors' note and their anxiety about the witness's mask?
I mean, it's fair. Jurors are people. They come in with their own baggage, and so you having a fear of what happened to you as a child and seeing someone being robbed makes sense. But I think there's a deeper question here is, let's say we try any one of the three options, right? We remove the cameras, let them speak only with the people there. Does him taking off the mask relieve her anxiety? When she goes to deliberate, is she still going to think of the guy as, oh, he's the guy with the mask who then took it off? Is that going to color her testimony? Is just taking the mask off going to just absolve all this altogether, even though we took this break? And if the answer is no, unfortunately, that means she's got to go. And I know that creates a whole other issue that we have only 3 alternates. They'll go down to 2. Maybe this trial extends a little longer. Someone gets sick. Kids need childcare, whatever it may be. And that's where it gets really scary, because if you drop below that 12, then you have a mistrial. But at this point, unless she tells me, yeah, once he takes off the mask, I'm good. All that anxiety's gone. I can wipe it from my mind. This whole experience is gone. In my mind, I'm thinking, I don't think you can stay.
Well, that's very interesting, Natalie. How big of a deal do you think this could be in everything that Brian just pointed out?
I think that it comes down to they have to voir dire this witness and see whether or not she is so prejudiced by watching this witness testify with a mask on. And if they voir dire the witness and the witness says, yes, take it off, I'm fine, and neither the defense or the prosecution thinks that the juror is lying, then sure. But if the juror expresses any hesitation in being able to be fair and impartial after watching this person testify in a mass, they're going to lose that juror more than likely, and they should lose that juror. You know, no judge wants a mistrial. They want the case to go through to its end, but you also do not want to prejudice the defendant. You want to make sure that they get a fair trial, and it's possible that that did not happen here because of the manner in which this witness testified.
Well, there definitely has been a lot of twists and turns in this case already. Another one popping up today with this mass issue. They're supposed to have it rectified after the lunch break. They are currently going to come back from lunch very soon, so hopefully we will see a resolution and see what happens next. We are going to take a quick break here on Law and Crime, but much more to cover here on this Melly trial when we come back.
Man, it's a lot going on. No, she made the, oh my God, I got a lot of background noise, gardeners.
Money for me, I'll crack your fucking head. I'm just about to. You'll be coming out of your coma, and guess what? I'll split your fucking head open again. Cause I'm fucking stupid. I don't give a fuck about jail. That's my business. That's what I do.
Service is the mantra, bustin' like Contra. Out to the Yonkers to Sri Lanka. Top shotter, lot of rappers gon' hit the dirt. Get murked, see a smirk and get this word. Mercenary, mercy me, I'm merciless. Verse barrier, purse carrier, murderous. Service is the mantra, modus operandi. I don't just rhyme, I tell suckers bye-bye. Like a drive-by, better have 9 lives, you pussies. Yo, they may be smitten by the kitten. I'm spitting with murder mittens, spitting for niggas sick of listening to these verbal midgets. Box what eye, your arms too short. Nope, they don't want beef, these bitches is pump. Check it.
I'm the dopest Ethiopian to drop from fallopians, exposing your openings, preventing you from focusing. These bars is flowing like rivers of kerosene. So dope nickname this notebook Medellin. Different class, special kind of pedigree, abolitionist spit. So I'ma set it free. Let them sing. UPS, there's no better team. I'm a god, and what god wouldn't make a better king? No schematics or blueprints, whose hints, evidence of true spit, the digital shoe print. Throw in my 2 cents, remaining a nuisance. Verses I'm using, invigorate movements. Pure stroke, you niggas still double clutching. Means none, I'm busting like I'm in the sheets touching something. Anybody's ever been to my stream know I hate Thursdays. It's Gardner Day. Do y'all remember it was a time where I wouldn't even go live on Thursday? When I used to do the morning show? Oh, you seen that? You seen that, fam? I'm the dopest Ethiopian to drop from fallopians, exposing your openings, preventing you from focusing. Nah, let me stop. Yeah, go check out. I got music on my page, man. Check it out. Thumbs up. Hit a thumbs up on all that stuff, man. Shout out to my guys in that video. Chase Skizzer. Joel Connor. A.K.A. JC Thunder. That was my little crew, man. Oof. It was like,
Welcome back to Law and Crime Network here. Our main focus has been following the trial of South Florida rapper YNW Melly. While court is still on their lunch recess, we are recapping testimony of the only witness so far today, and that's undercover detective Danny Polo. When court returns, the
now these are being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but I don't see what the tie into the defendant, Mr. Demmons, is.
Sure, Your Honor. So in terms of all of the messages that you have before Your Honor, the messages in green are the statements of the defendant. So what I did was...
How come they start out with young sack chaser Howard? I thought I was advised previously that that was not Mr. Demmons, that he had a different name or something along those lines.
He does, Your Honor. So that is a remnant from Celebrate. I don't know why it does that on there. That's something defense can argue, but what I can show, Your Honor, is on the phone itself, and these are approximately 300 images that I was able to put together in about 15 minutes. There are some that will only show on the computer here because it has the specific codec that is required. But in each of these images, there are 300 of them that I can go through that show the defendant on FaceTime calls with his mother, with his grandmother, and I can go through them individually and show that they are on and from the device itself. So the report that's up on the screen now, Your Honor, will show that sometimes images are sent to the defendant. For example, this picture here, which is the photograph of the defendant and his mother. That was an attachment that was sent to that particular phone. Now, that to be contrasted with for example, this image here, which is showing a file path of the actual phone itself. This is DCIM 100 Apple. This is being taken on an Apple iPhone XS Max, which is the phone that the defendant was using, that is attached to that 772-713-9807. So in total, Your Honor, this is just 300 of about, there's 10,000 images on the phone in total, and this isn't even talking about any of the videos, of which there are many videos on there that also show the defendant on that. You have photos of the defendant, for example, I'm trying to for the screenshots where he is taking, there are selfies, there are images that are taken from various phone conversations in which he is doing a FaceTime. For example, this one right here, if it ends in .png, Your Honor, that is indicative and can be testified to that that is a screenshot. When an iPhone takes a screenshot or a capture of whatever is on the screen, then that's going to be a .png format. So that's what we have here. In this one, you have a photo of the defendant in the small top of the screen, showing that he is the person making the phone call, and then the person he's speaking to on the video chat, his little brother, is there in the larger one. So here's another example of that, and this also shows that the defendant made FaceTime video calls as his regular course of conduct, which goes to show and explain why, for example, there's not a data call, there's data used, but not a cell phone or a CDR. Here's yet another one of the defendant, and this is also consistent with being on the T-Mobile LTE network, which are the records that the records custodian testified to and are in evidence. So that is just one example, and I have the full printout of what I just showed of the 59 pages with all the thumbnails of every image as well to show for Your Honor on that. There's more, counsel. Yes.
Well, maybe should we take the arguments piecemeal, or?
I'm sorry. What is, this is a different.
Those are the 300 photos that I provided to Your Honor.
These?
Yes, that is now showing the path of the directory location where each and every one of those photos was found, whether it was came to the device as something that was sent to the device as an attachment on a message, or whether it was actually created by one of the devices themselves.
And how about at or about the time of the murder in question?
There are images that predate that, including, and then there are text messages and conversations that are done at or about the time of the murder, including conversations with the defendant's mother. So, for example, I'll show Your Honor now what has been extracted from that same cell phone. And this is also information that predates the murder. So there's no reason or motive to lie or anything at that point, because at this point the victims are still alive. And so we also then have the defendant's conversations before and after, which show the same pattern of speech, the same way he is communicating on these, which show that he is the individual that had care, custody, and control of that phone at the time. So I'm going to start, and I appreciate Gary's help on this one. And this is from a phone number that is identified as...
Your Honor, before we continue, I would respectfully suggest that we take my retort to their argument piecemeal, so that we don't lose the significance of each.
She's going to, counsel's going to proceed with her argument and her thing, and you'll get a chance to speak.
Thank you.
So we have, this is prior to the homicide, this is going to be August 30th of 2018. The phone number 772-501-6942 that's said to a crazy lady. Again, we'll get into why it's a B shortly with the next witness. In this case, this is the defendant's mother. This is Jamie King. Because if you go to State 63 on the subscriber records, that is the other phone number that is subscribed to Miss Jamie King at that time. Additionally, defense counsel provided Jamie King's records to the state to show that that is her phone number and represented it as such. So this is discussions and where he is calling her mom about and talking about the argument and the fight between the defendant, Sack, Chaser, and as he's referred to at this bottom message, where she is talking to Mr. Demons about that person, showing that it is not Sack that is on the other end of this line or this particular phone call. Moving on, and then we also have where a discussion, this is still August 30th, and we're talking about how, I don't know what all going on, he's talking, making a live video talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that. I love you. And that's your best friend. This is not for social media. And
Sorry,
then,
hold on a second.
Sure.
Can you repeat that, please?
Of course. Sure. So, if you go through this whole conversation here, starting with, how is his sister going on social media talking about punching me in face, my fault, from the individual that's been identified as Jamie King by the phone records, by the subscriber records that are in evidence already. Then going on to the reply is, you started it by texting his mama, it's gonna be problems, and not even knowing what you're talking about. You a grown-ass lady doing childish shit, ain't nobody tell you to text her, she minding her business, going to work, you effing with her. The response then, she could have called me or texted me back, not have you or daughter all on social media talking about fighting me like I cussed at her. I didn't even say one cuss word when I texted her. I said nothing disrespectful and you know it. I wish you took up for me like that when Aunt cussed me out and tried to fight me. Again, this is talking about Anthony Williams on that. So like I said before, the next message on August 30th, I don't know what's all going on. He's talking about making a live video, talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that, because I love you and that's your best friend. This is not for social media. So continuing on, next page.
Oh my God! Wow!
In this particular page, so this is again referring to these social media conversations on that with regards to Anthony Williams and the defendant's mother. So for here, no, I'm not your actions I take up for you. I have people telling me your son doesn't care about you. That Jamell Demon's mother is Jamie King. Here she is identifying that she is speaking to her son in that. So then I want to go then to after the time of the homicide, in which Jamie King is sending a text message to her son, send me your location. I'm in Stewart. I love you so much. He then sends a return the location showing at or about the time of the crime as to who was using and doing that. Okay, love you, again from Jamie King. I'm at your gate. I'm going to get the trash. The next response is bring Mariah, which you honored already heard testimony that Felicia Holmes, her daughter, Mariah Hamilton, was in a dating relationship with this defendant, and that at this time, and that there was conversations, and that she has identified Mariah as Mariah Hamilton. Then there is okay. It continues. He then asks his mother to buy him a Glock ASAP, and telling her, like, go now. So she then responds, okay, what's wrong? She says, I got your 45. Then his response, I just don't want no illegal gun. Well, that's not illegal. Continuing on, but I'd rather have a Glock 40 or a 19. She says, okay. His response is, I'll pay you when you get down here. She then says, okay. Then,
Your Honor, I object to this. Is she going to read the entire phone? This does not go to the heart of our objection. This is being done for the cameras.
Counsel, I asked her to put on a proffer of what she anticipated, is what she's telling me and how it's relevant. Go ahead.
continuing on, there's then discussions about other witnesses. I'm waiting on track to cash at me the $1,000. And then she asks, is someone threatening you? To which he replies, no, Ma. This is his mother that he's talking to. And he's saying, I'm not scared, just listen. This is clear proof and evidence that this is Jamell Demon's phone because he is speaking with his mother on that one. So on the last one that shows November 3rd, 2018, love you too, Ma, Ma, and yes, son, on that, where she is identifying that is the phone that is being used by her son, and that is on the subscriber records. However, that's not the only thing. In addition, the defendant also, in other conversations at or about the time of the homicide, sends a photo of his driver's license to someone to be able to authenticate and show specific items in terms of going through and setting up a rental. And even has so much as puts the address of 805 Northeast 4th Avenue.
What's the date of that, Counsel?
That one is September 28th of 2018. That shows that the defendant has previously been to the studio and knows that. Also talks, and this is a conversation with Adrian Davis, in which he is using this phone, sending in pictures of his driver's license from this phone. And some of the other pictures and items that Your Honor has in front of you, there's pictures of credit cards, front and back, with the defendant's name on them. There are multiple in things that show that this phone was being used by the defendant, Jamell Demens. There is no evidence before Your Honor that it was being used at the time of the crime by anyone else. In addition, the defendant is seen on camera in possession of a phone as he is leaving the studio on October 26th of 2018. At that point, there's a phone in his hand. That phone then tracks, and you can follow on all of the call detail records and all of the mapping that was done and put in yesterday to show that this phone goes from the studio and is consistent with the phone of Anthony Williams, which is the other phone that's on there on T-Mobile, and all the way out to the scene of the crime. Then it continues until, at which point the phone separates, and Anthony Williams' phone and Christopher Thomas's phone goes to the hospital, and that is what is consistent with that, and they are recovered at that location.
And counsel, I don't understand this Celebrite, why that would put a different name on the text messages.
So in terms of that, if there is any time that anybody else has used the phone, and for whatever purpose on that, if they have logged in on a other social media account, that could put that name on there. However, it is who was using the phone at the time that is important. And so this and all of the information and everything on these show that it was the defendant. And by the defense suggesting it was not, that makes even more items relevant to show. For example, defense counsel brought up and showed images of a very intimate nature that were shown of the defendant. The contention that someone would allow photos of his penis to be accessed and sent out by friends and other people is absolutely ridiculous. So just the conversations that you have read as well include pictures of the defendant, and those are in there, with other people in which he is acknowledging interaction with them and the contents of the photos. Those individuals are the ones that are identified as the gang members that he is associated with.
Thank you. Anything else?
Defense. Yes, sir. Thank you. What we have said, which is the gravamen of our objection, is that this phone was used by others as well. First question the court put to the state was, how come it says Sack Chaser Howard? I was told that was the nickname of one of the decedents. The state's answer is, I don't know. And that answer is not good enough. The court circled back to that question and asked, and the state just said, I don't know if you, on Celebrite, it might capture it like that with T-Mobile, and it could capture it like that if anybody else ever uses the phone, ever. That, first of all, she's not an expert. We have not heard testimony to that effect. And if she is offering testimony as to how a phone can get identified by a certain moniker that is not the defendant's, and her answer is, I think that that's how it might be if somebody used it ever, would run in direct contravention of this notion that he used the phone exclusively. So the state is conceding by its very contention that somebody else used that phone. They're just saying, I don't know when, and I don't know how the name got there. If what the state says is true, that if somebody uses it once, it will thereafter identify the phone in that person's name forever, we would need an expert to say that, not Miss Bradley, somebody who actually has knowledge about it. It would also be curious that if several other social media accounts and what have you are being accessed by Mr. Demens, how come the multitude of times that he has accessed these accounts did not cause the phone to affix his name to that phone? Again,
Our contention is not that the phone was never used by Mr. Demons. It's that it was not exclusively used by Mr. Demons. So the state wants to show that Mr. Demons used it, and they put up a screenshot of a FaceTime call showing Mr. Demons up in the top corner. That particular call, the state, by that photo, has established the foundation for that photo. The state then makes mention of Jamie King and saying that the phone number that is being communicated with in a certain message is the other phone number that was on that count. The state conceded before the break that there were several phone numbers on that account. So it's not just one, there were several. However, if for some reason this court were to find some self-authentication by reference to a person as mom, maybe that phone authentication for that particular, and I think actually the state conceded it, not on purpose, but when discussing a message, she said that's proof that that particular message or phone call was between Mr. Demons and his mother. That is how evidence works. Now, because she has proved that there are certain photos, and if the court notes, I mean, I have photos on my phone. Everybody here, I'm sure, has photos on their phone. It's not all of them. And some of the photos that were displayed for the court are clearly not selfies. So somebody else took the picture. Did somebody else take the picture because he was a celebrity? Did somebody else take the picture because he was a friend? Did somebody else take the picture because it was one of the people that he associates with, that he's friends with, that takes a picture of him because they're hanging out? That does not establish that it's his phone. That doesn't even begin to establish. As a matter of fact, it puts the phone in somebody else's hand at the very moment that picture is being taken. So the question becomes, what is admissible? The state, if what is clear, is that for all the gang stuff that the state is now trying to seek to admit, all of this identifying information that she can point to for all these other conversations, she cannot point to for the ones that she's trying to put in that this hearing is about. So she's asking the court to extrapolate. I can prove that he had this phone in his possession sometimes, maybe a lot. I can't explain why it has somebody else's name on it. Could be any reason. And I'm going to offer my expert opinion as to why it has Sack Chaser Howard on there that I can't back up by any expert I've ever spoken to. And previously I just told you I don't know how it got there. Conceding that it's not in his name, that it's clearly been used by others, which she said is why Sack Chaser Howard was there, but she figures, I guess it got Sack Chaser Howard there the single time that somebody else used it, and every other time it was Mr. Demons. That's not logical. It doesn't make sense, and even if it did, the state does not have the evidence to establish that. The conversations that are at issue here are all these gang conversations that the state seeks to put in. I'm not saying that they can't authenticate and lay a proper foundation for any of those exchanges. If they can, they should do so in accordance with the rules of evidence. But they can't say, ignore the rules of evidence as to everything I want to put in because I'm going to show that he spoke to his mother on this phone and spoke to his girlfriend on this phone and spoke to his younger brother on the phone at some other time. That's why each conversation is independent. Each exchange is independent because each exchange is an item of evidence that requires a foundation for its admissibility. So what we're doing is inviting error when we say, okay, we can prove some things. We can't prove the stuff that we're trying to admit, but we want you to extrapolate and infer that since this phone was in Mr. Demons' hand at some point, at a lot of points, then we get to put in everything and call it his conversations. And the state said Mr. Demons was seen leaving the studio with a phone in his hand, and that phone was tracked. How do we know that that's the phone that was tracked? How do we know that that was the phone in his hand? We do not. That is an inference they're making. It's an argument they're making, and they're entitled to make an argument if they can lay the foundation for the evidence upon which such an argument would rest. But just saying it doesn't make it so. There's nothing that identifies the phone that's seen in his hand as he walks out of that studio as the one they tracked anywhere. And, Your Honor, the problem with doing this wholesale, if this witness is going to testify to a particular exchange, lay the foundation for that exchange like every other trial that we have ever been in, instead of saying we can just obviate the need for that because the foundation is going to be laid outside the presence of the jury by hearsay from the prosecutor without a witness. And so the actual particular conversations at issue here are the gang conversations, or the purported gang conversations that the state wishes to admit through this witness. If this witness can establish them, or if the state can bring another witness in here to establish each one of those conversations as being out of the mouth of Mr. Demons or out of his fingers in a text, then they're admissible. Otherwise, they are not. And they're hearsay.
So in addition, Your Honor, I'd point out that the cell phone records that have been introduced from T-Mobile include the IMEI phone number and the MSDN, which is the identifying phone number for that phone. All of that information, again, correlates with the other information that's already been put in there showing that this phone was, in fact, Mr. Demons, including, not limited to, what this defense has also been provided, which are all of the Apple records, which show that the defendant, on October 29th of 2018, then took and bought the phone with which has been introduced into evidence, the extraction of that, and brought over all the data from the prior phone he was using on the night of the incident, which is the one that was tracked. And that is able to be seen through all of the data, and that YNW Melly booking at gmail.com, and goes forward and gives an address in Vero Beach, Florida, which is consistent with what is on his numerous driver's license transcripts which have been put into evidence. And there it goes through and shows all of the phone numbers and everything else for the defendant.
Your Honor, let me just add this briefly. There is evidence that Mr. Demons lived in the same house as several other people. Identifying an address means nothing. The state, I think, mentioned that in its opening. Several people lived in that house. An address means nothing. Secondly, if I want to set a motion on this court's calendar and they show that I called chambers, it doesn't mean I spoke to the judge. I spoke to your courtroom deputy, maybe, or secretary. Artists get bookings by their manager, the person from whom this phone was obtained. Saying that it says YNW Melly booking is proof, or at least a suggestion, that it was used by somebody who books on behalf of the artist. Artists don't get on the phone and make these arrangements themselves. That's why they have managers. If there was a transcript of a proceeding that took place in this courtroom 7 months ago, and it didn't say who was speaking, coming in here and saying that here's a transcript that shows Mr. Howard was speaking on June the 21st, so therefore he must have been the person speaking several months ago, would be preposterous. This example is tantamount to that. And so the thing is, again, I am not contending that there are no exchanges that can come in. I am saying with the gatekeeping function of this court, it is incumbent upon the court and the state to make sure that the foundation is laid for each exchange that is being adduced. We cannot, none of this, I just mentioned, they have none of the exchanges that they're seeking to put in, they can tie to him. Why don't they start with those? They're telling you about stuff that happened months before, months after, not the ones that they're trying to put in. Those are the ones that need to be authenticated, and each conversation needs authentication because it identifies a speaker. And therefore, when the speaker is a defendant, it circumvents any hearsay objection because it is non-hearsay by definition because it's a statement of the defendant. And also in terms of establishing the foundation so that the jury knows that when you show me this and tell me and get up there in closing and say he said this, we know he said it. And it can't be because we have a FaceTime of him and his little brother months before. Each individual conversation needs to be, a foundation needs to be laid for each individual conversation. It cannot be dumped in wholesale. And if they can establish the foundation, it comes in. If they can't, it stays out. But if we just sidestep the whole procedure by saying we're going to let it in because we're saying this is his phone when we have several indications that the phone was being used by others before, after, and during the entire period at issue in this case.
A couple things, Counsel. Number one is I don't have any evidence before me that the phone's being used by other people at any time. I haven't heard that evidence at all. What I do know is that and what the state's indicating to me and what she's just proffered are pictures on the cell phone which appear to be the defendant, as well as conversations which appear to be between the defendant and his mother, which is extrinsic evidence of circumstances surrounding the use of the phone and the pictures on it. And it seems to me that that's sufficient to show what the state is claiming, that this is his phone. I don't understand, and I still don't understand, how young Chaser Howard is on that. And to be candidly, I don't have an adequate explanation, but some of the texts that are between the two phones, the 9807 and his mother's phone, is clear to me that is a discussion between he and his mother, and that he's using the phone. Also, the state provided a certificate 6 weeks or so beforehand from the pawn shop that showed that Mr. Demings was using the phone, identified this as his phone. I have that, as well as the subscriber information showed that the mother is listed on the account, and there's multiple phones on the account. In any event, we're going to proceed and see where it goes, but it seems to me that there is extrinsic evidence, circumstantial evidence that this is Mr. Demings' phone. What about the juror? I want to bring the juror in. I want to talk to her just to find out as to whether or not she's okay to proceed, and just find out a little bit about that. All right, so we're going to do that now. Can I have those two messages? Anything this week?
While we bring her out, can I just say this? Yesterday I presented, and for some reason the internet access is not booting up. It will shortly, I'm sure. I presented the court with evidence that that phone was being used while Mr. Demings was in custody. So the court said there's no evidence that it was being used by others. That's evidence. The fact that it has Sack Chaser Howard. Well, I understand, but you said you didn't. I'm just letting you know that I did present you with that exact information that you say does not exist.
Bring the jury. Ms. Lee, The reason I brought you in is I had two messages during the last witness's testimony. And the first one said, I don't feel comfortable. Why does he get to see us, but we can't see him? That's your message to me?
Yes.
And the second was, I need a moment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I seen someone get robbed and am having an anxiety attack.
Yes.
And I guess my concern is, are you able to sit as a juror, or you think this is too much for you? I'm trying to figure out, and that's why we took a little extended lunch break to figure out whether you feel comfortable and you're up to it.
Yes, I feel comfortable, but I just don't think it was appropriate for someone to be masked up like that. And plus, you guys didn't even tell us. Like, you don't know what people have been through, so it just it shocked me. Like, I was shocked. So, yeah. But I do feel like I can do it. But that just was inappropriate.
I'm sorry?
I said I don't believe that was appropriate.
Well, some things I make certain decisions about things, and then we go forward with it, and I instruct jurors. And are you think you'd be able to follow those instructions and you pay attention to the evidence, or do you think that you're concerned about the masking that is going to affect your ability to follow the instructions and follow the evidence?
Yes, I can listen and follow the evidence now that I know he's going to have on mask. I can listen.
And the anxiety issue, we're past that, you're okay?
Yeah, I took my medication.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the juror stepped out. Counsel remained along with the defendant. Counsel, she indicated she's still curious as to why the witness is wearing a mask, but she said she's able to follow the instructions, she's able to listen to the evidence, and she feels comfortable going forward. Anything you want to?
Yes, sir. We believe we again move for the court to employ the procedure of clearing the courtroom and allowing this witness to testify in a manner that will allow the jury to assess his credibility as it would any other witness. We also believe that in lieu of that the instruction that we offered, which answers her curiosity, should be given. The court indicated that it declined to give the defense instruction because of the component of the proposed instruction that referenced the court balancing and prioritizing the media's right to be here over the defendant's right to confrontation. We do think that that is an appropriate part of the instruction, but short of that, the rest of the instruction, which excises that portion, we believe to be called for, especially in light of this witness's persistent curiosity. We answer all their other questions, and this is a pertinent one, because this is one that goes to the heart of why she is being denied the opportunity to make the observations pertinent to his credibility.
Thank you. What's the state?
Judge, I think we can come up to an agreement. I think we just need to more closely track the instruction. And going off memory that it's 3.9, so I'm pulling that up now as to exactly what witnesses are supposed to be judged on. And I think the problem is the way defense has it is you observe their demeanor and facial expressions, when the actual text of the jury instruction doesn't say that. The actual text of the jury instruction reads as follows. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. There's nothing about demeanor or facial expressions in any way, shape, or form in that jury instruction. So I think if it read that the court has ruled the next witness would be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes, the court has made this ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. Your jury instructions advise you to, and then to edit it to comply with the standard, to consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. One moment to defer, Your Honor. So Ms. Smith had a good point that it would not be appropriate for Your Honor to explain the logic behind your ruling or to say that it's because of this, but if you wanted to instruct them that the witness has said that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case, that would be fine.
Thank you. So my thought is, as far as the instruction was prepared by defense counsel, the first page reads, the court has ruled that the next witness, I'm just going to say Mr. Detective Polo, Danny Polo, will be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. We're going to leave it there, and I'll tell them that further instruction on how you judge credibility of witnesses will be given at a later time. All right? So let's bring the jury in. Let's get the witness back up.
The witness is in the BSO office down the hall, so I'm going to go to my grab him so they aren't anywhere. Can we approach grab the item, Charlie?
Without having a hearing, having them come bring their lawyers down here and everything else. It's a whole, it's a major move.
Understood, Your Honor. We believe the stakes of this matter are high as they get.
Jury entering. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, and one of our jurors, we need to get the witness. So, ladies and gentlemen, in your absence, I was asked again to instruct you regarding the witness Danny Polo and the fact that he is wearing a mask. I have ruled that Danny Polo would be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling and this decision because the witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. The court's going to instruct you at a later time as to how you judge credibility of witnesses, but that is why he was permitted to conceal his face except for his eyes. All right, can we get back to Mr. Tullo, please?
One of the case I've argued.
Even though he said, sure y'all subscribe and don't on here.
Please have a seat.
Yes, sir.
You were Detective Polo, correct?
Yes, sir.
Detective, you were previously placed under oath to remain under oath. Detective Polo, you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. Counsel, you may proceed.
Yes, sir. After this phase ended, I was offering if they want to board order the witness on any area of his expertise.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing, sir?
You've seen my case before.
Yes, sir.
It was on February 17, 2022. You recall?
Objection, Your Honor. At this point, non-responsive.
Sustained.
What was the objection?
I sustain the objection. Ask your next question.
Did I take your depo?
Yes, sir.
What date did I take your depo?
I don't remember the exact date, sir. Year.
If I show you a copy of the transcript, would it refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Do you have all four? Mr. Hall?
I'm referring to this one.
Okay, which one is that? So I should permit? If counsel would be so kind as to show me.
The date I mentioned, February 17, 2022.
I don't have a copy of that.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And on that date, you were asked, I'm not sure if I did the question, whether or not you had ever been declared an expert in any proceeding.
Correct.
And had you?
At that time, I don't believe so.
Okay, so your expertise, or at least there's no court that had acknowledged your expertise up until February 17 of 2022.
That I can recall.
Okay. Are you contending that you were an expert before that?
Has the court declared me an expert? Is that what you're asking?
Well, we know you didn't. You said no.
All right.
Okay.
Can you clarify the question?
Okay, let's strike that. I think we can. You were asked about your training and education just now by Ms. Bradley.
Yes, sir.
And you said 500 hours of specialized training.
Yes.
In the area of gangs, organized crime, and money laundering. It's all the same.
It interconnects when you're working a gang case.
Okay. Of that 500 hours, how much was money laundering?
I'd have to go through all my certificates and subtract a couple hours here and there. The bulk of it is gang investigations and organized crime investigations, which are one and the same, basically.
Okay. So you're not saying that money laundering is one and the same as gang training? You're
No,
saying
sir.
It's not?
I'm not saying that, sir.
Okay, but that's included in your 500 hours, right?
Yeah, a couple hours out of that are money laundering, specifics money laundering. Maybe if you want me to take a guess.
I don't want you to guess anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you can't tell us, as you said.
I can give you an estimate.
And can you tell us how much of your training was actually gang related?
The majority of it, bulk of it.
How much? Time-wise? Do you
Exact
know?
hours? Over 400 hours.
Over 400?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 400 was gang. And you have certifications that indicate that?
Yes.
Did you bring them with you?
No, sir.
And you were telling us that you also have a certification from an association of some sort. What's the name of that association?
The Florida Gang Investigators Association.
Is that a law enforcement exclusive organization?
I think, do you mean, do people other than law enforcement go to those trainings?
No, I mean, can someone other than a law enforcement officer get certified as a Florida gang by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
Yes, sir.
You know of that happening?
Yeah, prosecutors, other attorneys that go to the conferences, victim advocates, they all go to these trainings.
I'm asking if they can get certified.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying prosecutors can?
Yes.
And police officers can?
Yes.
And you're saying defense attorneys can?
I don't see why not. I'm not sure if they would bar a defense attorney from going to the training. I haven't seen that in their website.
Okay, but you can't tell us that?
No, I can't, sir.
And when you said other attorneys, then you mean civil attorneys?
Yeah, attorneys like the attorneys that represent victims in certain crimes. I'm not sure what they fall under.
Okay, and you're representing that civil attorneys that represent victims in crimes can get certified by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
They can take the trainings, yes, sir. And then the trainings result in getting your certificates.
Okay. And how many hours do you need of training to get certified by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
The exact hours I'm not sure of, sir. They put on basic courses and they put on intermediate courses, they put on advanced courses. You take them, you get certificates for those, and then they put specialized courses on specific gangs. You do all those as well. So exactly the amount of hours, I don't know exactly the amount of hours, sir.
How many hours did you go train or get instructed with the Florida Gang Investigation Association before you got certified?
Close to 100 hours, maybe more. It's an estimate.
Okay. So it could be less than 100, you're saying?
It's around 100.
Okay. And the other, you said there was a certification that you have from some academy of some sort?
It's called the National Gang Academy. It's a 8-week-long gang specialist course that's put on by a company called the National Gang Academy, a training company.
And the National Gang Academy Training Company?
It's called the National Gang Academy. It's a training company. They provide training.
Okay, and the National Gang Academy Training Company, who are the people who give instructions? What is their experience?
The person that runs the academy, I'd have to look at his bio. I don't remember exactly what his experience was, but usually the people that run these organizations have 20, 30 plus years teaching in gangs. I know the Florida Gang Investigative Association, their president is one of the lead gang detectives in the state of Florida.
Okay, but I was asking about the academy. You don't know the credentials of the people who give instructions and credential you?
I don't recall, sir. I don't recall the exact credentials of this person.
Okay. And were they gang members?
No.
Okay. So it was some other people who professed to have expertise then conferring certification upon you?
they're putting you through a course. You have to pass tests. You have to, it's not just multiple choice tests. There's written exams, there's videos, there's interactive portions of the class where you have to call the instructor and discuss what you've been doing in your game training. So it's an 8-week interactive course.
Okay, eight weeks, you said?
8 weeks, sir.
Okay. And you said that some of the knowledge that you gleaned in order to deem yourself an expert is from gang members that were in custody trying to work off their time?
Some of the interviews are gang members in custody. Some are gang members not in custody.
Okay. Let's start with the gang members that are in custody trying to work off their time.
Not all of them are trying to work off their time.
Okay. Well, the gang members that are in custody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Some of them are trying to work off their time?
Some.
Okay, let's start with that. Have you ever experienced a situation where you're talking with a gang member or any defendant that's trying to work off his or her time and they're being deceptive with you in order to achieve some ulterior motive, like taking off their time?
If they're being deceptive, I don't want to talk to them.
Well, I know you don't want to.
Yeah.
But you judge whether they're being deceptive or not based upon stuff like their facial expression?
Overall, who's word
when I interview people, I will give them baseline questions that I already have the answers to, things that I might already know about them, intimate details about their lives or people they associate with, other gang members, things about their specific gang. And if they're being deceptive in those questions that I already have the answers to, then my interview is basically over. Or I call them out on the fact that they're lying to me and then see if they want to change to being honest. And then at that point, maybe we can reestablish a connection. But if they're lying right from the get-go, if I ask them a question about their affiliation or about someone they associate with who's a gang member and they're lying, I usually don't want to keep talking to them because it doesn't benefit me to be working with someone that's going to lie to me.
I understood. But essentially what you're saying is your assessment of their credibility governs whether or not you pursue the interview, right?
Yeah, if I find that they are not lying to me, then I continue my interview, and then I continue to assess whether they're lying or not.
Right. And if they're lying to you and you think they're not, you're not saying that your assessment of somebody's credibility is bulletproof. You're not saying that.
No.
Okay. Right. Now, the ones who are reformed gang members, are they themselves in danger when they just give out knowledge willy-nilly about their past lives?
I mean, based on the rules and bylaws and stuff like that they have written down on some of these major national gangs, you would think that it would be frowned upon. But like I stated, everyone wants to put everything on social media right now, and the founders of these organizations are giving all these intimate details about stuff they've already been convicted of, they've done time for, because they're probably trying to get views on YouTube, views on Instagram, they're trying to make money, and it's an incentive for them to tell true stories. So they're being interviewed by others in the same gang world, because it's usually, most of these interviews are, they'll put a couple guys that kind of came up in the same time that were founders of the organizations, co-founders, and they'll go back and forth.
Will you agree? I'm sorry, you're done?
Sure, sir.
Will you agree with me it's an incentive? Getting clicks on YouTube and making money that way is an incentive for them to tell stories. It's not necessarily an incentive for them to tell the truth. Because nobody would. Okay. And some of your expertise you gained from watching YouTube videos?
No, sir. That just gives me a little insight into their world and into the gang mentality. It's rare when someone you know, a typical person doesn't brag about committing violence upon someone else on YouTube and how they had to crack someone's head open or shed blood so they can make it in this game, right? That's not typical of a person to want to admit. It's incriminating against themselves, and like, why would anyone do that?
I understand. My question to you was, some of the body of knowledge that you obtain in order to hone and advance your expertise is from YouTube. Is that true or is it not?
Some of the knowledge came from interviews, yeah. Interviews that I watched with people that I found to be telling true stories because it's been corroborated based off written documents.
So that's a yes?
Sure.
Okay. And you were asked about your hands-on investigations, and I think your answer was suspects or special investigations. You remember that?
Correct.
And you said over 30 suspects you have engaged in investigations since 2022. You never gave us a number of your involvement in special investigations themselves. What's that?
The number 30 was a reference to just, I believe, the amount of blood gang members we've investigated this past year. The reason I separate investigations from suspects is because a lot of these investigations, if it's an investigation into a criminal organization, that's one investigation might involve 20 subjects. So it would be misleading for me to say I only did one investigation when it was really 20 separate investigations that are all linked together into one organization, charged as an organization.
Understood. Now, my question to you, however, was how many special investigations have you engaged in yourself?
Give me a second to think about it.
Please.
Thank you, sir. This is probably an accurate representation. I might be missing one or two. A couple.
What are you looking at?
About 18 gangs and about 30 different investigations.
Okay. So you 13 or 30?
30.
30.
Yes, sir.
So when you gave us the number of 30 suspects.
That was blood investigations.
Okay, that was blood only.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
In the last year.
So this Florida Gang Investigation Association, can anybody get certification if they don't attend the criminal justice only part of the training?
I don't work for FGIA, sir, so I don't know what their rules are for that. I know I'm allowed to take the classes. I know I've seen prosecutors send those classes with me because I've had prosecutors come to the trainings with me. So I can't answer on behalf of FGIA.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. So you were thinking that non-law enforcement can get certified, but the only people that you've seen in there with you are prosecutors and other law enforcement.
Yeah, they're not law enforcement. Like, you mean cops or just people involved in the legal system?
People involved on your side of the legal system.
Okay, that's
overruled.
Yeah, that's different than law enforcement.
Okay. So when you're saying it wasn't only law enforcement and you're talking about attorneys who represent people, victims of crimes.
No, we've had victim advocates at the trainings before.
Or at the trainings giving instruction?
No. Taking courses.
Okay. So it's not limited to certified law enforcement or retired law enforcement or probation, parole, corrections, juvenile justice, intelligence personnel, prosecuting attorneys, judges and crime analysts and intelligence analysts, evidence technicians for a law enforcement agency, or any other person deemed appropriate for membership.
Look, you're reading that from their website. That's perfect. I mean, like I said, I don't work for FGIA, so I don't know where their cutoff is.
Okay.
And I don't have access to their website at the moment.
So in fact, it may be just a law enforcement only organization for certification purposes.
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Okay.
I believe I've met people there taking courses that are not law enforcement. So I'm speaking from personal experience. I'm not saying whether they're allowed to or not. I just know they've been there.
Okay. And you were saying some of the, do you work undercover?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you were saying some of the undercover members, you know of undercover law enforcement officers who are members of gangs?
In an undercover capacity.
Yeah. In an undercover. Are you?
I'm not, sir.
You did. So you would agree that those undercover officers who went that step would probably know more about the intimacies than you would?
I was the case agent on that.
Okay. And
case agent being the person that leads the investigation and tells the undercover what to do and what evidence I need to gather, what evidence is beneficial to prove the gang, and I collect all the evidence, meaning knowledge, instructions from other gang members. So I direct the investigation, they're the undercovers.
Okay.
So when I'm the undercover, someone tells me what to do because it's their investigation.
okay, but in an undercover capacity, you never went to the step of getting inside a gang so you could be in the room where intimate gang activity was actually being discussed among gang members only.
It's recorded in the room.
Okay, so you're just in the room with them, but you are not a gang member, so they wouldn't be discussing stuff that only gang members discuss if you're not one.
So what I'm trying to explain is that undercover operations are recorded audio video. So the fact that I wasn't present doesn't mean I didn't see it.
Okay. So the gang Bibles that you spoke of, are those the same gang Bibles that you can download on the internet?
There's some incomplete ones on the internet. I haven't really found any great ones on the internet. But there are some that have been leaked. Some of the information is pretty accurate. Some of them are outdated. It's not the most recent ones. Like in this case, we found an updated one that was revamped in 2016 from the original 1996 version.
And you were saying to us, I think, that the rules of a gang in one location or locality don't necessarily translate into being the rules of a gang in another part of the country or part of the state, right?
Yeah, so basically, like any organization, the farther you get down in the structure of that organization, things are lost in translation. So the head of the snake can only control the tail so much.
So you're saying that the only reason there are different rules in different parts of the country of a gang is because they're lost in communication, or do different localities have different rules?
Both.
Okay, both. And you're saying that part of the information that you gather is by just walking up to somebody that you see and see if they'll talk to you and tell you all their intimate gang stuff?
I've done that before, yes.
And even when they don't speak to you, you said you look at the way they dress and the way they stand?
Sometimes.
What about the way they stand?
So specific to, let's say, the Bloods, they align, some of their symbology is specific to the right side. So they might stand and cross their arms a certain way with the right arm over the left arm. Or they might wear their hat to the right. They might put a bandana on the right, or put a different colored bandana on the left to show disrespect. So those are little nuances that if you know you're talking to someone who is a member of that gang, it could mean something.
Okay.
If you're I just meet you and you happen to be wearing a red bandana in your right pocket, I know you're not a member of the Blood, sir. So I would not think this guy's a Blood.
I understand that.
You get what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying is, how are you learning? You might be learning whether the person you're speaking to fits the criteria of the gangs that you already have formed. You're not advancing your knowledge about gangs by looking at them and saying and identifying things that you already think apply, right? You understand the distinction I'm making?
No, please rephrase that.
Okay.
Interesting question.
And by the way, before I get to that question, you're saying that for example, Bloods are favor their right, so they might cross their arm right over left, right?
Yes.
When you say might, are you saying that sometimes they cross it left over right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
So that's not really a rule then, right?
Nothing's written in stone, sir.
Okay.
So that means Bloods typically wear red, right? It's one of their primary colors. They also wear green, which is on the East Coast a blood color. And new recruits within the Bloods are told to wear brown or tan with a white T-shirt. So there's different things. You can't just stick to one aspect and be like, oh man, that guy didn't cross out that B that one time, because you're supposed to cross out your B's.
I understand.
Or your C's, sorry. So just because you didn't do it one time doesn't eliminate what you are.
I understand. I'm just trying to get your testimony straight.
Sure.
You were saying sometimes they might wear their hat to the right.
Correct.
Meaning sometimes they might wear it to the left, and sometimes they might wear it straight, and sometimes they might wear it in the back. Right?
Yes.
So that's another rule, that sometimes they do that.
These aren't rules. These are a rule is something that has to be followed. These are just things that they're known to do.
Okay.
Like wearing the color red. They don't always wear the color red. If they did, it'd be very easy to just find all your Bloods, or at least start looking for them.
And all of the 6 times that you testified as an expert were they in 2022 and 2023, or just in 2023?
I testified in federal court a couple months ago on the Zoe Mafia family case as an expert. I testified last year sometime, I forgot when, on a 9 Trey Gangster Bloods case, attempt homicide case. And I testified in a couple of sentencing hearings between that time and now.
Okay. So whatever the case, would it be fair to say your expertise is just kind of in its embryonic stage, since you weren't certified as an expert as of February of last year? You agree with that?
I think my knowledge of the topic has grown over time. Obviously, that's why I do recurring training. But
And you said that you've attended every conference since 2016, right?
Yes, sir.
And your first conference, what conference was that in 2016?
The Florida Gang Investigative Association.
And how many times? I'm sorry.
The conference.
Okay. And you said every conference since then? Is it biannual, annual, every month? Annual?
Annual, and then they host additional trainings throughout the year. You wouldn't call them conferences. They don't call them conferences. They're just trainings, 2-day trainings, 3-day trainings on specific things, like outlaw motorcycle gangs, I believe was the last one I took.
Okay.
I think a 2-day training.
And you got your certification in 2016 then?
I have to look at my certificate. I think it took, I had taken 2 years before I got the advanced certificate.
Okay. All right, one last thing. You said that you have taught.
And then a little bit less than the next one, a little bit less than the next one. So you get all the way to the top. Like most organizations, there's only one CEO, there's only one big boss, and then there's assistant managers and associate managers and supervisors, floor supervisors. It's the same thing. You can only run an organization a certain amount of one way.
So in terms of your experience in training and dealing with gangs, is there a financial component to those?
A huge financial component.
Could you describe a little bit more about that?
Other than protection inside the prison system, once they spread out into the streets, one of the main focuses of the gang is to financially support the gang. And to financially support the gang, you have to make money. To make money, you have to sometimes commit crimes. It could be, and they don't have a rule on how to get this money, right? You can, some of the Bibles say, get it how you live, right? So pick a trade, make money. If it's rapping, it's rapping. If it's selling drugs, it's selling drugs. If it's selling guns, it's selling guns. If it's killing, it's killing. If it's doing home invasions, it's doing home invasions. And then that money in most gangs that report back to a prison system, they pay dues. Not all gangs do it, but a lot of them do. They pay dues. These dues are collected at the very bottom. They're transferred over to the person in charge of collecting the money. That person in charge of collecting the money usually has a title. They might have a rank. They also have a title of treasurer. That person is then responsible for holding the money for the gang, so that if someone has legal troubles, they could pay for the attorney fees, or if someone needs, or if the organization inside the wall in prison needs food, commissary, shoes, anything, they can support their brothers behind the wall until they get out. That money is also used to get people back on their feet when they get out of prison. So that's the financial component. That's the money laundering component of the organizations.
So you talked a little bit about wiretaps and monitoring of specific phrases, spellings, things like that. How do you learn the phraseology or specific slang used by any individual set or gang?
Sometimes it's, like, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes it's difficult. There's certain slang and symbols that we have yet to decipher, right? Because even if you have the dictionary, it might not even make sense, because the slang, the answer or the definition of the slang term or the code word is another code word, and unless you knew what the previous Bible said, you never figure it out. But for the most part, you get this based off of context.
Okay. But can you describe, you mentioned something about dropping a C or crossing out all the C's. How does that show up in the messages?
It's written in most, if we're speaking about Bloods only, in the Blood Bibles, it'll say you'll cross out all your C's and replace them with X's, B's, K's. Basically just replace all the C's. And the reason that you replace the C's is because historically, when the Bloods were created on the West Coast, California, they were created to defend themselves against the Crips. The Crips were an organized gang at the time, in the early 70s. They were decimating the local neighborhood street gangs, and the local neighborhood street gangs banded together and said, let's unify and become one organization. Malpairu, that was one of the original sets. 5'9" Brim, one of the original sets. And all these neighborhood street gangs, like I stated, there's neighborhood street gangs, eventually sometimes evolve into large national gangs. That's how the Bloods were created. So these neighborhood street gangs banded together, created the Bloods, started calling themselves Bloods, and began to multiply. And their main thing was defending themselves against the Crips. So most of their language is anti-Crip language. That doesn't mean right now there's a war between Crips and Bloods, but they might still disrespect each other. If they get into an argument, they'll use derogatory language that they've created to diss each other, make fun of each other, and to show disrespect, either graffiti or messages on message boards. They'll cross out C's, or Crips will cross out B's. They'll call each other certain words like Crips. Bloods call Crips crabs. That's their derogatory term. Crips call Bloods slobs. That's their derogatory term for Bloods. Well, these are little things that they do, and it's not, like I said before, it doesn't mean every single time they write a message they're going to do it, but it happens pretty frequently.
So in terms of the term FYE, fire.
Yeah.
What would that be translated to?
A gun.
What about a stick or a pole?
A rifle or a shotgun, a long gun. It's like a stick.
What about the term on the plate?
On the plate, or being greenlit, that means the gang has sanctioned your murder, basically. If you've been put on the plate, if you've been greenlit, or you've been labeled food, that means it's an on-site attack that needs to be done on you. And if you're a member of this gang and you know that Johnny Smith is on the plate and you run into him and you don't act accordingly, then you might also be put on that plate. You might also be labeled food, and you might be next in line, or you are going to be next in line. Well, killed.
You also mentioned a term, false flagging. Could you define that for the jury?
Just means claiming something that you're not. So saying you're a Blood when you're not a Blood, and saying you're a Crip when you're not a Crip, or claiming multiple gangs that you're not a part of.
So how, on that side note, how do these small neighborhood local sets of young kids, how do they wind up becoming actually real sanctioned sets with the Bloods?
To become sanctioned, so there's a lot of neighborhood street gangs that identify as Bloods. They'll call themselves Bloods. They identify as Bloods in terms of they've adopted all the signs, symbols, ideologies, clothing, all these things that the Bloods buy on. And they might have bits and pieces of knowledge that they've gotten from, friends or whoever, or the internet. And they try to follow this stuff. At some point, if you get a big enough neighborhood street gang that's claiming Blood, they will probably get approached by a national set. And it could be any one of the national Blood sets will approach these neighborhood street gangs and tell them, it's almost like a cease and desist order. You either fold and you come tap in with the Bloods and become official Bloods, or sanctioned Bloods, right? Fall under one of the national branches, or your entire gang is going to be put on the plate. Your entire gang is going to be wiped out.
And if you could explain, is the term real right?
So real right is in reference to a sanctioned Blood, a Blood that's tapping in, a Blood that's associated to one of the national branches, that's doing all the right things as Blood. So if you're saying you're real right, that means you're a member of the Bloods, like the sanctioned Bloods, not a neighborhood street set.
And I think you've already described or defined lineup, but if you could just make sure that's clear, please.
Your lineup in a gang is your chain of your chain of command. So who's, your foot soldiers, then your first floor, second floor, third floor, all the way up to the top. That's your lineup. So if you're a member of the, say a specific G-Shine Gangster Killer Blood set, and they ask, and you're getting checked by another blood because they don't believe you're a blood, and they say, what's your lineup? You're going to tell them who you report to. And you would know, okay, my big homie, the person that brought me in to the gang, is so-and-so. His big homie is so-and-so. And the Godfather is so-and-so. And as long as you have the right answer, if the person quizzing you is a real blood, he's going to know that you're not lying. And that's how you catch you on lie. If you're faking it, you're not going to be able to answer those questions correctly. You're not going to know who the big homie is. You're not going to know who the boss is. You're not going to know anything because it's not publicly advertised for the world.
And so in terms of if someone asks, who do you walk with, what would be the appropriate answer?
With the Bloods?
Yes.
State your set and who your homies, who your big homies are. Basically, you'd have to identify who you report to.
When you say the term tapping in, I think you've used that a couple times. Could you define that?
Tapping in is what all the unsanctioned blood sets are told to do. If you want to become a real blood, and by real blood, I don't mean unsanctioned sets are not real bloods. A gang is a gang. It doesn't matter what you call yourselves. Just because you're sanctioned doesn't mean you're not a gang. So if you're claiming to be a blood and you want to be a sanctioned blood, the first thing they tell you to do is you need to tap in, which is you need to start reaching out to people that are real right, people that are real bloods, sanctioned bloods, and start learning the knowledge, start gaining the knowledge, start getting these documents and learning the way to operate under the national guidelines.
You've mentioned knowledge. Is there another term that's used interchangeably with that word?
Englewood.
Like the city in California?
Exactly.
Okay. You taught, one of the other things you said, could you define what is set tripping?
Set tripping is something that's created by G-Shine. G-Shine and Gangster Killer Bloods. I might go back and forth. I'll probably just keep correcting, or not correcting, but mentioning it. But Gangster Killer Bloods created that term, basically. And set tripping refers to a little history. So when the Gangster Killer Bloods were formed, they were formed as almost like an enforcement branch to straighten out all the bloods that weren't acting accordingly, following the rules. And you have to remember they were in prison. So the rules are a lot more strict in prison because there's nowhere to go. You break the rules here in South Florida, you can move to somewhere else and they might not find you. In prison, there's nowhere to go. You're in a cell block with 50 other bloods. You start breaking rules, everyone knows. So set tripping is not acting accordingly. So that means if there happens to be a fight on the courtyard where someone needs to get slashed or someone needs to get beat and you didn't do what you were supposed to as a member of this gang, you're set tripping. And then now G-Shine, or GKB, Gangster Killer Bloods, they will come and they will enforce upon you the violence that you should have enforced on someone else. So there's a little controversy with G-Shine because a lot of blood sets don't like them because they're enforcers. It's like, like a lot of people don't like the cops because we write people tickets. The police of the G-Shine, of the blood world, right? They're enforcing the rules.
So, Detective Fuller, are you saying that they commit violence upon each other?
Yeah.
And what do you have to support that?
There's, as I mentioned earlier, there's plenty of videos online of people that either false repping or not even people false repping. There's just videos of bloods that make mistakes and claim they are from one part of town when they weren't. And that was enough of a violation for them to get recorded live and live streamed getting beat for what they did. Everything doesn't arise to be put on a plate, everything doesn't arise to be killed, but you might have to take a violation.
So with regards to determining whether someone is or is not a gang member under Florida statutes, are there criteria that you have to look for?
Yeah, so the Florida statute that governs, or that defines what a gang is and what gang members and gang associates are, is 874.03. And there's different subsections. First subsection defines what a gang is, which is there's a group, whether formal or informal, of 3 or more people who have common identifiers, hand signs, colors, things in common, right? And as part of their primary activities, they commit crime. That's what makes them a gang, not the fact that they wear the same colors. And then after that, there's criteria that defines how you can determine if someone is a member or an associate. And these are, some of the criteria are adopts a style of dress, admits to gang membership, identified as a gang member by a parent or guardian, identified as a gang member by a confidential informant that's been proven to be trustworthy and reliable, identified as a gang member by a informant that hasn't been proven trustworthy and reliable, associating with a gang member 1 or more times, associating with gang member 4 or more times.
Okay, so let me interrupt you first. Yeah, A through K, does that sound familiar? Okay. With regards to the involvement, does every gang member have to be involved in every single criminal activity?
No, like I said, they say get it how you live. So as long as you're bringing money in for the gang, then you're going to be in their good graces. So if your hustle is rapping and you're making money rapping, they're going to support you. They're going to bring you up and make sure that you're making more money and that you're doing what you're supposed to, and that you're supporting, in return, you're supporting the gang. And then you don't forget, you're not an individual, you're part of a collective.
So you mentioned kind of ranks. How do you get a promotion from one rank to the next?
Putting in work, so either completing what they call missions or just contributing to the gang, showing your loyalty. Someone above you would have to decide that you're worthy of moving up. A lot of the early steps are as foot soldiers. If you're a foot soldier and your job is to go do home invasion robberies, if you're out there doing a whole lot of home invasion robberies and bringing a lot of profits back to the gang, or a lot of guns back to the gang, or a lot of drugs back to the gang, then you might get a promotion. If your job is rapping and you're doing good and you're making money and you're bringing in money to the gang, you're taking the gang to shows and you're supporting them, you're supporting the gang, not supporting yourself, supporting the collective, then you can start getting promotions.
Okay. Is every aim and goal of a criminal gang something related to crime?
No, a lot of these gangs, like I said, were initially racially formed for racial reasons, to defend, for the African Americans to defend themselves against Hispanics, or Hispanics to defend themselves against African Americans or white supremacists. So initially it started off as something racial to help bring up their own people, right? So the Hispanics created gangs to bring up the Hispanic culture. The African Americans did it to bring up black culture and to help them get out of these areas and to support their neighborhoods and bring money back to their neighborhoods and make sure that there's success amongst not just the gang, but their culture. And that's the same for basically every gang, whether it's white supremacists, Hispanic gangs, Asian gangs, black gangs. It's just, that's what gang culture is.
Is there things about prioritizing education for gang members?
Yeah, it's written into their bylaws. They don't want dummies, right? They want want smart guys. If you're out there committing reckless acts and bringing bad attention to your gang, no one's going to want you. You might be out there committing robberies and doing stuff. That's your job. But if you're doing it recklessly because you're not a smart guy, they're probably tighten up on you and start telling you, you need to do this a different way. We need to teach you the right way to do this. Or you might just be a skilled rapper. You might be very good at sports, or you might be just a very smart person and you just do really well in school. So they want you to succeed in school so that you can maybe become an attorney or something that can help them out.
So with regards to G-Shine in particular, were you able to document 3 or more members of that criminal enterprise?
Yes.
Approximately how many were you able to document?
In reference to this case?
In reference to this case.
Oh, I think I stopped at like 17 or 18.
Specifically in this case, can you talk about how you became involved in this investigation?
I was asked to analyze the case and determine whether there was a gang nexus to it, whether Mr. Demmons was a member of this gang, and if he was, to look into it further.
So in terms of the things that you were trying to look at under the statute, in terms of subsection A, admitting to criminal gang membership, were you able to show that and document with regards to this defendant?
Yeah, so admitting to gang membership is not just admitting it to a police officer. If you admit to gang membership on a video, it's the same thing. You've admitted to being a member of that gang. So yeah, there's multiple videos of Mr. Demmons claiming G-Shine or GKB as a gang that he belongs to.
What about adopting the style or dress of a criminal gang?
Yes, Mr. Demmons was observed multiple times, more times than I can count, wearing the colors red, the colors green, and like I stated, the foot soldiers are told to wear tan or brown. And Mr. Demmons, there's a bunch of pictures of him wearing this tan trench coat that falls in line with the time where he would have been a foot soldier.
And so we'll come back to some of those pictures in a moment. So what about adopting the use of a hand signs that's identified as used by a criminal gang?
Yes, Mr. Demmons knows all the gang signs, and he does them very well. He can do them very quickly, a lot faster than I can.
Can you explain what stacking is?
Stacking is a form of communication with gangs, within gangs. If you meet another blood, you might you might ask them who they roll with. They say, "Oh, I'm a blood." Well, then they might just stack his set. So he'll say where he's from, right? So he'll throw maybe a B for blood or a B for blood, and then follow up with each set's. Every set has their own specific hand signs that they might throw out. So there's universal hand signs for the UBN, the United Blood Nation. Those are just standard signs that all bloods kind of are supposed to know. And then every set will have their own hand signs. And then apart from that, if you're part of a set that is part of a certain neighborhood, you might also add your neighborhood stack into it. So if you live on 27th Street or something like that, 27th Ave, you might throw in your street, especially if you're in an area that's populated by a lot of different blood sets. That way they know where you're from.
What about in terms of associating with one or more known criminal gang members?
Yeah, so the way I was able to identify these other G-Shine members or blood members was through contacts that he had on his phone and photographs that he had on his phone, social media, stuff that was publicly posted, stuff that was posted or that was privately inside his phone, not shared.
In terms of what about if they've been observed in the company of one or more known criminal gang members 4 or more times? Were you able to document that in this case?
Yes, there's hundreds of pictures of him with other Bloods.
What about if they are identified as a criminal gang member by physical evidence?
Physical evidence would be the videos of Mr. Demons throwing up hand signs, the videos of Mr. Demons saying the G-Shine oath, their motto, all the social media posts, references he makes in songs about being a Blood. That's all physical evidence.
Okay, so I want to
The
go.
Bible.
And so we'll get to that in just a moment. So Detective Polo, are you taking into consideration that this could be a character or an act that's put on for social media?
No, I don't believe this is an act or a character. This is, as I stated, G-Shine is one of the more violent Blood sets. They're the ones that are enforcing when other people are false repping, and that's what they're known for. So if a famous person were to false rep G-Shine, they would quickly get checked. That happened to those two kids, or I don't know how old they are, those two guys that were claiming sex money murder, the Island Boys, with the fun haircut.
Okay.
Yeah, they were claiming to be members of Sex Money Murder, which is a set of the Bloods, and they quickly got checked by almost every Blood that could find them on social media. They got branded, and they then had to recant and apologize.
Did you find any evidence whatsoever of any recanting or apologizing by Mr. Demons in the records that you reviewed?
There's no recanting, there's no apologizing, there's no one calling out Mr. Demons for being a fake Blood. There's all they could find is support for Mr. Demons for being a Blood by other Bloods.
Okay, in terms of the specific communications that you went through, were those on a cellular phone and email extraction? Or
Yes. Yes, it was on both.
Okay, I'm going to start. I'm going to make sure defense has a chance to see what's in the legal estate. Triple U for identification purposes only. Detective Polo, showing it's been labeled estate triple U for identification purposes only. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
How do you recognize those documents?
It's the email chain forwarded to YNW Melly booking at gmail.com from one Jaquan Berman, same subject that was identified through his cell phone on his text messages.
Objection, Your Honor, to the reference of it being his cell phone.
Thank you. One from sidebar, second. I'm going to take a short recess and not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence. Please read your notes and add right here. Thank you. Don't discuss the case. One recess.
So I believe we're gonna go to some type of recess, or they're gonna be in chambers. I really don't know what's going on right now. But on a quick side note, man, rest in peace to the 5 members of the Titanic exploration submarine, Ocean's Gate, or whatever the name of it was. Yeah, I think that they're saying that they found the wreckage, the debris, on the ocean floor next to the Titanic. So, even though it was no chance, you know what's wild is, like, most experts already knew that, like, it was over on Tuesday. When they lost communication with the sub, most experts said, like, they knew then that it was pretty much a wrap. Anything else would have took, I think I heard one expert say it would have took a number of miracles to happen in order for them to retrieve those individuals. So again, rest in peace to everybody that was on board, and condolences to their families. Yeah, exploration comes with a cost. I mean, that's been going on throughout history. Whether it's the North Pole, the Amazon.
Okay, so there's the testimony from the detective. He is testifying with a mask, and of course we're not showing his face there due to concerns with his area expertise. He is an expert in gangs and gang activity, and he is testifying there in court. Let's bring in my 2 great guests who are going to break this down with me now. I have Gene Rossi. He is a trial attorney, former federal prosecutor. I also have Aikisha Al-Shabazz. She is a former prosecutor with the New York County DA's office, criminal defense attorney, and professor. Aikisha, I want to start with you. I'm a former prosecutor, too. I was with the Brooklyn DA's office across the East River there from where you used to be. And I had the experience of having a gang expert testify. And similarly, he testified under the cloak of anonymity in order to maintain his undercover status and also his area of expertise. What do we see here in court now? Is it a valid concern for this witness to want to be anonymous in this trial, or at least testify without his face being shown?
Absolutely. If he is, and I'm sure they did what we do here in New York called a Hinton hearing, where the prosecution would put forth some sort of evidence to demonstrate that if he was not being able to testify in disguise or anonymously, then his life would be in danger. And so he's probably still engaged in undercover work, which is why it's necessary for us to protect his life. This is very common. So long as the judge has explained to the jury that they should draw no negative inference, right? It's to make it look like this witness is afraid of the defendant or something to that effect, then it shouldn't be a problem.
Right, and Gene, the process of what we're seeing right now, the line of questioning, is this to establish this witness as an expert? And in your experience, what are some of the things that you're looking to draw out from a witness that you're ultimately going to offer as an expert in court?
Well, if I'm the prosecutor, I have to lay a foundation that says that this expert knows what the heck they're talking about. So you want to get to training, experience, years in office, conferences, but also how many times they've been certified by a state or federal court as an expert. That's the best foundation, and the only foundation you should have for this type of expert.
Sure. And Aikisha, I want to get the perspective from the defense side. Gene was talking about what you want to bring out from this witness as a prosecutor. What are you sort of aiming to do when you're looking to voir dire or question a proposed expert witness being offered by the other side?
Well, exactly what was just said, and I think that this defense attorney did a great job at that. And I don't know if you caught when he said, "So you're sort of at the embryonic stage." It was like, you're a baby investigator. You don't really do this. You're not a real teacher. You just go out and do lectures. You talk to kids about not joining gangs. You're not a professor or anything to that nature. So he's really just trying to undermine his expertise, quote unquote. And I think he did a good job there. Like, you just got here. You don't really know anything. I like that as a defense attorney.
All right, great analysis. We're going to take a quick break here at Law and Crime, but you stay tuned. We're going to come back. More of the YNW Melly trial coming out of Florida.
So, yeah. No, I was just saying basically what they just ended up saying, that they were just laying the foundation as far as Melly goes. His affiliation with blood gangs, and that this ultimately has something to do with some type of gang issue. Other than that, I was just saying rest in peace to the people that were on Ocean's Gate. It has been confirmed that 5 lives. But yeah, I mean, this was the best day, hands down. I mean, after we got through all the little mumbo jumbo and the sidebars and I think the cell phone, the motion to get the cell phone thrown out was the best, because, you know, the prosecutor reading those text messages and the little back and forth banner between the state and the defense counsel. That was pretty good stuff. That was really good stuff. What else? And this last witness, it started out slow, the whole history of gangs and this, that, and the third. However, when it got to the portion of the testimony as it pertained to Jamell Demons, the defendant, it was pretty incriminating. I mean, not as far as the crime goes, but as far as, you know, his past actions tying him in with the gang. And so, like I said, that's going to help set up the state's, because that's been a big question aside from the actual weapon used. It was like, what's the motive behind this? I thought these was his boys, so I think they're doing a good job of like setting that up. I thought the defense counsel today was probably his worst day. He seemed like he was really fumbling and trying to discredit the quote unquote expert. I mean, that's just my opinion. Others may see it different, but it just kind of seemed like it was all kind of a stretch. I believe we probably got about like an hour if they don't cut the day short. There's been a lot of little things going on with the jury, and this juror staying on the jury, as well as them allowing this expert to testify with the mask on. I believe these are all still, like I said, points that are going to come up if convicted through the appellate process on appeal. So, yeah, it's getting interesting, as I thought it would. Because not only do you have the gang expert tying them to some stuff, I'm sure they're going to come back to this phone thing. This is going to be the biggest, like, they're going to work the heck out of this phone angle, because they don't have certain elements to actually tie him to certain things. So they're going to use the phone and his communications a lot, I believe, in this trial. So again, make sure you guys hit that subscription button, notifications bell. check out the description for this video. I got my social media in there, a link to the Discord if you guys want to jump in and chop it up one of these days during the trial. Let us know what you think. But other than that, man, we're gonna get back into the dialogue.
Demmons is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of Anthony Williams, also known as YNW Sack Chaser, and Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YNW Juvie. Together with co-defendant Cortland Henry, they were known as the YNW Collaborative. Henry is going to be tried separately from Melly. In day 7 of the trial, we are hearing testimony from Detective Danny Polo. We're going to take you live into court in Broward County right now. Stay tuned.
A set, like a group, a different branch of an organization.
So you mentioned some of the organizational system. Is there a recognized organizational system in place for example, the UBN?
Yes.
And so can you describe a little bit about how that is organized?
So the United Blood Nation was founded by a handful of leaders within Rikers Island. They created the first 3 original sets, 9 Trey Gangster Bloods, 1 Trey Gangster Bloods, and G-Shine or Gangster Killer Bloods. Sometimes they go by different names. And there was, I think, a total of like 12, 13 different sets that were created. Each one of those sets, or each one of those gangs that fall under the United Blood Nation have a leader who they call the Godfather Head. Right, so that would be the top person in the organization, the Godfather Head of the GFH. From there, you have Godfathers underneath, and there's a couple more of those, and then they spread into different branches. Then they have from there, from the Godfather, you have the highs, and you have the lows. That's the title of the rank. And sometimes they'll give those titles, the high and the low, they'll give it a separate title. So they might give it an associated title, like it could be anything. Whatever set could call it whatever they want for their group. You have the highs and lows, then you have the 5th floor. The 5th floor is a rank. They call it 5th floor or 5-star, or you're a 5-star general. Then the 4th floor, 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor, and you have foot soldiers. And that doesn't mean there's one person per position. There could be hundreds of people in one position, and then a little bit less than the next one, a little bit less than the next one, until you get all the way to the top. Like most organizations, there's only one CEO, there's only one big boss, and then there's assistant managers, and associate managers, and supervisors, floor supervisors. It's the same thing. You can only run an organization a certain amount of one way.
So in terms of your experience in training and dealing with gangs, is there a financial component to those?
A huge financial component.
Could you describe a little bit more about that?
Other than protection inside the prison system, once they spread out into the streets, one of the main focuses of the gang is to financially support the gang. And to financially support the gang, you have to make money. To make money, you have to sometimes commit crimes. It could be, and they don't have a rule on how to get this money, right? You can, some of the Bibles say to get it how you live, right? So pick a trade, make money. If it's rapping, it's rapping. If it's selling drugs, it's selling drugs. If it's selling guns, it's selling guns. If it's killing, it's killing. If it's doing home invasions, it's doing home invasions. And then that money in most gangs that report back to the prison system, they pay dues. Not all gangs do it, but
Of the defense.
Respond to the 9807 number.
Yeah. What did you say? Purported to be the defendant?
Yes.
We object to that.
Okay.
9807.
Just the phone number.
Sure.
can I just call up the phone?
Yes.
Please.
All right, we're all set?
Yes, Your Honor?
Let's bring the jury in.
You still have state triple U? Okay.
Jury entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Demings, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, our witness remains on the stand. Councilwoman Roach, we're still on your direction foundation. Proceed. I sustain the last objection. Repeat your question, please.
Yes, Your Honor. So Detective Polo, the item that has been presented to you is straight state triple U. You recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It is the email chain addressed to YNW Melly booking at gmail.com.
Is this the same email that is referenced in the 772-713-9807 phone extraction you reviewed?
Yes.
Is that the same or substantially same condition as when it was retrieved from Google via search warrant?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request that the state's triple U into evidence and published to the jury.
Any objection not previously raised?
We object to it coming in toto, and we request that any individual exchange be authenticated, foundation be laid.
Objection is overruled. It'll be admitted.
States triple U will be marked states number 68.
So Detective Fuller, when I go through this email and the attachments that are on it, one by one. The September 16th, 2018 sent date, do you see that on there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please say and read for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the...
Counsel, one second, please.
Thank you. Sorry to disturb.
No.
Grab a chair.
Trying to make it as big as possible as well. So the individual that is from on that, you could read that aloud for the jury?
My computer's up. Jaquan Burton at burtonjaquan@gmail.com.
And who is it addressed to?
YNW Melly booking at gmail.com.
And before we get into all of the attachments, in terms of how many times this email was forwarded, is that also reflected on this page?
Yes.
This third entry down, the Jaquan Burton again is the sender. Who is it going to?
The subject named Derek Dixon was identified as Gino.
Okay.
Street name Gino.
And we'll come back to Gino in just a little bit. Continuing on. Were you able to identify all of the individual email addresses and associate them with a known person?
So we went through some of them and were able to identify. Earlier on, there was a Jamell Mitchell. He's in a photograph with Mr. Demmons. That was on the first page.
Okay. Is that the one here? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I think I have a copy. It was first page.
I'm sorry.
First page, the first one sent to mitchelljamon@gmail.com.
Oh. So going through, continuing to this last, the first forwarded one on this particular email chain. Can you read the from email?
Bang Bang is the name, and then the email is bangbangaskari@gmail.com.
Does the term Ascari mean anything particular or special in relation to the G-Shine Bloods?
Ascari is a step above the foot soldier in G-Shine. It's like their second rank above a foot soldier.
Okay. So continuing on, the information that we're here, and I'm sorry I have to make it a little bit smaller to fit on the page. Is this some of the history you were talking about?
Yes.
In terms of the individuals that are listed and the dates and things like that. For example, if you look here, the 199BIX. Can you explain or translate that?
1996, they took the S out, put a B, because Slav is a derogatory term towards blood, so they take out S's as well, put a B in it.
In terms of some of the individuals that are listed on the next line, Corey King, Shaquell, Hitman, Pimp, and Rob Lowe. Are those some of the individuals that you talked about that have posted on YouTube?
Yeah, OG, Corey King, he was the original Godfather head, and he was one of the founders. There's a video of him in Tampa, I think from last year or the year before, during the G-Shine National Gathering. He was president, showing live streaming for everyone, showing the big turnout. There weren't just G-Shine members, there was members from all blood sets, but it was a G-Shine event. OG Shaquell, he's the second one. He's a notorious G-Shine member, one of the original founders. He does a lot of videos online as well with Corey King, a lot separate, but some of the Corey King and some of these other names, Hitman, Pimp, and Rob Lowe, they're referenced.
My apologies.
They're referenced in these historical accounts from Corey King and Shaquell and some of the other blood leaders that aren't listed here because they're not members of G-Shine.
Okay. There's a word here, DAMU. What is that?
Damu, blood.
Is that something that you see throughout these records?
Yeah. The Damu, or they call themselves Olas, O-L-A. It's just a way for them to, it's like saying bro or dude. The Damu, you're saying you're a blood. I'm an Ola, I'm a blood. Any other blood would know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. At the last line, 3 districts, there's 3 godfathers.
Mm-hmm.
Is that some of the hierarchy you were describing earlier to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
That was, yeah, that's how the original G-Shine set was divided. It was divided into 3 temples. We call them temples. And each one of those had their own separate hierarchy.
Okay. And to continue on to the top of the next page where you said temples are on there, that's over here?
Yeah, and it references the names of each individual set, so that's a common thing. Sometimes a lineup or a set will be named after the leader. Sometimes they just give a name. like Nitrate Gangster Bloods have a set called the Hellraiser set. It's different sets, they just give them names. So here you see some of the names associated with the original 3. The most important one here is the 9.5 Killer Shine set.
And the screen in front of you is a touch screen, so you can touch it and it will show what you're looking at.
Yeah, so 9.5 Killer Shine, that one stood out to me.
Why so?
Because in the messages located on the phone between
the 9807 phone number and
between the 9807 phone number and G-Shine numbers that were identified, Gino being Derek Dixon, Herc or Q-Shine being Jaquan Burton, and the person they listed as their godfather being a subject named Stretch, who was identified as Keith Stevens.
Okay.
Yeah, Keith Stevens. His name is Stretch, and Stretch has been documented as in multiple federal indictments as the leader of the 9.5 Killer Shine blood set.
Oh.
So that corroborated past investigations.
Okay. So when you were talking about like calls and responses, you mentioned that the information will have kind of the translation. Is that what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so right here, this is a way of asking who you fall under and the response you're supposed to give. Then you have, a code and NBA. So if they just wrote, if you find some ledgers or mail in the jail where they write NBA, they're not talking about basketball. They're talking about the National Blood Association. And then here you have what they gave as the name to the ranking system. So GF is the godfather. They call him the general manager. And this is what I said. It changes from set to set because there might be a set that won't call it the general manager. They'll call him whatever. It could call him anything. It's up to each set to do it, and it could change. It's not written in stone. The high is the next step under that. Call him the head coach. In this specific Bible, the low is 5-star general, 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star generals.
Okay. In terms of, is there then laws that are set out for the purposes of G-Shine?
Yeah, so the original laws were written for the UPN. G-Shine adopted the same laws. Those are the original 30 laws. Blood in, blood out, you get jumped in. Sometimes, and like I said, there's exceptions to every rule. Sometimes you get blessed in. So voted in by committee, you're putting in work, that's another way of getting in. No snitching, that's an important rule. No punking out. No backing down from a fight, basically. No homosexuality is very common in the gang world.
Can you translate, you made a comment about being blessed in. Can you just explain that? Because I don't think you've defined that yet.
So blessed in is when you didn't really put in any work and someone within the organization is just vouching for you. And just saying, hey, this guy's going to be one of us. They bring you in, you don't get jumped in, you don't have to put in, you didn't put any work in, you didn't do anything. They just brought you in, they brought you home. That's terms that they would use. But the most commonly used term is blessed in.
Okay. On some of them, like no flu wearing or yellow back.
I don't know, I have no idea.
So there are some things that even law enforcement has yet to decipher.
Yeah, there's certain, I said that I think earlier, that there's certain codes that just don't make any sense to me. There's certain tattoos that don't make any sense. I just see them over and over and over again on bloods, and I know it means something to them. I just haven't figured out yet what it means, and sometimes they don't answer.
Number 11, that's indicated here, cross out all C's and replace with B's, K's, or X's. Did you see evidence of that in the phone belonging to the phone number 772-713-9807?
Yes.
Oh, was that in private communications?
Private communications and public posts that were posted from that phone.
Okay. And items number 16 and 17. Is that a common rule to basically don't admit anything?
This is what I was talking about, where the Bibles are held in secrecy, right? So that's why I send them through email, because typically you can't just find someone's email laying on the floor, right? That's not a thing. You can find documents laying on the floor at a search warrant, but to get an email, you would have to write a search warrant for Gmail or iCloud or whoever. So that's why they send out these Bibles a lot in email form.
Okay.
To keep it secret.
The last one on this page, never take another person's side over your homie. What is a homie?
Homie is a member of your set, a member of your blood set. So just because it wouldn't just be any blood, it would just be a blood within your organization, within your lineup, within your set.
Okay. Again, more of the logs 20 through 30. Okay. And number 27 on this list.
No black on black crimes unless someone violates your set, code, and colors. You gotta respect. That's like the biggest thing in the gang world is respect. With every gang, respect is. If you don't have respect, that's one of those things that could get you killed. And that's been documented over and over and over again.
Okay. And next thing it says oath/red alert. What is that?
The oath. It's one of the most gangs have that create an oath. This will be one of those things that you have to memorize verbatim, and when you're being quizzed, you're going to be asked to recite these things. This is one of the things you'll be asked to recite. At some point, you'll be expected to memorize all these rules. At some point, you'll be expected to memorize all your creed. They call it levels, so levels of knowledge. And if you assert that you're, let's say, at a certain level of knowledge, and you get tested up to that level of knowledge and you failed, then you're going to get violated. Now, if you say you're at a certain level of knowledge and they test you and you get quizzed and you answer everything correct, then you're doing just fine.
Okay, so you had mentioned that there were other different sections and hoods. Are those some of the ones that you had previously mentioned? The 9 tray?
Yeah, so the original founders of the UBN, OG Mac and Leonard and McKenzie, they created all these. Well, these gangs existed within the system, within the prison system. They just didn't have these names. Little by little, like it happened in California, where the neighborhood gangs started joining into the Bloods, they then changed their names for something that aligned with the Bloods. So these are the original sets. The dates, they're as accurate as I can tell based on not just interviews, but all the other documents that we've ever recovered have the dates are pretty consistent. These are things that you'll almost never get wrong unless you find a Bible from a jail, from a brand new member of the Bloods who's trying to learn, and he's just writing it down, trying to memorize this stuff, because the easiest way to memorize stuff is just keep writing it down, especially if you're sitting in jail.
In terms of, it says greeting and replies, are those some of the types of knowledge an individual could be quizzed on?
Yeah, you could, and you won't even know you're being quizzed on it. This is something that happened in one of our undercover cases. Our undercover was his first time being a Blood, so he didn't answer some of these greetings correctly.
Okay, so going down to almost the bottom of the page, where it says on there, rise and shine. What is the proper response if someone says rise and shine?
I shine, you shine, we shine, G shine. It's a very popular G shine saying.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be exact, right? So if you, it could be like variation of it, like right there, I shine, you shine, right? It's not exactly like the other one.
Okay. And in terms of, it says these are meanings, not replies. So if someone says this, is this kind of more the dictionary part of it?
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't make sense. Like some of these dictionaries, it just, the answers, or the definitions to the word, to the codes is other codes. And it's just, unless you have the person in front of you that wrote that, you probably won't be able to decipher it.
Okay. And this continues on in this with different
codes.
Okay. And reviewing these codes, are they consistent with some of the other gang knowledge that's been recovered and that you have learned about?
Yeah, except for some of the, obviously some of the codes are different because codes are updated periodically. For the most part, a lot of these have continued to be used.
Okay. And so there's some of the terms you've already defined, like set tripping. Is 1965 on that list. Is this something that they continue to evolve over the years?
The code?
Yes.
It could, if you know, big indictments come down and a lot of people, you know, if a big indictment comes down, like the recently sex, money, murder got indicted, and I think it was a lot of people got arrested on that indictment. We have an active investigation where we know they completely restructured everything. They're restructuring their Bibles, they're restructuring their chain of command, they're restructuring all the rules. So it's how they evolve.
And so
after
the
law enforcement has gotten hip to whatever is already out.
And so on the bottom of this, it says G slang. What is that translated to?
Speaking codes.
And continuing on to the next page. Do you have all of these memorized?
No.
Okay.
I've tried. Trust me, I've tried. Between this and all the other games have the same thing going on. A couple hundred pages of that. It's impossible.
Okay. So that's the end of the first email, the forwarded email.
I'm going to be approached for a Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need a few minutes with the attorneys. Do not discuss the case. Don't comment on anything about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case. Be present, certain no research. Just leave your notepads on your chairs. We'll be back with you shortly.
not completely sure if we're done for the day. We're going to hang out until we find out.
Typos, and they're third and fourth typos.
Just not.
It's not in there, that's the third one is in there. So you have that.
Counsel, yes, let the record reflect that you stepped out. Counsel Manuel with defendant. You're suggesting you don't have this record? I heard, that's what I heard you say. Now you want time to look for it, so you need some time to see if you have it or you don't?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're in recess for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Judge. We'll see if you have enough that you're going to give us.
I need a specific one.
So I guess they're back in recess. It's usually kind of, I think yesterday they went to about, what was that, 4:30 Eastern. But it looks like they're about to have like some discussion on some motions or something like that. So we're going to wait on that. All Blood Gang members should be following this on how not to move. Yeah. For real. It's crazy how they get the inner workings of everything and infiltrate everything, but everything's supposed to... Well, nowadays, everything ain't so secretive anyway. Everything is for everybody to see and so forth and so on, so...
Exactly much of a race in the end, simply because of some tragic event that unfolded on Sunday, or did this extend into the last several days? Maybe we'll find that out. I'm sure that will be one of the questions asked during this press conference. I would like to, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I want to offer thoughts and prayers again now that we have this news and it's getting widely distributed national and international breaking news that the Ocean Gate statement has been released and the 5 Titan sub passengers are believed to have been lost during this underwater expedition to see the RMS Titanic. And it's Hamish Harding, Shahzada Dawood, Suleiman Dawood, Paul Henry, Nargileh, and Stockton Rush, and Paul Henry is most commonly referred to by his friends as PH. And I'm sorry, apologies for any pronunciation difficulties there, but our thoughts and prayers are with the loved ones and family members who are living through their worst reality, their worst nightmare right now.
Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of people are going to start wondering, what did it? What happened? Was it a part of the sub that just gave way? Was it a crack? Those are answers that'll all hopefully come later to figure out what had happened. But that starts off a whirlwind of questions on what happens next, which is far too early to talk about. But in terms of exploration, in terms of safety, in terms of international waters, in terms of what regulations there should be, those are all things I think you and I will be reporting on for months, if not years to come when it comes to a story like this. But a sad, sad end to the Ocean Gate and the Titan story. It's really rough to hear.
Let's remind our audience, the U.S. Coast Guard, sometimes press conferences don't...
Tinsu, thank you for that. I see the information. I appreciate that.
Narrowly punctual. And this is because it's the Coast Guard.
Right.
It is, and with that, we expect this press conference to begin promptly at 3 o'clock Eastern in about 7.5 minutes from now. So if you have found this live stream, if you're looking for the press conference, you found it. This is it. Josh and I are going to mute our microphones, and we are going to listen in and learn this news with all of you. We're going to go full screen and find out the latest from Boston. Josh, are you going to be with us through the press conference, or remind me?
They say they keep it to a half hour usually, so
okay.
I just got to be downstairs and get on the air by 4, but we can push it a little bit.
Okay. So, and look, it depends on how long the press conference goes.
Right.
We expect
it may
there to
not be that long, but they're going
Right.
to have questions, and they generally do. There's going to be a lot of questions.
It is expected to be, I'm sure, a considerable Q&A because there are so many questions that still remain, and there are going to be questions for a long time. And as I'm sure, one of the questions that we talked about earlier, Josh, is an investigation, what that would look like, who would be the investigating agency, and does it fall under a U.S. jurisdiction, or would a U.S. agency take lead and coordinate an investigation into what transpired? Because there needs to be fact finding, there needs to be a search for answers, and there needs to be experts dedicated to it to find out exactly what happened to the Titan sub this past Sunday. That's going to require a lot of man hours. It's going to require a lot of technology. It's going to require a lot of multi-department coordination, and which will different nations have their own investigations? Could Canada do their investigation? Could the United States? Could the UK? Could France? Will there be an international effort to collaborate and find out what happened? Because of this happening, of course, in the North Atlantic, there's a lot of different major questions as to how we get answers in the long term. As far as getting answers in the short term, folks, that's coming up in about 5.5 minutes from now when we go full screen to the press conference from Boston. Let's see if we can, Josh, if I may, I'm going to just start to look here for some final pre-press conference questions and comments with our hashtag system. Again, hashtag HJB, hashtag HeyJosh. If you want to have your comment featured on screen, use one of our hashtags. And we'll try our very best to make sure your voice is heard and make sure that your question is addressed. People asking if Facebook is your platform of choice. We're live on the WFLA Facebook page, as well as I understand, at the WFLA JB
I have
Facebook
I have a
page.
full statement if you want me to read it.
Yes,
Yeah.
I would. Where is exactly the statement from?
Let me see. Hold on.
I want to make sure that I'm live on my page right now. Because our team, I want to make sure I'm not giving anybody any empty promises. But yeah, Josh, it's all you.
Let me get. Yeah, hold on. I'm a lot slower on my phone than I am on my laptop.
And no, we are live on.
Find it or not, or what happened?
We're still checking.
Oh, you haven't resolved it?
We have not resolved it.
So Your Honor, it was pursuant to a search warrant that was signed on March 14th of 2022 by the Honorable Barbara Duffy. The information was provided to the defense counsel as once the return came in from Google. It was sent on March 22nd of 2022 and provided that information to counsel. I'm going to try and pull up the email confirmation and then provided them another copy of it as well.
I'm going to try and verify that.
Yes, someone on the team, yes.
All right, we're in recess.
So, I don't know what's up with this defense team. So now they can't find the papers, and we back in recess again. This is wild. It's been another long, interesting day. Detective Danny Polo, gang expert, air quotations, came with some interesting stuff today. I've been looking at these polls. Haven't been really much of a change. Everybody's still kind of feeling the same way. I think it changed by like maybe a percentage from yesterday, from 78% not guilty to 77. So we'll see after everybody lets all today's events marinate what it's gonna look like come tomorrow before we head into the weekend. I feel like today, for me personally, feels like the first day that that things got really ramped up, and like it really felt like a trial, you know, where you got, oh yeah, he's a gang member, and you know, like I said, the phone, and I mean, not that any of these youngsters care nowadays anyway, but that phone gonna get you in so much trouble, yo. That phone gonna get you in so much trouble. Social media gonna get you in so much trouble. But it's the game they play. It's a lot of times I feel like they don't even care. But when you facing what he facing, yeah, you gotta care. I don't know what else today. I mean, aside from the submarine, we got, what else? Chris Paul just got traded, for all you basketball heads out there. Chris Paul for Jordan Poole and some draft picks. The Wizards and the Golden State Warriors just made a deal. What else? I was reading a comment earlier that said that I don't know if this is true. This is just something I saw a few people actually say in the comments, that Melly and Juvie may have gotten into a scuffle prior to. You know what's crazy though? If you go back to earlier in the day, when the prosecutor was reading the messages between alleged messages between Melly and his mother, Jamie King, one of the messages was basically him saying he needed a weapon, and she said, well, I got this 40, and she said it was, coincidentally, you know, that is the other caliber of shell casing that they found as it relates to this case. So, I mean, it don't take a rocket scientist to start connecting the dots. You feel me? Because remember, he said he needed a legal gun. So I guess what the state is trying to, you know, get you to take away from that is, he hit his mom up. He needed a weapon. She said, I got a 40. He said, nah, I need something legal. Her response in the message was, it is legal. And now, at the scene of this incident, you have some 40 caliber shell casings. So the inference is quite obvious that they want you to believe, you know, that that's what took place. So this the path we headed down. You know, I think as we go along, you're going to see everybody saying, oh, the state ain't, you know, not guilty. I think people are going to be saying not guilty regardless, just because, you know, we live in a world of trolls now. They don't really care, you know, they just want to ruffle feathers. So all these people screaming free Melly, not guilty, I only think about 10% of them actually probably feel that way. The other 80% are trolling. And the other 10% probably feel a different kind of way. Let me see. They still got this submarine. Okay, hold on. Let's listen to
Complex operating environment on the seafloor over 2 miles beneath the surface. And so the remote operating vehicle has been searching, and it is highly capable. And we've been able to classify parts of the pressure chamber for the Titan submersible. Let me refer to one of my undersea experts here, Mr. Paul Hankin, to talk about the nature of some of the debris.
Thank you, Admiral. So essentially we found 5 different major pieces of debris that told us that it was the remains of the Titan. The initial thing we found was the nose cone, which was outside of the pressure hull. We then found a large debris field. Within that large debris field, we found the front end bell of the pressure hull. That was the first indication that there was a catastrophic event. Shortly thereafter, we found a second smaller debris field. Within that debris field, we found the other end of the pressure hull, the aft end bell, which was basically comprised of the totality of that pressure vessel. We continue to map the debris field, and as the Admiral said, we will do the best we can to fully map out what's down there.
Thank you very much. It's a very difficult question to ask, but it will be an important one for the families, of course. What are the prospects of recovery the bodies of missing people?
So the questions was related. I'm restating the question from the standpoint of sometimes it's hard to hear the question here. What are the prospects for recovering crew members? And so this is a incredibly unforgiving environment down there on the seafloor, and the debris is consistent with a catastrophic implosion of the vessel. And so we'll continue to work and continue to search the area down there. But
so, counsel, came sidebar, and there said there was a problem that you thought there was maybe a discovery violation, and they didn't comply, sent it over to you, discovery, but now you're looking at it and you have it. Is that right or wrong?
Well, you can't find it, but they did show us a
They showed us a paper.
They showed us a document that says it was sent to us. I can't dispute it at this moment. We can't locate it, but
This time you're not alleging there's, do I need to do a Richardson here? Are you alleging there's a discovery violation?
No, I can't in good faith say that based upon this receipt. So,
I can say I don't have that email. That's why I did that receipt. I've searched all 3 of my emails. There's one email that day at 11 a.m. regarding text messages from the deposition of one of the receiving someone. That is not in my email. It's not in the email for March 23rd. It says it was emailed to me at emails. And it was also emailed to me to have.
and it was also supposedly emailed to me.
Yes.
I can't, based upon this receipt, I can't.
We have a receipt, but no attachment.
We have, they provided a receipt coming out of the office of the state attorney.
I suggest you also look at the deposition and when she was questioned about this specific document.
That would do it.
So my suggestion is that she's not going to finish, or she's at this rate to finish her direct today. So we'll study this over the weekend.
But at this time, you're not alleging there's any discovery violation. I don't need to
No,
Mr.
sir.
Richardson here. Is that correct?
At this moment, no.
Oh.
I can't.
So we're going to proceed with the testimony. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes,
Everybody agrees?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I bring the jury in now?
Yes, sir. I'm afraid it'll make me again.
Forget them very please on soon.
I ain't gonna lie, that looks really bad for the defense. Like, you done lost these like, that looks bad.
The record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorney. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, witness remains on the stand. Counsel, I think you're want to continue with your direct examination of the witness.
Yes, and continue publishing of State 68. So we've gone through the initial email, so now I want to go through each of the attachments. Are these, Detective Fuller, are these additional items of which an individual would be expected to memorize?
Yes.
Okay. When you talk about being promotions, is that also discussed in this particular 15 raised document?
Your Honor, I object to the manner in which this question is being done. It's leading.
Rephrase your question, counsel.
Detective, you talked about how people are promoted through the ranks.
Yes.
Is that reflected in this document?
In this one page?
Yes.
No, it's just like the principles of the game.
Oh.
Specific things that meanings they gave to symbols that they have within the organization. So like the 5-point star, they give meaning to each point of that star. Pyramid, what the pyramid means. The crown, the 5-point crown.
Okay. Moving on to the titled 23 Rule. This is, so it's clear for the record, the second attachment on this email?
Yes. These are all rules you'd be expected to abide by.
Number 12, communicate with someone on the lineup. Is that the term you defined earlier?
Tapping in, yeah. You need to make sure to report to your up your chain.
Okay. Moving on to the third attachment, what is this one called?
5 ways of banging up. This is how acts and ways that you can move up within the ranks, ways that you're expected to participate and do things for your organization, for the gang.
Okay. In terms of going down to the bold names, so if you could read them out loud so it's clear for the record which particular document we're looking at.
Number 1, physically. Physically, you want me to read the type?
No, just the bold on that one. Number 2.
Mentally.
Number 3.
Spiritually.
Number 4.
Economically.
And number 5.
Socially.
Moving on to the next, the meaning of G-shine. You had mentioned that sometimes there are specific colors that individuals are told to wear. Is that reflected in this document here that was found in the YNW Melly booking email?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What does this say about the uniform or fashion statements?
It gives directions on the colors of the organization, what they mean, and as with other signs and symbols that they have, like the 5-point star, they gave each point of the star a specific meaning. They do the same thing with the colors. They'll come up with initialisms of what each letter of that color means and why it means something to them.
Okay. In terms of the colors that were identified in this G-Shine document, what were they?
The colors I already mentioned, red, green, brown, black. I mentioned black, but red, green, and brown.
Okay. Next page here, what is it titled?
Meaning of G-Shine Ascari.
And then it says in here you've been, what does DMV mean? The Department of Motor Vehicles?
No. It would be the, like the council. I'm not sure exactly what that acronym is, but when you move up in the ranks, you would be reassessed by your higher ups, by your council.
Okay. Is there a specific uniform that you talked about that previously that's mentioned in this document?
Yeah, wearing brown and with a white T-shirt underneath, untucked. So it says it in there to signify that you're always ready for battle.
In terms of the email address that we had looked at previously, the Bang Bang Ascari, is that consistent with what was said to be done in this last paragraph?
Yes. That's typical with the gang name in general. A lot of members will just put the gang name at the end of their moniker, their Instagram handle, Facebook handle, whatever it is.
Okay. Going on to the next document in this. What is this titled?
The oath. That's one of the oaths you have to memorize.
Okay.
United Blood Nation oath.
And now, this photo here. What is this illustrating? Make it a little bit bigger, I know it's...
This is when they restructured. They were talking about the grass has been cut low and the snake's heads have popped up. So when they restructured, it was for, like I said, when there's indictments, stuff like that, they need to restructure and change the rules up so that way they can weed out people that they might think are cooperating with law enforcement or just people who aren't being true to the organization. So this is talking about that basically.
There's a line that says it talks about a memo. Is that something you've seen in your training experience, that there are memos that are issued to update policy?
Yeah, anytime it looks like a directive, anytime things are going to change within the organization, they usually will close the books, so no new members, they'll freeze everything, no movement, and they'll reassess what they have to do within the organization so that they can continue to reorganize and move forward.
Okay. In terms of, you said the books, what are the books?
To turn to mean literally the books, like the ledgers where they would write the members' names. So when the books are closed, you're not going to put new members into the books. Okay. Most well-organized gangs will have a national ledger where all the sets will be outlined with all the members and what ranks they currently hold.
Okay. And in terms of this last email here, an image, that's the close-up, or I'm sorry, the last image was a close-up of this email header. Who was this email sent to?
Isaiah Aberhart. He was identified as a subject named Goon on the phone. I forgot the phone number.
772-713-9807, that phone?
That phone.
Okay. And who was it sent to?
YNW Melly booking at Gmail.
So you mentioned a lot of the items in the phone that you reviewed.
Yes.
I'm going to start out with what's been labeled as states triple V for identification purposes. Going to defense. Detectives, you recognize what's been labeled as states triple V.
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is a extraction report from the cell phone ending in 9807 of messages between that phone number and a contact saved as GF stretch with the C crossed out using an X instead of a C.
And does this fairly accurately depict the conversation that is on that cell phone?
Yes.
And at this time, the state would request to move states triple V in and publish to the jury.
Same objection.
Objection's overruled. It'll be admitted.
States triple B will be marked state 69.
Okay, detective, on this particular phone and this messages, there's the term rise up and beloved. Is that something based on your training and experience you can offer an opinion on?
Yeah, it's mentioned throughout multiple G-Shine Bibles, the term rise up. Beloved's just a term of endearment that they're using between each other. On its own doesn't really mean anything, but knowing that these guys are members of G-Shine, it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
Stay.
Okay.
Raise your question.
So in terms of the term HURK, H-U-R-K, on this particular message, is that something you've seen before?
Yes.
And what does HURK mean?
Herc is a term used by members of G-Shine to refer to each other. It's like calling each other bro or dude, same thing. Members of G-Shine call each other Herc. That's one of the terms they use.
And on the December 1st, 2018, this particular message, is there another term that would indicate G-Shine affiliation?
The rank designation is Scary. He's addressing the person receiving that message as an Ascari.
Okay.
He's not just saying the word Ascari.
Understood. In terms of the last message here that looks like December 29th of 2018, you could read that one aloud, please, and I can make it bigger.
You have many other hoods that have productible aspects in motion, and it's time for us to put a form of some businesses into existence so we can grow as a family. We are already established financially, so we want to combine with you in the form of growth and development and endure prosperous ventures as a collective.
Going on to January 27th of 2019, is it the same use of the term beloved?
Yes.
Then it says line up some venues. Detective Fuller, I want to ask you, if someone is a member in any sort of music group,
yes,
Why would they be talking about venues with someone who is identified as a godfather?
Because they would need to get
Sustained.
So, Detective Paul, I want to back up and go into your training and education and experience on areas of control by specific areas under the blood gang hierarchy. You mentioned that there are different sets in different areas of the country.
Correct.
In terms of the various neighborhoods and various businesses within that neighborhood, do you have training and experience as to how access to those businesses are controlled?
So if you're in a neighborhood that is predominantly controlled by a specific gang, whether it be the Bloods, the Crips, whoever, and you are trying to go to that neighborhood, you need to have almost like an approval to be there. If not, you might, if you're in the wrong neighborhood, you might get approached, and the repercussions could be different for every person, but the point is you'll probably get confronted.
So I want to move on to some of the other messages that you've gone through, which have been marked as states W. It's been previously provided to defense counsel. I'm showing you states W. Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review this document?
Yes.
Does that document fully and accurately depict 5 different chat conversations between the individual using the 9807 phone number and some of the individuals you talked about previously? Gino, Perk, Jaquan Burton, etc.
Objection.
What's the objection?
That this witness is not in a position to attest to whether that accurately reflects conversations between two people that he was not a party to.
Sustained.
Does that accurately reflect the conversations that were captured on the 9807 cell phone extraction?
Yes.
In terms of, is there any additions or deletions from the cell phone extraction?
I don't believe so. I didn't see any in red. Usually when they've been deleted.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the conversations on the 9807 cell phone?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state would request to move states W in and publish to the jury.
I object, Your Honor. Improper foundation, insufficient foundation.
Thank you. Objection overruled. It'll be admitted.
No. States W.
States W would be marked states 70.
So, Detective, I'm going to go through and start with some of the pictures that are in this exhibit. Okay.
Reference the pages as you go if you don't.
Will do. So starting and going on, which is labeled as page 6, and this is a conversation that starts out with an individual named Foley and the 9807 cell phone number. Are there pictures that are sent back and forth between these individuals?
Yes.
So, and with Your Honor's permission, I'm going to switch over so I can pull up the pictures from the digital version.
So the record's clear, counsel. What's the exhibit number?
This is still the same exhibit, this is just the digital copy so that we can access the photos.
So exhibit 770.
Yes.
Thank you.
So in terms of the images that were sent, were you made familiar with Jamell Demons?
Yes.
Can you point him out in this particular photograph? I'm sorry, it's no longer a touch screen on that, I don't believe, because it's now on this.
Subject blank shoes jumping.
In the center of the frame?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. May the record reflect that the state pointed to it and he identified the person to whom the state pointed.
So let's go to a different one. Do you see the defendant Jamell Demons in this photo?
Can I stand up, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
In terms of the hand gestures or signals that he is making, is that anything that you can comment on with your expertise?
It's an East Side sign, using East Side blood, and that's a old blood sign. That's a blood sign.
You have to speak up.
I'm sorry, sir.
Well, I'll talk to you now.
And so you first said the east side one, is that being done with his left hand or right hand?
I don't know if the pictures. East side is being pointed forward.
Okay.
And then the other hand is kind of crooked, so I can't tell if he's doing another east side or if he's doing this, which is a blood hand sign.
Those are both from page 6 of State 70. Going now to page 14. You indicated that some of the emails were identified as a specific individual. Who was that?
Derek Dixon in the emails was identified as Gino, and Gino, this phone number was identified as Derek Dixon. One the same person.
In terms of the messages here on page 14 of State 70, the first message on September 16th of 2018, what does that say?
I'm sorry, say that again, which one?
The first
This one? Oh,
Sorry.
Gino locked me into love, and then took out the C and put an X.
Okay. Then the next message, the response from the 9807 phone number. What is that?
050, that's blood code. He, later on in this text thread, he explains it.
Okay. Down to the next one from the number that's identified as Gino.
Mm-hmm.
And what message does that say?
Me and the Godfather, the GF, talked about you till we come into your show in Orlando.
Okay. Moving on to page 15. In this second message here on page 15, what are we looking at? The 050 means on point. Could you translate that, please?
Gino's, the subject saved as Gino is explaining what the code means so that the recipient doesn't mess up when the Godfather questions him. It says it down below. Just a few things the Godfather might hit you with, I'm making sure you're on point. So he's saying 050 means on point, DL means I got you. And he proceeds to give other definitions. SL means shine love, greetings and responses are rise and shine, I shine, you shine. Rise up and bop, and shine right, shine bright, my shine, plan to be gold. So these are all things that were written in that original document we went over.
And that original document, in terms of the date on that, do you recall for the set date?
September something. I think I have it here. September 16th, 2018.
September 16th. Perfect.
So in some of the responses from the 9807, again, that term perk.
Again, it's just a term used between members of G-Shine. He's just responding, recognizing, just using G-Shine terms.
Okay. Continuing on through the month of September on page 16. In terms of the message here from the 9807. So we can see, what does it say there?
Just checking in. The C is taken out and the B is put in its place.
And can you explain what, or translate the September 21st, 2018, 11:26 p.m. message from Gino?
Just asking if he's all right. If everything's good. He responds that everything's good. 450.
Can you explain what is a square?
It's reference to
Page 19.
Square is a narcotic slang for typically a kilogram of any type of narcotics, so cocaine, heroin, whatever.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
404B, 403.
Watch from sidewalk.
Detective Polo, in terms of your training and experience in narcotics and gang investigation, what is a square?
Square is in reference to a kilogram of any type of narcotic that is sold in kilograms because it's shaped like a square.
Okay. So I want to talk now on page 21. On September 23rd, 2018, 6:25 p.m. Can you read those two text messages and then help to assist in the understanding of what they mean?
I'm sorry.
21.
So the guy hit is who he moves through on that. He got the Skittles. The next one too?
Yes, please.
Bro with that square, want to know what you want for a hook and a verse.
Okay. And can you explain what the Skittles in that message?
So that language has evolved, the Skittles, because right now the Skittles are something completely different. Back then it was talking about ecstasy pills, and MDMA pills, goes after the ecstasy.
And in terms of
looking in context, the message before that on September 23rd, 2018, 6:23 p.m. with what is a Z?
A Z is short for a zip. A zip is slang for an ounce. Call it that because you put it in a Ziploc bag.
Okay. So going on to page 22, there's a different phone number that's listed on there. Tell him to call.
Right.
And what phone number is listed there?
954-376-9158.
Okay. The next message, if you could read that one on September 23rd, 2018, 9:58 p.m.
He got it. Yeah, Herc, his name, image, he's very important. He's going to give you some, baby. He's over the whole South Carolina.
When you talked about earlier about areas of influence, is that what you meant?
Yeah, so especially with the lineups that cross state boundaries, you would need to know where your higher ups are reporting from. Because if you say I report to Stretch, you're going to say who's Stretch, especially if they're not part of your lineup. You say I report to Stretch out of South Carolina, then they can double check you and reach out to their contacts in South Carolina, make sure that Stretch is a real person.
Okay. Continuing on to September 25th, 2018, another message from on page 23 for Defense Counsel.
Thank you.
Is this again referring to the same image name from the previous?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the baby is?
Only the brick.
Okay.
Small like a baby.
And the response?
Haven't heard from him 20.
Oh. So then moving on further down that page on 10:08 p.m. What does Gino ask?
The number identified as Gino states, DL, did you get your date for the Savannah State Show?
And the DL, what does that mean?
Do you get, like, I'm sorry?
The DL, does that have a specific connotation or meaning?
Yeah, it does. I'm drawing a blank right now, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's been a long day. We'll come back to it. So with regards to the next line on that, what does that one read?
Yo, the GF, Godfather, gonna call you, take out the C, all you today, make sure you UAB, you're on point, basically.
And the response was?
Everything's good, all fine.
So I want to go then again to the digital version to reference this picture here. So Gino the number identified as Gino ending in 4281 sends an image, and this is on page 24 for counsel. In terms of this message, anything, can you translate as to what it's talking about?
Looks like it's a picture of another phone, taken with a phone, contact name tall, the person holding the phone writes, did you ever skyline with him? So did you ever connect with him or talk to him? He's dying to talk to you. Melly, that is. And then he says he's going to have to hit him up today.
I didn't hear that.
He's going to have to hit him up today.
So then continuing on to the DL. line, that what,
Tell them they'll be expecting me.
okay, and then the next response,
Want you to groom him, show them the meaning of the chain of command, safety and security, show dudes something different.
and the response,
I got you. I just know that by him talking to you.
Object to the hearsay. This is an image of a conversation between two other people.
Why don't you come for a second?
Well, it's a longer side. He said real quick. I guess ain't nothing real quick when it come to this. He said real quick. Man, we running up on 8 hours, man. I appreciate everybody stopping through, even if it's for a minute. Those of y'all that been here for the whole ride. You know what I'm saying? But let's see.
A minute. Right now, I need to take a short restroom break, so we're going to be in recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case with the president. And no appreciation. Thank you.
Wait a minute. All these recesses and everything, and the judge ain't went to the bathroom? Oh, hell no. Hell no. What? What?
We talk about scheduling off the record. We don't need to be on the record.
Judge wants to discuss it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought he had to use a bathroom. He's still sitting there. Man, go use the bathroom. You know how irritating that must be for the jury? I don't know if they like it or don't. Like all that, excuse the jury, bring the jury in. Excuse the jury, bring the jury. I wonder if that shit gotta be irritating. Gotta be irritating, y'all. sidebar for us too. Y'all think Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg should do this MMA bout, cage match, or whatever they talking about? Man, I got a house full of 11-year-old girls today, about 6 of them. So when you hear my dog, look, I think they just got here. 6 11-year-old girls. So needless to say, when I get off of here, I will be locking myself in my bedroom, using one of my dogs for protection.
Is the psychology and the aspect and the way this testimony plays out in the mind of a juror. How do you think the jury is receiving this particular evidence in court that we see here?
Well, we know that attorneys, work with juries to get potential jurors struck to try to eliminate their biases, but we know that they all come with their biases, their own histories, preconceived notions, prejudices. So it's really going to depend on how they see this case, their own feelings about gang violence, for example, their own feelings about loyalty, about betrayal. So all this plays into it, and it's something that's definitely weighing on their minds.
Yeah, I would imagine so, and I would imagine during the voir dire process, jury selection process, both attorneys, both sides really question these jurors about their preconceived notions about gangs or gang violence, and very important fact and great point.
That's why they say the case is won or lost in jury selection.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Akeisha, you know that jury selection is so important here, and let's talk about the jury in terms of this testimony. Gang testimony regarding gangs tends to be riveting at times for a jury because it's just an intriguing set of facts and to hear about. This feels a little dry. How do you think the prosecution could have improved, not to be Monday morning quarterbacking this, but improve the presentation that we see here?
I think they should have allowed the jury to just know that he was in a gang, period. I think the fact that they're now trying to explain this some more hurts them because the average juror, which is why we have an expert, right? The average juror doesn't know this about gangs. They just think that gangs are violent. They don't know that there are laws. They don't know that they're instructing you to love each other and to read and to go to school and not to be homosexual and to make sure your hygiene is good. They don't know this about gangs. And so now you're introducing them to an element and an aspect that they aren't familiar with that undermines your case. And so I think that they have a problem here.
No, absolutely. I 100% agree because what we just saw actually in that clip was sort of like a code of conduct there. And it doesn't seem nefarious. It doesn't seem violent. If anything, it's saying love your brother, your fellow gang member. That's going to possibly hurt the prosecution. So great point there. Before we close out the show, Dr. Bober, I want to get your take, quick 10-second take. Do you think the prosecution is going to get their conviction? Or right now, as it stands, do you think the defense has a chance to get an acquittal?
I don't think this is a slam dunk by any means. I think the defense definitely has some inroads in there, and there's some reasonable doubt for sure. So I think it's not a slam dunk. I think they still have a chance.
Great. And Dr. Bober, thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure.
Akeisha, I want to get you quickly for your 10-second take. Do you think the prosecution have a conviction or an acquittal possibly in the making here?
Acquittal in the making, and I'll tell you why really quickly. Jurors are serious about murder cases, more so than any other type of case. And they are not going to accept anything but the most ironclad type of evidence to send this young man to prison for the rest of his life or to his death.
All right, thank you for joining me, Akeisha, Dr. Bober. Stay tuned here at Law and Crime, and thank you for joining me here.
That's wild. Because I never heard that's wild. I never heard them say court was over or adjourned, so I have no idea what transpired just now. So are we on a break from the day? I mean, it's 5 o'clock almost, like. Please let me know what y'all think in the comments below about the case and who's winning and who you think is losing, what could be done better, and all that good stuff. I hate the news. How can you say that when clearly one commandment was to hurt? Oh, you talking about the bylaws that they showed? Yeah. I'm gonna be honest though. I don't know why she didn't flick through those a little faster though. Because as I was reading, I was trying to find something really like inflammatory. And I was looking for it to say, oh, you gotta take out an op or something. But I didn't see that in the I did not see that in the bylaws or whatever that was. Yeah, I kind of was weirded out. Like, why are they leaving this up here so long? You know, we can see it says eat healthy and all this other stuff. Like, y'all got this on the screen too long. You know what I'm saying? So I guess we really do not know if they coming back for today. They usually put some kind of something up. According to Law and Crime Network's most recent poll, 77% believe it will be a not guilty verdict, 17% guilty, and 6% believe it will conclude in a hung jury. That's the only violent one I saw. Yeah. Yeah, I ain't figured that out. Yeah, I did see it said no black on black. I did see that. And it said you can't use the B word or the N word for that matter. Which I thought that was kind of crazy. I would have never thought that. You know, with how freely, those two words are used. I was kind of surprised. You can't use the B word, the N word. You can't, That threw me for a loop, too. I think if they do come back, y'all, it's merely going to be just a, tell the jury don't discuss the case and all that kind of stuff and to be back for tomorrow. Again, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Make sure you guys hit that subscription button, the thumbs up. After I end this, if some of y'all can come back and comment, because when you do the live stream and end, it take away all the comments. So I want to generate some kind of conversation in the comments. If you come back, drop a comment for me. Other than that, today we ended up with the end of the DNA testimony. A quick recap. They kind of discussed the only DNA of Jamell Demons found on the car, or as it relates to this case at all. Then we had the gang expert kind of giving us a history on gangs. And then the prosecution using him to kind of label Mr. Demons as a gang member affiliated with the Bloods. And now they're going through some text messages, which I believe at some point they're going to use to tie in their motive for this case. Other than that, I think that's about it. And again, rest in peace to the people aboard the Titan, OceanGate's submersible vessel, which unfortunately imploded with 5 people losing their life. So again, prayers to their families and prayers to all y'all. And I'll see y'all tomorrow morning. Y'all know the slogan, one love or no love. We'll be back here at 9 a.m. Eastern as court gets started. All right? And I'm out.